even if it's post flood, I don't know for sure, but they stemmed out from the Americas. They told us everyone came from there, and I don't buy it. I think like even Masonic literature says, well, we called it the New World, but it's actually the Old World. Like that's like in some famous Mason literature. I don't know. I'm not claiming to know. I'm going to make that clear.
Is it possible that the people who are in control right now were the previous slaves of an older generation? That a cataclysm happened to an older generation or an older civilization, and then something happened, and then the slaves were freed, and then slaves know how to make slaves because they were previous slaves, and now we are in this repercussion of slavery, and it's like a fucking cycle.
Well, one thing that I don't know, but like one thing I find very interesting is like there are stories about those pyramids. Well, not those pyramids, but that area, like Egypt, and it said that it was built by fair-skinned people, and then dark-skinned tribes surrounded them, ambushed them, captured them, enslaved them, and that these people were like master architects. And we were not told anything like that. We were told that basically, fair skinned people were like a new thing and they have no historical importance and that everything's being whitewashed. And that's like the liberal talking point they push on everyone right now. Everything's whitewashed, whitewashed, whitewashed. But I don't know. It may be the opposite. It seems like a bunch of noble classes were fair skinned, but they were smaller in number, as they still are, by the way. And I don't really care as much about like melanin levels as they lied. Like they lied about the actual people groups, the hierarchy, the history of enslavement. And so I would say that does kind of tie into what you asked in the sense that, yeah, I think they think that they tie to the noble classes throughout all time. They were occasionally enslaved, and they kind of keep their family history closed off because they think they're the special ones that have always really been the noble ones.
Like this, Flack.
Right.
You see, stop talking, and I started talking. Hold on, guys. Flack wants to say something about the Rosetta Stone. Is that okay with you guys?
Yes.
Go ahead, Flack.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, but that's way gone, dude. I don't want to interrupt anybody, so I'm just going to sit here and chill.
Okay, dude, but just if you want to talk, do what I just did. Wait till somebody stops speaking and you talk. That's it, bro.
Now I'm interested. I want to hear. I want to hear it.
I was confused.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it now because I'm kind of excited.
Yeah, I want to hear it too. Let's go, Rosetta Stone.
That's way long gone. You guys are talking about other shit now. I'm just saying.
Dude,
I don't want to interrupt anybody.
Come on, man.
That's what happens. See, now I'm getting like, now you guys are like, oh, dude, we want you to. But I'm like, dude, this is just a weird cycle. It's like when I do talk, then I get told I'm interrupting.
All right, let's move on with the conversation.
I tried, man. I tried. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I will say though, I just talked to David Avocado Wolf recently. He said the pyramids are like incredible, dude. He's like, when you go look at the Egyptian pyramids, they truly are like mind blowing and incredibly beautiful. And they really are like something that will kind of put you in a state of awe. He said they really are like wild. And then he was in Crete and he said, it's crazy that no one knows about Crete. He's like, basically, there was an ancient civilization here that was so big, it basically covered coast to coast. There are stone ruins on like every square inch of that island.
I talk about it all the time, bro. The Minoan civilization. Yeah. I've been there, by the way.
Nice.
I think one thing that gets ignored is the Polynesian civilization. And if there was less water and you connect these Polynesian cultures together, it would tell a different story than what we know about it.
Anything in the Americas, we were lied to. Like in my opinion, every single civilization from back in the day that were in the Americas, we were lied to about. And even the Mayans, we're misled about the Mayans. So I don't know. I find it interesting.
Yeah, the Minoan civilization goes back like 4,000 years. They had they had some weird. They had this. It's called the Minoan eclipse calculator. They had like a disc with 360 degrees and the whole shaboogle. I'll try to find it and post it.
Minoan.
Minoan, yeah. Mino.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I just because it sounds familiar to like Manoa.
You know, I just remembered I did a thing on it on that thing. I'll post it. I'll try to find it.
Yeah, because Manoa is like it's a Hawaiian word. But
Yeah, but this is
Minoa,
Minoan. Thank you,
min
Gio. That's the one. Yeah, Gio's on it. Yep.
Think about like how much more in tune they were, you know, like their civilizations, they like had their mind wrapped around like this huge plane that's under these like close energetic presences or like presence entities or energies or whatever, like over top of us. And they built these like intricate cosmologies and belief systems and computers. And now like there's just a remnants of us that are starting to rediscover and scratch the surface. It's pretty crazy to like think about. Like these people had like a pretty profound amount of wisdom compared to us.
I agree, and that's one of the reasons why I thought that maybe like there's like some kind of block or like something that's not allowing, and maybe that's the brain control, what we call brain control. But I think it even goes to a technology aspect to where even if we try, we cannot do it. We cannot get back to where we were once because I feel like they used the technology that was abundant, and it was shared with everyone. But now it's like a secret, like it's only a small group of people, you know. And so yeah, I'm just gonna even if we tried, we can't until we can somehow break through that firewall.
What we need to realize is we're not the only um, people that have used their brains to think out stuff, right? Like the ancients had stuff that will blow your mind. They had vending machines. They had robots that poured wine. They had automatic door openers. They had a whole bunch of stuff like that. Of course, it was all kinematic, uh, physical stuff, right? They had a steam engine, a crude one at that, of course, but they had a bird that would fly.
Right. So now what are they trying to do? They're trying to create this virtual world to to make humanity complacent. And it's already happening. You see it everywhere.
People are starting to wake back up. This is that shift in the timeline, which arguably is cyclical. I don't know, but it's where people start to like have a mass awakening of enlightenment. It's very obvious, in my opinion.
Yeah, my wife doesn't even give me that much shit anymore about talking about flat Earth. I can kind of talk about it freely now.
So I was talking to Napalm about this, like, so I was like, if that's the case, these people are astrologically inclined, and I think majority of the information, the systems that they use, like the system of interpretation that they use, is not publicly available. But a lot of it can be, and it's not usually like the surface level astrology is much. But anyway, like they make major decisions based on that. And if that's the case, and we're right, like obviously the Earth being a plane with the stars and the planets being much more local, then they would actually have a direct physical influence on our lives and maybe even our actions. And we go through these paths, like these cycles, right? And it looks like this is that time where people start to wake up. I don't know. So that being said, if that's true, then they know that. And I'm like, how can they like deceive everyone? Like these people are never going to just be like, we're just not going to deceive people for the next few hundred years. Or, they're waking up at just that time. We had our fun. That's not really their mindset. They will always attempt to deceive and control. So I'm like, how would it work? And so I'm thinking, well, one way is flat earthers think, oh, well, I can't be tricked. I saw through the solar system. I saw through the lie of the earth. So I saw through their cosmology. Therefore, I know that the alien invasion will be faked. And so they're not going to get me with aliens. They're not going to get me with planets and all this stuff because I know it's fake. But what happens when a real entity that looks like a star comes down and lands like a Super Saiyan and then starts like doing a holographic slideshow of history and says, look, this is Jesus, we made him, and look, here is the true history of the world. Here's a video that we've made for you of the Titans fighting in front of the Grand Canyon or whatever.
This is still like a linear. This is still like a linear pattern, like from point A to point B. Like that's how they get there. It's still like following this idea that time is linear.
You're like totally stomping all over my points, bro. I'm saying again, like, what if actual entities came down from the sky? So I don't really see that flat earthers would just all see through that. They wouldn't, because they expect it to be fake. They think, okay, Project Bluebeam. Well, look into Project Bluebeam. It's just a book that someone wrote with alleged inside information. It's not like an actual government document or anything. There is government whistleblowers who have said, yes, we've been doing that since the early 90s, since 92. We can use even acoustics to make images. We can make it where you can't tell where it's coming from, and we can shoot lasers at different angles with holographic projections and blah, blah, blah. But I'm just saying, think about it. If something real happens, flat earthers will fall for it. That's just like, if entities come down here with some type of real knowledge of our history and start trying to tell us, and it's presented as a form of liberation, and you guys are reaching that awakened state so we can finally represent ourselves and tell you guys what's been going on, I don't know. I don't really see flat earth being like your protective layer that gets you through that. That's something that's hard to wrap your mind around.
Are these entities angels?
Well, that's a whole different discussion, and that's up for interpretation. But all the ancient civilizations we were talking about said that entities come from the sky. And we think that sounds crazy. We think that they may fake it with holograms. What if they really do come down, though? Like, a lot of people are going to be deceived by that if that happens.
If one of them slaps me in the balls, I'll believe it's real.
I'm talking about, like, a situation that you can't deny it's real. Like, a physical entity comes down, lands on the earth, leaves a little imprint on the earth, like, you know, does crazy stuff in front of you that you can physically see. Changes states, can teleport, can, like, read your mind. I know people think this sounds crazy. This is obviously only for truthers, but I don't think it's crazy.
Dude.
I don't think civilizations are stupid. I think that they were very smart.
Have you ever seen the movie Abyss?
No.
Okay, I'll stop right there.
Something about, like, aliens in the ocean?
Oh, yes. Oh,
Yeah.
You nailed it, dude. You haven't even seen it. You already know.
Well, someone had mentioned it a couple days ago. I heard.
Oh, okay. But yeah, no, that's just kind of like they just had kind of had this interaction, and there's like this whole chaos underwater, like down in one of the bottom trenches, and so. But yeah, I mean, yeah, if something um, presents itself to you and you feel it, you experience it, like, and if you deny it, then we're going to go after that.
If entities come and say, we're your guides, we're your creators, we made these religious figures for you so you could try to learn more and more and become enlightened over time. We gave you the Bible and Jesus, for example, so that you would learn some of these principles that will help you be enlightened. Jesus is one of us. We made him. We made him look like he died, and blah blah blah. And then they're like, "We made you guys, and now you're at a point where we can reveal ourselves again. Every once in a while, we come down and kick it with you guys when you're ready, and you guys are just now getting ready again. And here's the real history of the Earth that you were not told." I mean, even Fletcher's like, I want to see the Titans fight each other. What really happened? I want to see what really happened. You know, oh, here's what the Earth really is. You're inside a giant energy field, the torus field. Here's like an outside projection of it, and blah blah blah. Where we're so thirsty for the truth right now because we're just scratching the surface that if any source of information comes to us that starts to say they have the answers, you know, it's going to be difficult to like turn that down, right? I mean, don't we all kind of want to know that? Hence us being here like all day, every day, trying to talk about it. All that to say, that's my only speculation of how they can still deceive everyone. Outside of that, if they try to double down on space, they try to double down on aliens from other planets, and that's not going to work. They already lost that. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's also even the idea of, as New Perspective calls them, outer ponders. You know, that whole idea. And he has his whole ideas about how he thinks that, you know, that they could try to switch it into some kind of outer ponder psyop type of thing. Probably if we say outer ponders 3 times, New Perspective will pop in. So I'm just waiting for him to pop in. But I was just saying, like, yeah, what you're saying. I mean, let's say there was, like okay, here's the question: how can we decipher between Project Bluebeam, that's fake, that's just all fake, or actual entities, let's say, who are coming from other lands or outer ponds or something like that, that still would fit with a stationary, you know, planar Earth type of cosmology? You know, how could we decipher? You know, like you're saying, however they pull it off, you know, if they try to pull it off. But then there's even the question, that's what I'm saying, like, how would we be able to know, is it fake or is it actually something, you know, real, or a blend of the two?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, in order for them to trick the flat earthers, for example, it's going to have to really appear to be true. If there's any wiggle room to say it's blue beam, then it won't work. People be like, no, this is fake. This is fake news, you know? So I'm talking about, like, I mean, if you're standing outside and then you see something land and physically move the earth, you know, and you can go like step in their crater, like there's like physical evidence of some actual entity. I don't know. I mean, maybe the Flyers won't fall for it, you know, like, oh, direct energy weapons. I don't know. That's why I think it's a net positive that people do expect them to fake it. But if there is something real, they'll be able to show you that it's a real physical thing because it's actually real. And in that case, we're ripe for the picking, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like we want to know what's on the edge. So if they're from there, like, let us know what's going on, you know. So I don't know.
Ripe for the picking. That's a very interesting term, because it's like I'm gonna go to the worst movie in the series of Indiana Jones, which was the last ones, and then the lady at the end, the German lady, she's like, I want to know.
Me all the information.
and then she just got like absorbed or just like completely disintegrated. Like, I mean, I guess if it's that bad out there, I don't want to know.
Well, like when the whole kind of pandemic thing started in 2020, I mean, you guys, I mean, keep it in the code word, whatever, since we're live streaming and all that. If we're gonna not to even go into the whole topic, I only brought it up. You guys can tell me what you think, but I mean, how many people, even those involved with, wanting to be aware of the truth and knowing that it could have been fake at the very beginning, how many of us actually consider like, oh no, what if this is real? What if people are going to be dropping like flies? And what if there is some kind of, disease on the loose and it's going to actually start killing our families and all of that, And I think some people's stories, everyone's stories are different. Maybe some people right off the bat knew that there was, something fishy with it, or maybe it was going to be like 50-50, like maybe it was going to be some real and some, false or fake information. So, but I know I've heard some people that have said like, well, when it first started, I kind of considered like, could it be real? Could there actually be something on the loose? I think we all probably did to some extent, consider that it could have been.
No, I did. I took my first shot, and then I heard a news story about the same day that I was supposed to take my second shot.
Okay.
How this can cause cardio, the inflammation of the heart.
Yep.
And I didn't take my second shot. That was it. It's like, you know what? Fuck this shit.
Yeah, I thought that it may be real for a little bit. Like my roommate went and bought a bunch of stuff. I didn't do that. But as soon as I came across Event 201, I knew like immediately it was all ridiculous. But I definitely had a moment where I thought, oh, this is it. This is it, dude. It's we're never getting out again. Maybe they're releasing something. I didn't know.
Yeah, like it was worth considering. Like, yeah, maybe they really are going to, like, even if you don't believe that it was what they were saying it is, at the same time, like, yeah, could they be releasing some kind of something in the chemtrails or whatever it may be, where like, oh no, like, are people really gonna, like, are we just about to lose like half of humanity or something crazy?
Yep.
So yeah. Well, I was only
definitely
linking it. I wasn't trying to get into a whole conversation on that topic. I was just linking it because that was like, I think we would all agree is kind of the last major event that they've pulled. And so we're just talking about sort of the Project Bluebeam or some of these other things that could happen. So I was just saying, like, that idea of could it be somewhat similar in that way? Meaning, if, like you were saying, if there are actual like holograms in the sky, or there's, like, we could speculate that they're directed energy weapons, but what if, they try to claim there's something else? But if there's actually real things happening, actual, who knows what, actual like either destruction or something, to that effect, then like I was saying, it would be like a major, we'd have to discern, what is actually going on, which kind of goes for any event that they might pull in the future, right? Like, I think any of them, we'd have to, I guess that's what it comes to when you're talking about like truth. It's like discerning truth and actually trying to figure out what is going on. And when we have these entities that are in control and in power in a sense, or at least they're in assumed power, I think they're not really in power. They just kind of assume that position and they have their influence that they exert. And so in that scenario, it's like there's criminals on the loose, and not only are there criminals on the loose, but they have control over the big banks and big pharma and the police and the military and all this stuff. So yeah, it's pretty, I mean, I don't think they have full control over those things, but they definitely have a fair amount. And so if they were to pull something off, whatever an event might be coming in the future, it's going to be like, yeah, probably that much higher level of discernment to try to figure out what is going on and, what the truth of it is. And it may take some time to do that as well. So it's like we need to be on high alert in a way.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be interesting. But they might have us even with that, right? Because we're like, I'm not falling for anything again, and then maybe we overlook stuff, and then I don't know. It's crazy. As much as it sucks, as much as we know and have figured it out and have seen through a lot of lies, like they still do have a lot of angles on us where we're kind of left in the dark just enough to be like, we come straight here and we start talking to each other and like, what's going on where you're from? Like, let's figure this out. And that's why we saw through that one so fast. So as long as we still have access to like these comms, I think that we'll make it through pretty efficiently. But I don't know. Like Discord saved me in that. Discord had me like immediately figuring everything out.
Well, yeah, it's sort of like those of us that are, what's the best term for it? Sort of, what does Brian call it? The tip of the spear? He calls it. But I mean, it's like, you know, being aware and as much as possible. And I'm not trying to declare, you know, some hierarchy of who has truth and who doesn't or anything. I'm just sort of saying that, like, I was almost just thinking of it as, well, it's just, I guess it's just sort of being like able to detect where the deception is. It's like in today's day and age, I would say it's like actually like a very high level skill set to be able to try to engender and to manage within oneself, like how to actually be able to detect and decipher between deception and truth. And it doesn't seem like everybody has the same capacity to do that, perhaps. Like, not trying to put anyone else down or say anything. It's not like a hierarchy, but it's just there's like people have different skill sets. So, in my viewpoint, it's like there's obviously the people that just go right along with it, or they just defend it no matter what it is. And then there's like maybe going on too far the spectrum of like too kind of paranoid or overly thinking everyone's a shill or something. There's like on that level. And then there's perhaps like some kind of happy medium or some kind of balanced way to manage this. But yeah, I think it's something to be aware of, like as whatever event they may pull next. I think it's gonna have to be some process like that of kind of being able to discern what's going on. So yeah, it's awesome to have each other and have a community that we can be able to kind of, you know, like you said, having Discord and these other platforms and ways to be able to kind of share information and be able to reflect what's going on. Because even with the pandemic thing, yeah, it took some time to figure out. Like, I think we're still trying to figure out what all went on during it.
Yeah, but we got the general gist, I think.
Yeah, it did seem like they kind of showed their cards. Like, seemed like after like a quarter of the way into it, it was like, all right, there's something going on here.
Yeah,
There's enough of them telling you just what they're going to do. If you didn't hear it, you wasn't listening.
yeah, but that event particularly was like a huge catalyst for many people, including me, right? Like that was the one that finally woke me up out of all my like, you know, slave stupor and happy slave distractions, right? I was just like, all right, I'm not gonna look. And that was the thing that I was like, all right, I guess I gotta look. Jeez. And then, you know, everything fell from there.
I mean, I've been saying this lately because I mean, yeah, it's like these people in control, in power, as it were, in their assumed power. They could do a lot of stuff that could be terrible for us. I mean, whether it's like bioweapon stuff or weather manipulation, maybe if they took that to the extreme, or like Project Bluebeam type thing, if they start using directed energy weapons and just toasting neighborhoods and claiming the aliens are coming, and if they're actually toasting neighborhoods with like they did in these like in the Paradise, California fires and these places where like an entire neighborhood is just literally just cooked to dust. Like even the porcelain bathtubs, which have a much higher melting temperature than what house fires and even forest fires burn at. And the porcelain is just gone. It's like melted. So, I mean, there's some serious like, evidence of some kind of advanced weaponry, being used there. So that is pretty concerning that they even have that. and what they did, I think they use it at 9/11 as well. So I mean, if they have that, like they could just toast your house, you know, or toast a whole neighborhood, just literally right off the face of the earth. So I mean, that's pretty like concerning and pretty intense. But so I'm just saying, like all of that. I'm not trying to like be kind of like a negative vibe or whatever, saying that it's all, you know, some hopeless thing, and they're going to do that. But I mean, it does seem like they do, not to even give them like excessive credit or power or something, because I actually don't think they have ultimate power. I mean, I think there's angelic beings that are far beyond what, you know, that are able to transcend even what these darker beings can do. Nonetheless, I'm just saying, like, it does seem like they have the tools to do some real damage. But then the question is, are they going to do that? And I guess, I mean, time will tell, of course, but I guess sorry, it's being long winded, but I guess the main thing I was going to say is it's just my like intuitive sense. I don't have any way to validate this, but I just feel like after the whole pandemic thing, I don't think it quite went the way that they wanted it to. No, there's different theories on that, but if they're in a little bit of like a limbo, kind of like a little bit of like a post-pandemic malaise, a little bit like what are they going to do? Knowing that any action they take to like take a step forward could backfire on them, and they could even lose the, you know, everything they even have, the control they have, if enough people actually react to it even more than that did during the pandemic thing. So it's like it's like a game of chess. You know, they're sitting there like, okay, what is our next move? You know, they've lost a lot of their pieces on the chessboard, and they're narrowing in on their king or whatever, the queen. You know, so like what, you know, because I think just they can't really stop the actual truth coming out, even though they're still obviously doing what they can with censorship. So it's just kind of a long-winded way of just sort of saying that, like, I guess my kind of hope in a sense is that they just delay, basically. Like if they do have some huge destructive thing to do, that they delay it to the point to where perhaps other things can kind of start to happen, and then maybe they won't be able to pull those things off. That'd be pretty awesome.
I mean, so like it's a matter of perspective, right? Because I think you're right. I think that they started making mistakes with COVID and have been making mistakes ever since, as they try to like reaffirm their grip, try to like tighten down. Every move they make there seems to wake more people up. So the wise move would be to like take a step back and like, you know, chess move, plan it out 3 moves ahead and figure out how best to do it. But I don't think they're doing that. I think they're just rapidly reacting as shit pops up, which itself always causes, you know, more shit. I think that's what's happening. But I think New Perspective disagrees on that. He always says that they plan all their mistakes. But did someone say Outer Ponders 3 times, or what happened?
Yeah, I was back in the stream, so I'm a little late. Sorry.
That's it, Shane. You just did the last one, dude. We were talking about Project Bluebeam and stuff, and I said Outer Ponders twice, and I said, well, if we say it a third time, New Perspective is going to show up. Boom, yeah. Shane just said it a third time, and here you are.
Funny. I think they crossed the line. I'm not, but Shane also straw man me right before I came in too. So I'm not saying they plan everything. I think there's definitely some things that they don't necessarily count on. It does seem like they crossed the line here. I was just DMing with somebody about some of the famous people that have had some injuries, and actually, my parents were just out, and my mom had mentioned that, oh, there's something, Jamie Foxx, there's something wrong with him, and they won't say what it is. Like, that wouldn't even occur to them that maybe it was the the thing that we're not supposed to talk about. But yeah, so something's wrong with Jamie Foxx, and some other famous people died, and it seems like that might be one of the things that caused some of the reactions. I just saw David Spade and Dana Carvey talk, where they're just totally calling out Fauci, like, and it's right there, like in my feed on TikTok. You know, they're like laughing about Fauci's, you gotta get another booster, then you get another one, then you can still infect somebody else. You know, like it's pretty much comical at this point that anyone would take it seriously if you're paying attention. So I don't know. I think that hopefully will, not allow them to do that sort of psyop again. But I definitely think the Outer Ponder psyop is their go-to if they really want to do something that'll work, unfortunately.
Well, it got brought up originally because Witsit was saying, like, that you were sort of saying that, there's a lot of, truth and awakening happening, in many different sectors. So it's like they're kind of losing that battle in a sense. Like a lot of people are seeing through a lot of stuff, even if in like somewhat minor ways, even if someone's just questioning things a little bit more, they just don't quite have the same trust in the authorities and this, just seeing the way everything was locked down. It's like anyone who sensed any of the shenanigans that went on during, the 2020 to 22, in those years, just even being a little bit more on the side of like, what is going on here, to the point to where it's like they're kind of losing that, like, like getting everyone completely brainwashed. So, I don't want to like try to quote Whitsitt from what he was saying, but I was just kind of like summarizing in a sense what he was saying, which is just, it's like there's already the awakening happening. So how could they get their a leg up? You know what I mean? Because they're probably not just going to let it just go like, oh, okay, they caught us. You guys got it. We'll hand the keys over to the White House and the military. You got us, kind of thing. So like,
we'll tell the truth. We promise. From now on, we won't do that anymore.
It's like maybe what they would want to do is trying to think of like being, like an evil, dictator or whatever their energy is. Like, what could they do to kind of even convince even people that are, on a path of discovering truth? What could they do something that would get everybody,
Yeah, like with the outer ponders, like even us, like we won't know for sure that it's not outer ponders if they do that. I mean, even though we know they have the tech already, I think a lot of us might guess that there's outer ponders, regardless of what they say they are or what they present as the outer ponders, which is crazy because there probably is lots of civilizations more so than what we know about, right? And then they could just create the idea that there is, or just make fake outer ponders and then use that because it's very believable to people that are aware that we're not on a spinning ball. So I don't know. It's their best play, unfortunately. Yeah, and then I think that the awakening might be manufactured to some degree. We've all talked about that, like the Great Awakening and Great Reset are kind of coinciding, and they're going to probably use the truth to sell us more lies at some point. So we should just make sure not to just like necessarily like believe everything they say, even if it seems like they're telling the truth. Is all I'm saying. I've been listening to some Mike Williams recently, the Sage of Quiet, and he's talking about like the how he does talks a lot about the Beatles and Tavistock and everything, and it's some interesting talks he's been doing recently. That it's more of the same with what he's talked about, but it definitely does seem like this social engineering is a part of it, and part of it is telling you the truth to use that truth. That's unfortunate. That's why it seems like even the mistakes they make might be on purpose, like Shane was talking about. That I say. So I don't know how much of it is on purpose, but it does seem like they get rid of the old to bring in the new, and it's the same boss as the old boss. It's just with a new face, and that they do that. Every president, every 4 years or 8 years with the president, and even on a bigger scale with some of these regimes or some of these supposed empires that seem to have gone by the wayside, but it's just the same people that are in the position. Unfortunately, it seems to control the new awakening, so they have to like do away with the old, and so maybe that's why they fake the NASA shit so poorly on purpose. So it's it makes sense to take it down, and people actually looking at it will see, yeah, it's obviously fake, and then maybe that's the reason. So that then they can have this great awakening and the truth revealed, like in the Bible. It just fits so perfectly, unfortunately. Like if they were really trying to hide and keep the space program going forever, why wouldn't they just make it all look really good? And why would they show us the wires on the ISS? All that shit. It's almost way too obvious to think that they're actually trying to sell us a long-term plan with that. So they don't have to show us anything. They could just say it's all top secret. Yeah, we went to Mars. Oh yeah, we're on Venus. We're way out there. Just make the secret space program like more believable, and don't show us anything.
Well, there is an idea that that they don't really have the best of the best within their, sort of like the NASA fakery team, or that kind of like, I almost see it as like a clandestine
They can't afford it.
like a clan. Well, like I was just gonna say, like almost like a clandestine level of Hollywood, meaning it's not like the outer mainstream version of Hollywood. It's like the behind the scenes sort of NASA, the one that's more like sort of related to whatever secret society kind of groups they have or family lines or whatever.
Maybe.
What I'm just saying is within that group, yeah, I don't think they have the best of the best. I think that's why they had to get Stanley Kubrick involved on the moon landing, just to hope to even get it to look somewhat acceptable. Because like whoever they've convinced to be liars and psychopaths and whatever, those are not going to be the best, movie directors in the world. You know what I'm saying? So meaning that like they're pulling from a small pool of people that will actually go along with, with what they're doing, all the secrecy, all of that. So I'm just saying there's that perspective that they don't really have the best of the best. And so they kind of have like B kind of C level people. And that's why they're not able to catch everything. They don't really have the actual best.
Or it's just that good, or they're that good that they do have the best of the best. Like you said, I think before, Whitson and maybe myself as well, but just, they do it like they have to make it look less professional so it looks more real.
There's that too. Yeah,
really slick. Yeah,
make
so
the movies look really real.
They are.
Yeah, it's like the movies look really realistic, and if they did the exact same thing with the NASA stuff, people would be like, "Why does this look just like the movies?" Whereas, with the NASA shit's a little bit raw and a little bit mistakes in there. There might be a little bit of that mental thing where they figure people will be like, "Oh yeah, it looks a little weird because it's real, right?" So it's not all perfectly edited, so you're going to get funky little things. But so yeah, kind of like
that's how crazy they actually are. That's how much I think that's a better guess than that they just can't afford it or just don't have the best. I think they have the best and know exactly the right tone that people might accept. And then they went they even go stretch further with some of like the Tesla car in space and the gaslighting that went on with that, where it just looked like a video game, like shamelessly, and they may go further and further that way where like you won't even be able to tell between like the VR and reality, or the graphics will get better and it'll look as slick as a movie, but a lot more real at the same time. And then people won't care because it's just like, well, how am I supposed to tell? Right? It looks real anymore about anything. That's where they want to get to, I think.
But I mean, do you really think that there would be like a huge kind of Project Bluebeam type thing where there's like actual like destruction happening and just full on? Or do you think they could do it in a way that's not like full destruction, but more like a new, like more just on the news and sort of psyop on that level with maybe small little destructive things? I guess I just find it hard to believe that they actually would pull that off, to be like, there's aliens here. And you know what I mean? It just seems like such a sci-fi movie level of like, to have that be reality, like our actual.
Right. It almost works better for them to like still kind of make it like seem like a fringe idea, but then still kind of report it. Like it's a weird transition we're in right now because they are reporting it as like, okay, these are all unclassified UFO sightings. And yeah, we're reporting like real supposed UFOs on the news now. Is it like this is a thing that people should accept? So they're getting there. I don't know if like just making people like run around in the streets with their heads cut off like chickens, just completely like freaking out. That wouldn't seem to work for them. It's the Fabian society. It's gradualism, that really works for them. Where they can keep the stability going because that works best for them to keep the money rolling in and people paying their cell phone bills instead of like just like throwing caution to the wind and saying fuck it, right? They don't. That's like what a surprise attack would do. Unless they've like cash in all their coins, and they might as well just like clear the board of all the pieces. There was a thing by Janet Yellen, Janet Yellen. There was something about the running out of cash recently. Not that there's any realness to any of that necessarily, but it does seem like there's some economic things that if it gets to that point where they need to reset, like a real reset, a hard reset, economically or jubilee or whatever, they may pull off something like that to kind of coincide and blame everything on that. I don't know.
Yeah, I've thought about the possibility where they could do like some kind of financial reset linked with like maybe like a little bit of like a pre-Project Bluebeam, like maybe as an early like, there seems to be some intercepting going on. Our systems are being hacked, the banks are being hacked. We don't know who's doing it. It seems like it's coming from space or it's coming from, some other star system or whatever, that there's signals coming. I don't know, some kind of story where they could say that like that the system's security is being hacked, or as being
Right.
somehow, and then therefore, oh no, we don't want you all to lose your money. So we have a new system. Here it is, this CBDCs, some digital currency thing. And then we got to swap everyone over on it, before the aliens, drain all your bank accounts or, hack all the systems or whatever.
Yeah, it seemed like
As like a
with the
financial
pandemic.
reset. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was listening. Well, Winston was just talking about like his friend, his roommate bought a bunch of stuff when it happened, and we were all kind of questioning how real it is or what it actually is and all that. And we all had our different influences, and I went out and bought a freezer or put a bunch of meat in it. And there still could be some like scares of as far as food goes, but then the realization that keeping it going works better for them, and like the fear, the trauma based mind control is more what it's all about. And that we might have like a booming economy and keep things rolling, and all that was just fear based. But at the same time, like the reality, the lines between reality and fiction are definitely being blurred on purpose, for complete dominance at some point, which we like a boiled frog won't even necessarily know we got to at that point. We're already there in a bigger way than we ever thought we might have been. But yeah. Seems like a big disruption that it could be something like a marker that they're getting to, like by 2030 for sure. Mike Williams was saying by 2100 is when they want to have everything completely like transferred into this new system, like their completed control system. Sounds about right. Yeah, and they play on both sides for sure. I think they were telling us the truth about the pandemic at the same time on purpose. Like it wasn't just like whistleblowers coming out and putting stuff out, which there was, but there was like a controlled opposite to it, and then they make these bad guys up maybe on purpose too, like Fauci or the Hans, the Darth Vader dude from the World Economic Forum. Like these guys are just like almost characters out of a comic book. It's so bad, And they've even put on TV some of the Fauci getting grilled and on trial and stuff like that about all that stuff, with the China thing, and then they may bring Trump back in and do that whole thing. It's also scripted, is the point. To some extent, you have to accept that. If you don't believe in voting anymore, then if you don't believe in a lot of the things they're putting on the TV. With what was it last weekend? There was like another string of supposed mass killings. It's just like it's all in a row. This bombardment of people just all of a sudden deciding to kill people they don't know. Like that ever happens? And then it just happens like 30 of them in a row. I mean, come on.
Yeah. I mean, I would say like it would make sense if whatever like the PSYOP they're going to do next or whatever event, it would make sense for them, I would imagine, to try to do something that would try to like get everyone, even people that are waking up to things and, in terms of the sort of truther, all those terms, these communities and everyone just being aware of, the earth and Earth's not a globe and just the corruption and all these other factors. Like it would make sense just on a strategic level that whatever they would pull off, that it would be likely to my mind that they would be like, all right, what can we do that will get everyone? So because what they wouldn't want is to have more of a split. Like, okay, now there's more people that know that the truth is what it is, and then the lie is just weaker. So now it's like, now the people that are believing the lie are just less and less. Like that would be, antithetical to whatever they would want to do in that sense. So yeah, it would make more sense that they would try to do something that would try to get everyone to believe it, basically.
Right. And it's just like the Bible says, right? Everyone will witness this return or this whatever event. And if they create that event artificially beyond what scripture might be prophetic about, they definitely seem to be following those kind of esoteric interpretations of everything. They're definitely occultists, that have like a whole, 100, 200-year plan, I would imagine.
I mean, can you think of anything like any other topic that would get everyone? I mean, like a deadly disease. Yeah, that's why I think many, most people probably at the beginning of all that, like, oh no, is there really something on the loose? Is there some whether you see it as a bioweapon or some kind of disease that was going to actually just rip through humanity. So that's like a possible thing that could get everyone. Now, they didn't get everyone at all, but I'm just saying, like, at the beginning, maybe they got a lot of, I think most people at least considered, like, oh no, is this real? So I'm just saying, can you think of any other major thing that they could do? Because yeah, some kind of alien invasion type thing is possibly in that category, because you would get potentially a lot of the people that already believe in space and the whole globe thing. And then even if people question, are not on the globe idea and the outer space thing, could you get people like, let's say, sort of flat earther, truther, etc., that would still think that there is some other beings that are, either outer pond, or I'm just saying, even if it's all fake, that you could get people believing that, because you're seeing things in the sky or whatever it is, that you could get like, okay, maybe it's not the outer space things. We know the globe's bullshit, but maybe it really is outer ponders, or maybe beings through the firmament, or something that CERN is creating. You know what I mean? So it's like that kind of like threat of some kind of other race or some alien thing, at least is in that category, that it could get a lot of people.
We don't want to give the whole idea whether they're coming to save us from these people. Like it could be like they're benevolent out-of-towners, or they could use both, like the bad ones and the good ones, and like have the real-time good and bad gods to play with us. But yeah, like the idea that they'd be benevolent would be, because they have to build on our inspiration. They have to build on our hope. I think that's fortunately one of the things that seems to work best for them, even though maybe false hope or somewhat manufactured. It does seem like they need to build on our inspiration, not our desperation, and they don't want people just like freaking out and giving up. They want people to think that there's something to live for.
So you're saying if they tried to say something like, either on a globe idea from like another planet, that there's some race that's going to come to help us, and they have knowledge of our ancient past or our roots or something like that, or
outer ponders. I wouldn't say planets are going to work for them. Honestly, I don't think that works.
See, I would say outer ponders is not going to work for them, because they've already got a huge percentage of the world believing in globes. They're not going to be able to convince everyone, hey, the Earth's not a globe and there's outer ponders. I mean, that's a very, very you know what I mean? I know.
Maybe it's just because I'm in the conversation too much and I think it's too obvious for them to keep going with it, right? But
I mean, I always kind of oppose you on it. Not oppose you, but I mean, your kind of idea with this, only because I just think that they're not going to give up the globe and be like, hey guys, it's not a globe. It actually is a stationary plane and there's outer ponders. To me, that just seems like I guess
that would be the shock they need, maybe, and the big reveal. Like, how could it be any bigger? Like, can you think of a bigger like truth? Like, if it's biblical in the way that the great truth revealed, like the Bible says or whatever, like what other great truth could you think of that they would use if they're following like a script and planning on using it?
Well, see, I was thinking, could they do it where it's a little bit like they don't really say exactly, like it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, what if they don't say like, these are aliens from space? What if it's like there's another race that has contacted us, and then leave it a little bit up to the imagination as whether it's space or outer
that might work better. Yeah, just have us argue about whether it's outer ponders or space aliens, and have that be a thing.
Yeah,
make it elusive on both sides. Yeah, but they want people to keep like engaging in the security that everything's going to be okay. That seems like at least that they have to keep that somehow for everything to keep going their way. People are going to like I said, just go to the woods and figure out how to live off the grid. That's the last thing they want. Which some kind of invasion thing or some kind of big threat might make a lot more people do that. Because it's like perfectly set up for everyone to just keep paying your bills and paying your cell phones and getting into virtual reality, the coins and economic stuff that they can just tie up us with endlessly.
Jim, were you saying something?
Oh, I was just saying that if we were to truly hash out this conversation, would we not be giving them ideas?
Yeah, I thought that too. Like, I don't want to give anyone bad ideas or these ideas, but I'm sure I've come to the point where I think they're probably like 100 moves ahead of what I would even imagine. Unfortunately.
I mean, I know it's like nice to sort of see the angles they're going to come from, but we might be creating them.
They have like a whiteboard with like a group of very intellectual, very astute grandmaster chess players working out every possible scenario to the minute detail. I mean, why wouldn't it work that way, right? There's a lot of money and power on the line, right?
Because it's impossible, dude. There's no way. There's no way they have that much control. I think that gives them too much credit. I think a lot of people give them too much credit as like the mysterious overlord cult that they put in video games that like runs the world. I mean, they're good, right? And they control a vast swath of the infrastructure that runs the world, sure, and all the world's wealth. But like, they can't actually stop you. They can't predict what you're gonna do and then stop you before you do it.
To some degree, it seems like they can influence you to do one thing or another. You know, certain possibilities. Like you don't think that the presidents are elected, right? Not that we're supposed to talk about that, but you think that they assign the people that are in office. So that whole thing is completely like scripted. You agree with that at least, right? They don't just come up to the day of one person being elected and okay, now we got our plan for the next 4 years. Like think about how stupid that is.
But
Like,
that's not
okay. We don't have any idea what's going to happen in the next 4 years until this day.
That's not planning.
They go about it as if it's kind of obvious to most people as well, which is the funny thing.
But that's not planning every detail, man. That's planning the big major major keystroke events, right? And obviously we would agree that they do that.
Yep. But to what extent is the question?
And
why would
that
war and war? Like if that's what we see,
to what extent is our major
disagreement? A lot we
disagreement?
don't even see or we have no idea about. I mean, there's got to be tons of stuff we haven't even thought of that they're talking about. I would imagine.
I don't know, man. I give us a lot more credit than you give. Maybe I give them less credit than you give. Certainly,
I would love to. I just can't anymore.
They're defeated foe, brother.
I don't mean to be black-pilled. I just think that like it seems like there's definitely some social engineering going on. We don't realize that by now.
see that's another broad stroke. That of course they employ social engineering. Of course they know psychology better than the people they're using it against. Like those are big broad strokes, and that's part of the infrastructure that they control and wield to the benefit of themselves and not us, right? Like that's very clear.
Right. So
One of the best weapons is
all the moves, right? He knows all the moves. Grandmaster chess player takes everything into account. That's what they pride themselves on.
Yeah, that's why I think this is a good point that are probably the best thing for us is to have sort of, the ideas to counter anything that they throw at us. We shouldn't have it online. We should, it should be written or spoken in person, because otherwise they already know, our own strategies to avoid it, in a sense. There needs something that they can't account for, something that they haven't planned for.
I don't know. Like that's one question I wanted to ask anybody. Like, if anybody here, like, just anybody, even Shane, like, what would you say the best case scenario is for, like, if what we could do to actually thwart their plans, like, or whatever this, our efforts might, add up to? What would be the best case scenario of what happens? Of what could happen?
Really?
You need the following of the people. That's the thing. That's how they've done it. That's how they've done it.
Dude, the best possible outcome. Didn't like Eric Dubay put out a statement or say a couple times, if tomorrow and you woke up and the world like woke up to flat Earth, like all the fake governments would fall and all the shit would just break down because no one would have any faith in the illusion of the politician to rule, of the fake authority of the government and the state to wield and subjugate the people. No one would buy any of that, so it would all fall.
Okay, and then what?
And then what? Probably a little bit of anarchy for a while as we sort shit out.
Right. Yep. So complete destruction, right?
No, that's not what anarchy means, dude.
No, but I mean, if everyone stopped believing in the system that we have, then there would be quite a disruption, right?
No, there would just be a confusing transitional period as we sort shit out. It's almost vital. It's necessary,
But
right?
how are we all going to get like the platforms to sort stuff out? You know, if they're like putting people in place to like help us sort it out the way they want it sorted out.
Dude, how are we gonna wake up everyone to Flat Earth tomorrow? I thought we're talking hypothetically.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like we've talked about. I'm not trying to be like negative about anything. I'm saying yeah, awareness is definitely all we can do. You know,
Yeah, I
be on
thought.
the normalize
Well,
this conversation we've already
yeah,
done.
I
Normalize
thought.
the conversation.
I thought we were speculating like what would be the best possible outcome. That's how we started. Like, what was the best possible outcome of our work and the truth seeking, or like whatever we do. Like, what could we hope for? And I'm like, well, if somehow we convince everyone of what we're trying to do, then everything, it would kind of sort itself out.
Well, sorting itself out is the problem though, because you can maybe get like if somehow like they weren't actually influencing us to get to that point so that it works in their favor. Let's just say that they're not aware of it. They're not like planning with whiteboards, like I say, which is kind of very hopeful. But I think that if they weren't already planning the next transition, which doesn't make any sense that they would like not ignore that there might be a possibility of this happening, even if that were the case. Like then you have to rebuild. And how do you rebuild without having a new structure that has some of the same problems as the old? I guess is what I'm getting to.
You mean like
People in control, people
let's
making
say
laws.
like say
Okay.
we root them all out and they're all dead and they haven't reproduced and we're now free. So we set up this like organization of loose government with no centralized control, with every independent like congregation, and slowly over time, these evil Satanists infiltrate and like subvert the same organizations the same way they did before until they wield a vast swath of control over till the small wield unnatural control over the many as they do right now. You mean how do we prevent the whole thing from happening again?
Or
And
even
the
from the
cycle
start.
repeats.
How do you build with any kind of structure? People that don't want no structure. I mean, that structure was like the threat, right? The structure was what's keeping us as quote unquote slaves. Even though
No,
the system works better for us than maybe we think.
I
Try
mean I
not to
don't
eat
think
some
so.
house in here right now. But
I don't think the structure is a threat. I think it's the complacency once you built the structure that sets in, right? Because the people that like end up bringing us down are constant and patient and like eternal. They have like 70-year plans and go through organizations and build webs of NGOs through massive resources. Like the only way to prevent against that is like constant vigilance, right? And second you slip. So I mean, I don't know, man. It's a
I
good
think they've
question.
worked the defense in. Like I think that they push to the point where they know people are going to push back, and they use that pushback as part of their leverage to do what the next thing is they want. Unfortunately, that's kind of what they think they do a lot of times. They just push us to the limit, and they get everything they want, and they somehow admit that oh yeah, there were these bad guys, and we're getting rid of them now, and it will give you your fake revolution, or your supposed revolution, and to some degree it'll be good because they'll get rid of what seems to be the problem, and they'll build on that, right? Because they have to build on our inspiration. It's hungry, so I agree. They'll give us something, and I think the revolution will be televised. It just won't be real. It'll be like the George Floyd stuff, where it seems like people are actually acting out without um, agent provocateurs telling them exactly what to do and putting the bricks out in the middle of the street.
Dude, that
And
was
that's
just like that was just the public 20 minutes of hate reenacted from 1984 on a grand scale. It was insane.
some of it was real. That's the thing. It's like there's
Oh,
a
it was,
certain
dude.
percentage of it that's
It was
organic, and
real.
some of it's not. Well, like
Even
no,
in,
but there's agent provocateurs that are organizing people to go out and act like they're fighting for this justice of this guy that was killed that wasn't even killed.
yeah, but dude, even in the book 1984, they have like 20 seconds of hate every day, and even the people who don't buy it, who know it's like bullshit, get caught up in that because it's such like an emotional,
Yeah.
like contagious thing that happens in a crowd. And then afterwards, he like marvels on it. He's like, oh, I don't even know how that happened. Oh, no, just like wipe and start off and go back to work. But that's what happened with the George Floyd show, right? They did enough to rile up that people got caught up in a genuine movement that whatever they thought was doing was like, yeah, right, just bring down the man or whatever the hell they thought they were doing. The fascist,
Right.
anti-fascist, or whatever.
That sounds pretty detailed control, though. That's like you're saying you don't give them enough credit, but you realize that's how controlled that was.
But I know that,
Yeah,
right? That's what
that's
social
giving them a lot
engineering
of
is.
credit.
No,
Well,
dude,
that's the
that's
Yeah.
thing. Did any laws change after that? That's the things you got to watch out for as well.
yeah. Defund the police came from that, right? Hey, lower borders, no more,
Yeah.
no more centralized everything. Burn it down, burn the police down. Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah, it's a constant foot on the pedal and foot on the brake, modulation, mass movements. They've got it down to a T.
Someone
Again,
said it
not to be like,
before. Like gradualism is their strength. So that, I think that's a really eloquent way to put it. They are experts at gradualism, and they slowly boil the frog all the time. They don't rush. And I think someone else said it. It's the tiptoe to tyranny. It's not the balderdash to
there you go.
tyranny, right?
That's a great phrase, tiptoe to tyranny. Nice. You're roboting whoever's trying to talk. Is that with it? You're roboting with it a little bit. Try again. Yeah, the Fabian societies and one to look into. The gradualism, definitely Tavistock, social engineering. I mean, there's massive
Well,
writings
dude,
and
I know that they employ social engineering against us. I just like have an understanding of how much of that is their influence and how much is the actual like people who get caught up in dumb shit. Like there was a video floating around about this experiment about masks, right? Where people like it was this Asian chick in like a doctor's office and it loaded it prefab with a person who like was standing up at the sound of a beep and they'd
yeah,
make a beep
we
like
talked
every
about
minute
that.
or so, right? And then she
Yeah,
would like come in and she would just stand up because they were standing up and they were plants, but eventually they left and went to their appointment and she was by herself, but she kept standing up. So now when new real people came in, she naturally passed the social engineering technique. You know, the people who were new, who were real, saw her standing up, they mimicked her, they stand up, she leaves. Now there's an actual organic movement going that they didn't, don't control, but did start and like, was the catalyst for.
Now
wait,
that's
hold on.
science, bro.
You're saying there's a movement that does not follow orders because of what that example showed us?
No,
What
I'm
we
saying
saying?
some dumb people got caught up in the anti-fascist shit and thought they were gonna make some change, and we're like, oh man, so all the money goes to this black chick who built a house in Hollywood? What, really? Oh man, like dude, they got tricked up in the energy, the swarm, like all for those riots, they planted bricks and shit, and they directed people down the property whose property value they would be scooping up later on the boulevard or whatever. It was
Right.
hugely orchestrated. But the
Yep.
people who got caught up in like the movement and watched the news and were like, "Yeah, I get them." I don't think they were bad. They're just dumb, right? They got deceived and
Right.
pushed like with the social engineering.
Yeah. Exactly. That's how controlled it is. That's giving them a lot of credit, Shane. And that's what we
Well,
see.
no, but I mean, if it's that easy to just put a beep in a room and have someone stand up and and sit down, it actually shows how easy it is. Like all they had to
Yeah.
do was do that
Right.
to get people going along.
Yeah,
But
they
here's
are.
the other thing. Here's the other thing, though, about that though. That's all we're told, isn't it? How many we didn't see how many times it failed. They don't tell us that.
That's true.
But it's so obvious that it passes all the time. There's so many other examples. Like there's an elevator experiment where a whole bunch of people, for a show, just stood facing the back of an elevator, and like they showed the people who didn't buy it. Like if one of us walked in, I would stare right at the front and look around, going, "You guys are effing retarded. What are you looking at back there? What are you stupid? Okay, go doors over here later, guys." But there were people who like halfway up their ride would look around, and would halfway turn, and then before they got off, would be starting to be able to clear on the way for no reason other than the fact that other people were doing it and they had no idea.
Right.
It worked like a significant portion of the time, but that show actually showed people who like didn't buy it at all and like just stared at the people around them like, "What the hell are you guys doing?"
Yeah, it's very easy to see, especially once you see through one of them. Interesting though, like that video I sent you of my friend, that was like being so funny about the flat Earth stuff, and then there's a follow to it, and it was like the 20th time I brought the topic up with him. But the interesting thing I was just DMing with somebody else about was that he was the one that showed me the Sandy Hook bullshit to begin with. Like he was showing
Is
me the
that
Sandy Hook, and
is
I was
that
like, now he totally thinks now CNN has brainwashed him to the point where he's jabbed up and talking about Sandy Hook possibly actually being real, and all because he wants to believe all the other ones that they're showing him all the time on the news that he watches TV all the time.
is
He,
is that is that the video that you uploaded recently about you and your friend drinking beers and you trying to flex smack everyone?
Yeah, well, that was like well, it's not even listed because I don't want to
No,
spill. I don't
dude,
want to get passed on too much. But yeah, that
oh,
him.
that was awesome, dude. I thought that was really good. I thought in the
Wasn't
first
that
3 minutes, I was like, my boy, look at him going
funny?
hard. He's like, you think you're smarter
Right?
than every scientist? You're like, what if I am? I was like, oh, man.
Joking, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I know.
But yeah, he's totally trapped up in like it's the Trump hate that they really got people with the people that like hate like the
Trump
way they
syndrome.
portrayed him. Yeah, the Trump syndrome, and it got
Which way does that
associated with
go?
everything that was anti-mainstream, and they really got a lot of people that way. Like if you are at all against what Rachel Maddow is saying, you must be a Trump lover. That's how black and white they made it. Crazy.
Yeah, but how much of the whole situation is like in the Wizard of Oz? You know, the little guy behind the curtain. He's got the big scary voice, you know, with the microphone, and
Yeah.
like whoever these beings are that are kind of assuming this position of whatever power they think they're doing, the kind of the controllers or whatever you want to call them. Like that's what I was going to say before. Like, who are they really? You know, like are they some kind of like other race that's like all powerful or whatever, or are they just some dudes behind a curtain that have been able to pull off certain levels of like genocide and like getting control over the banks because they're seedy and they have that psychopathic ability to kind of get that level of control the way that they have, in terms of like getting into the banks and getting the media and the big pharma and all that. But are they actually much less of a actual kind of threat, or even like to use that word like a foe? Like, are they actually much less of a foe than some might think?
Well, so I think that's exactly it, right? Like, so why create a weapon when the fear of the weapon will accomplish what you're going to use the weapon for anyway? Like, so like nukes, right? Why go actually through creating a worldwide disruptive thing that'll irradiate civilization and stop life for generations when you can just have the fear of a weapon that everyone thinks you can use that, right? So you orchestrate something like what they did in Hiroshima. They carpet bomb, they make it look, they control the media on it completely, and now the world thinks that nukes are a thing that they should be scared of all the time. They didn't actually have to create that weapon; they just have to create the fear for that weapon, and I think they use that trick a lot.
Oh yeah. Exactly. That sounds like you're giving them a lot of credit again, Shane.
But I'm not saying that they're making the weapons that they want us to say that they have. I'm just saying that they use the trick of like the Wizard of Oz behind the curtains to make you think they have a lot of control and a lot of weapons, a lot more than they do.
Well,
Just
but then they do have a
like,
lot of crazy directed energy weapons and stuff now that we know
Sure.
about and stuff. They've got stuff that's massively damaging if they really wanted to do it. If they wanted to wipe us out, they could, obviously. But they don't because they want to use the threat and the fear and all that just to keep things controlled. The algorithms, I don't know how long they've really had that tech, but maybe forever, but the algorithms and the readings and the graphs and the charts and stuff, right? They've digitized things now where they can read things pretty closely, regardless of how few of them there are.
Hey, am I still roboting?
No, not now.
I was just wondering if you were related to Lou.
No, yeah, I'm not trying to be an Eeyore, that's for sure. I'm not trying to be an Eeyore. I think maybe being aware of some of these possibilities is to our advantage, because on a small scale we can do things about it. We can get like self reliant, and I don't think that we're going to influence the big scale to actually change in our favor. And I think you probably agree with that. They're going to, especially if they act like they're telling us the truth, then we should really worry, right?
Anytime you end with "we should really worry," I'm just not gonna. No.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
No, I can't agree with any statement that ends with "we should really worry." Right?
Well, okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Sorry,
just
I'm like
saying,
on
if
a
they
plane.
act like they're telling us the truth, it's probably to their advantage to some degree. So we should be aware of whatever they're acting like they're admitting, and how that's going to work in their favor as well. That's all. We should just be aware that that's a good possibility given their track record.
All right.
Not to say give up. I'm not trying to be a black pillar. I agree that the Eeyores aren't helping anything other than to say like don't
It's
underestimate.
gray outside.
Yeah. There's a cloud.
No, it's not at all like I'm trying to be that way. I think it's interesting though. I think it's very inspirational the fact that to see the game in those particulars and even to speculate on some of the possible control and possible outer psyop coming our way. That A lot of us won't even know what to think at that point.
Dude, it's
But
just it's kind of like disheartening because they know so much about psychology to social engineer us to corral us to the general direction where they want us to go, and most people don't even give a shit to learn enough about psychology to know when it's being employed against them.
mhm,
It's like,
right.
what do you do? How do you wake
That's
those
why I made
people
the
up?
reenactment. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
That was it, man.
Well, I made a reenactment of that Stanley Milgram trials that went on. Where they were shocking the guy, the actor that was acting like he was being shocked. And I've talked about this before. I made like
Yeah,
a student
dude.
film in college where I reenacted that whole thing, and it was to show, that the important point about that whole study was that once people realized they were shocking somebody and they continued to do it, even after realizing they could have stopped, a huge percentage of them went all the way to the very end because that's the only way psychologically they could get out of it. Because once they participated in it and they had their choice to continue or not, then once they continue, the only way to displace the guilt of it is to say, oh, I was just doing what I was told, so I had to go all the way up to the point where the guy was not even like yelling anymore. It's like you assume the guy's dead, but they had to continue administering the shocks just to get out of it psychologically. That's how
Yeah, dude.
crazy.
That expected. That's so funny that you did a reenactment of that and recorded that or a project. That's awesome. But that experiment by itself on its face is absolutely chilling. To how like people will just like randomly kill people. Like those like a related one would be like, okay, here's a button. If you press this button, someone you don't know elsewhere will die. If you don't press this button, like you'll get like and they'll just smack it all day. They don't give a shit. They're like, yeah, whatever. They have no connection to it, and that like it's like when they remove empathy strategically from you or from the population, that's the kind of shit that people will just do, and that's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa.
And the video games totally desensitize the kids to it. Like one of the things Mike Williams talks about, or another talk I was listening to, they don't really care about us necessarily at this point. They're working on the generation coming up, like that's their focus because they know, like within this time period, those are the ones, the desensitized, perfect specimen they'll have at that point.
Sounds
So
super
how can
gloomy.
we,
Yeah. There you go.
how can we figure out what they're doing and then maybe try to be the better influence to make sure that doesn't happen? Like with this talking about you're talking about the kids' books and all that. So I'm down with that. Like the opposite influence of some of these control factors is what we can focus on to make a positive future. That's all we can do. Maybe at the very least we can do.
I'm not playing, bro. I can't really talk, to be honest, but just try and lighten up, my guy.
I'm all light, bro. I'm in the sun right now, feeling good. I just think that it'll be interesting, and it's definitely scripted to some degree, and maybe to a large degree, which we're all aware of, and that makes it more interesting, but also a little bit disheartening, unfortunately.
Yo, why did you unfortunately that shit at the end? Just fucking
I know I
let
hate
him the
that
fuck
shit.
up, please. Fucking please let him up.
Okay.
It's almost like you can't help it.
Sometimes I
know.
feel like
Well-
new perspective. Sometimes I feel like you're like rooting for them. That's
No,
why I'm always
not at
like,
all.
are you like,
I,
are you
I really don't want to come off that way. That is the way I come off, but I'm sorry. Not at all. I'm like rooting for like us seeing through it and being beyond it. Not buying into the psyop because a lot of it is a psyop, even if it's some of the truth. We know that, right?
But unfortunately, we have.
You cut out.
But unfortunately, we have no chance. Right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the chance is to see through it.
I swear,
chance
I
is
think
to be beyond it, not let it the obvious psyops control us, which we're all about. That's what we're all about, right? It seems like anything on like a grand scale, we should probably at least take into account that might be something that they're controlling. Like just like voting, like on a small scale locally, yeah, you can have a real effect. I think there's a realness to it. I think the system might even be out for our benefit more so than we give them credit for. Like even like if there is a fake revolution that's televised, it might be to our benefit for that to happen. And I think that these people kind of weigh the good and the bad. Like they're not all just completely evil. I think they do good things and bad things, and that's how they control society and maybe justify some of their actions.
Well, you are pulling for them.
Well, shut up. I'm pulling for us, bro. Pulling for a better best possibility, best case scenario. That's why I'm trying to push anybody to maybe even consider some of these more crazy plans, so that we can be aware of it and make sure that doesn't happen in their favor. It happens in the favor of the best for everyone.
Well, like we asked Lou last night. So, what is your explanation of the best possible outcome then? New perspective.
The best possible outcome is that they are actually not completely just evil, and that we won't have to do any of this hang them on a rope type idea, because without violence, because I've heard you talk about it as well, how are we going to get to that point? If people wake up and they don't trust any government or any control system for a little while at least, how do we re-implement a society that doesn't have to do with now we're going to have to execute the people that were in control, even though those aren't the people in control. We don't even know their names. I mean, there's levels up of people that are being controlled by the ones above them, So even if we were to somehow get at the people we think are making the policies, they aren't really making the policies. So that's not really should be our aim or any kind of talk on here anyway. Some kind of how else would you go about it if there wasn't violence? And none of us want violence. We want an amicable, continuation of what we have, and it's just a way better light and a way better, respect for honesty and the good of all to whatever degree possible. So I guess the best case scenario is that these people aren't just completely evil, that there is some benevolence in some people in higher positions that actually don't want to see complete destruction and complete desperation. And so maybe the best case scenario is that they do socially engineer us, but at the same time they want a better future, in quotes. I just hope it's not smart cities with all the restrictions that come with that. So maybe we have to figure out I don't know, I'm just saying, as chess players, we have to think of every possible move that they can make, and then think of the best case scenario for all of us, in spite of them being the grandmaster chess players they are.
I'm gonna have to say that wasn't actually an answer.
Well, I guess that my answer is that I hope that it's not that they're not just completely evil, and that there is actually people that will help, get us to that point where it's a better future for all of us, and that they're using, and maybe that is the best case scenario, that they're actually using a lot of this fear that's not real, just to be able to knock it down, so that we can have our golden age and actually have things be better.
Dude,
and that's why they're making it obvious that they're doing things like this on purpose, so that we can get beyond it. Maybe that's the best case scenario, that it's not evil people.
Right. Have you been chugging soy milkshakes or something? What's going on?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
how about
tell
this?
me
How about
that.
this? New
What's your
perspective.
best case scenario? I'd
Real
love to
fast.
hear.
New perspective. Assuming that there is a group of people that have ill intent, calling shots. What's the best case scenario?
That they only have ill intent, they're just evil.
Yeah,
Dude, how are you still questioning whether they're evil? Sorry, this is gonna distract. I'll save it. That's crazy.
Well, I don't know what you mean by evil to begin with.
Oh my God!
Yeah, orchestrated world wars, mass deception. Big pharma. I mean, come on, bro.
Right? So no, I'm not trying to say that's not evil in the way that we think of evil, but I'm saying that there has to be some people that are involved in this that know what's going on to some extent, and if it's just evil, then what is it, just blow it all up and to kill all the evil people? That's the answer. I mean, I don't know whether any other way to go about it. You know what I'm saying? What do you do? What is the best case scenario? That's why I'm asking. What is the best case scenario? But without the violence, unless violence is the best case scenario. A lot of people are saying that.
I have to ask you, dude, how much do you bench?
I bench your mom and a little more than that.
You know what? Fair enough.
Wow,
I
new
don't know why I'm
perspective.
being
You sound like a baller, dude. You sound like a baller, dude. Okay, there's a group. Dude, he asked you a question. Wait, bro, I'm on a plane. I can't be loud, Give me a break. Dude, he asked you what the best outcome, most positive outcome is, and you said, I don't know, I want you to tell me the most positive outcome. Tell me that's not what a baller does.
Dude, it's not at all what I said. I said the best possible outcome is that there's some people with enough control and in positions to make it the best case scenario for us, rather than just the evil, either kill them or follow or be ruled by them. Possibility. Like, is it at the choice? Is it either kill them or just be ruled by them, or is there some kind of medium that we could actually get to where it's not all that, and we can get to a better place still, regardless of whether you can violently get together. I mean, that's maybe what they want. Maybe they want people to like actually try the violence, and so they have a reason to kill us. I don't know.
Well, watch how easy it is.
Out.
In new perspective, watch how easy it is to answer the question. Mass awareness leads to less compliance.
I agree with that. You know me. Obviously, I would agree with that.
Okay, well, that seems simple enough. Yeah.
Well, I guess that's all you had to say. I was trying to get a little more detail on what that's
Well, I mean, that's what I said,
simple.
right? If you woke up and everyone was a flat Earth, and all the governments would fall. That's what debate says. That's the implication.
Just straight up unsubscribe from their thing.
Okay, but then fine. Then if that's the situation, all the governments fall. Then what kind of society do we have, and what kind of is that best case scenario? It's going to be worst case scenario for a little while.
You and Lou go write up a constitution for the new world and get back to us.
I resent any Lou parallels. Is what I'm saying.
Yo, Whitsit, just to be fair to new perspective, Whitsit, imagine if you woke up tomorrow and you'd moved to Florida, and then Democ was the governor of Florida. What would you do?
Dude, I would celebrate instantly.
Well, people don't even know how to feed themselves. I mean, if there's like a crippling of society, it's going to be pretty hard for a lot of people for a little while. That's all I'm saying. It's not necessarily the best case scenario.
You just know, instead of like discussing the state of the union or whatever with the president, he'd be like, "Show me the ball, motherfucker." That'd be like his whole role. So,
well, one thing that Whitsit, you talked about, I mean, we're on the same page, and maybe you're just like being funny by acting like I'm like Lou, but you think that they're going to probably put Trump back in office. You said it a long time. I think they're probably going to do it too and give us our fake savior, right? That's what you said many times. So I don't know why it's very far off from what I'm talking about.
I said, yeah, I think the only way that they could like pull it off is to absorb FE with some other type of psyop. Yeah, but all right, I think that we already won. I'm like very, very
agree
about this.
Well, I think we did, and that's what I've said many times before, just to make sure that I said it again, is that we've already run by normalizing this conversation. Just because if it ever gets to the mainstream and then they start saying it themselves, then I'm not sure why maybe that's where they wanted to get to anyway. So normalizing this conversation amongst real people is the best thing, and we've already won by doing that.
Dude, how do you speculate on all the things that you just listed and still think that we won and know that we won?
Well, because on a small scale, we have.
All right, well, nice talking to you, Lou, and our plane's about to take off.
Have a nice plane ride.
Maybe a better way of putting it is that stage one is complete. Like, so I don't know there would be like 5 stages or whatever, but stage one would surely be to normalize the conversation, right? So the fact that you can say, "Hey, man, the Earth's flat," right, and it's only anti-flat earthers like low IQ morons who ridicule now. Most other people are listening, and so yeah, there are some people who will still ridicule you, but like, I mean, for instance, in the UK, it's different probably in America, but in the UK, like, if you say, "Oh yeah, I don't think we landed on the moon," that's a completely fine conversation to have at a party, and loads of people will join in. They'll be like, "Yeah, I think that's bollocks," and stuff. Maybe that's not true in America, but if we get that level with the flat Earth, which the first step is like making it so that it's not like an instant ridicule, I think we've already achieved that. The second bit is making it so that it's like casual conversation, right? So that's the next stage. So hopefully I've interpreted what you were saying correctly.
Oh, I thought you were just saying what you thought instead of what you thought I thought.
Okay, fine. Well, that's what I thought you were saying.
Well, what do you think?
What? Are you okay, bro? I'm trying to be charitable to you, and you're just like saying,
No, I'm not trying to challenge you at all. I'm saying, don't you agree with that? Don't you think that's like
Dude,
a
I miss
win?
soundboards.
We
Yeah, well,
normalize the conversation.
yeah, I think that's fair enough. If that's what you were saying,
Yeah.
I would agree.
Okay, good. Yeah, I thought so.
Now
I
he's
think
just
they
trying
pay
to put the
attention to
white
everything.
pill.
I think it.
He's trying to put the
I think
white
it.
pill costume on. Like they'll never know.
I think to assume that they're not paying attention to every single thing and recording every single conversation we have and paying attention to this exact conversation, I think it'd be very assumptive to think that they're not paying attention.
What?
That's for whatever reason.
How would you act differently if you think that they weren't paying attention?
I wouldn't.
So what difference does it make?
Earth glob, the V was good. 9/11
No.
wasn't an inside job. Sorry, what else?
Yeah, like if I thought it mattered, like I guess that we've all kind of given up the idea that they might prosecute us for what we're saying. You know, we're beyond that.
All elections are legitimate and make a difference to how
Right.
Voting has always mattered. Yeah.
They infiltrate every movement, though, and that's the thing we should be aware of as all.
I don't know, man. I don't think that so to think that they're listening to every conversation we have is kind of like ridiculous to me. I think that they have a keyword algorithmic search with an AI that'll put like maybe a transcription of a recorded conversation, say on YouTube, into a searchable database that may jog keywords, and then take some AI thing to put them on a list. But I don't think that anyone is listening to all the conversations because that's not productive, and these people aren't. They're not inefficient, right? They control the whole world. They own all the resources. They wouldn't be wasting shit like that, right? I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. It's a $61 million a day budget that we're possibly threatening is all. They should have enough money to spare to have somebody listening.
But that's nothing, right? That's not their motivation. They print money out of nothing. It means nothing to them. They own the infrastructure, the manufacturing, the companies, the actual collateral, the land, the gold, the actual resources. They own all that already. So the money is just kind of like a Ponzi, like move back and forth
All
game
right.
as we all
Well, then now you're giving them credit again. And how is everyone waking up to flat Earth going to stop all that?
Going to stop them from owning everything?
Well, yeah, exactly. And they own the media. They own everything that people hear on TV. I mean, how is that going to change if everyone realizes the Earth is flat?
And start to make a serious inroads into the propaganda. Like, for instance, yeah, go on.
So, if nobody watches the $1 billion propaganda machine, what power does it have, right? It's super easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, but if you were them, what would you do? What would you do at that point?
I'd try to find a different way to control. Yeah, I'd try to lean on different ways to control the population that I was losing.
Say the outer ponders made us do it, and then have the outer ponders.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. What else could you? What other possibility is there? That's what I'm saying. It's the best possible scenario they could think of.
I have to admit, brainstorming for psychopaths isn't something I'm particularly good at. I need to be a psychopath.
That's how you play chess, bro. You have to look at your opponent as a psychopath that you're trying to outsmart.
Yeah, then you've already lost, dude. That's crazy. How are you going to out-psycho a psychopath, though?
Right, exactly.
Well, how else do you do it?
I don't think you do it, man.
Well, you probably train a
Dave,
psycho.
someone said doo-doo. Someone said doo-doo there. Dave, do you know that the Alice in one
God.
Alice Through the Looking Glass is based on a chessboard, and Alice begins as a pawn. So just to mention that the chessboard, as you mentioned it there, very pertinent.
Hey,
how are you doing, guys?
Pete, how many Guinnesses are you, Deep?
Hey, bud, don't be worried about the Guinnesses. You should be asking me how many smokes I've had
that's
from weed, from lemon haze. That's what you should be asking me. I'm grand though. I can arm wrestle any man in the moment and I can handle myself clearly.
I
But
don't think
just
any
to
of those
say
words
that,
made sense.
I know I came in, but I came in, I think, at a pertinent time because we're after understanding now that the spinning ball Earth is not just a throwaway thing, it's a metaphor. So it's built, the lie is built on the truth. And that's what I was saying about Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass. Alice Through Looking Glass is based on our ventures up the chessboard, where we begin in a pawn and advance to, well, I don't know, what is it, king or queen? You decide. Maybe it's knight. Maybe it's something else. Anyway.
So how many Guinnesses did you answer?
Yeah, none. I have had no Guinnesses.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
bullshit.
No, it's not bullshit. I've had about we count 12 cans of Carling throughout the course of the day, which is a beer, and many joints I've had as well on 11 days. But I'm still capable. Any man fancies challenging PJ's intellect. Go ahead.
I would guess that
Anyway.
Pete, you wake up in the morning without any kind of influence, and you're pretty much the same. It's just you're genuine in who you are. I love you.
Dude, it's funny because I've DJ'd sort of around London and outer areas throughout probably 15, 20 years. I know what a drunk Irishman sounds like. It's like instantly know that sound of
Definitely not as articulate as Pete, regardless of how crazy what he says.
Right. So hang on, Ronnie. Explain to the crew here or the listeners how a drunk Irishman sounds, and then let's compare it to how the listeners will hear PJ in his articulate formulation and in response. So go ahead.
I mean, okay, so there's a very good example of a drunk Irishman in the VC right now. If you guys want to just check out Je suis Dodo, that's a fantastic example.
That's the best you can do. Okay, that's not bad.
What I was going to say sorry. Well, I was going to make a comment on the topic we were on.
Gio.
I have a better one than that, though, Gio. So go ahead, Gio. I'll post a better one than that. Go ahead, but Gio, how are you doing?
Well, did I interrupt Crypto, or Crypto, were you going to say
No, you go ahead. Yeah, I guess.
Well, my mind was just still thinking about the conversation we were having about, and there was a couple thoughts I was going to say. One is that I was just thinking that the analogy of, like, whoever the kind of controllers are, just to use that term, controllers, like in the sense of the idea of like a wolf in sheep's clothing. But I was just thinking of the analogy, but what about if it's more like that they're like a wiener dog in sheep's clothing?
It's exactly like that too. It's like, yeah, we see you, dude.
Yeah, and even though they may have the position that they have because they were willing to do genocides and world wars and sinking the Titanic and all kinds of crazy stuff, to where they were able to get the position to have the Federal Reserve. And I mean, I do have to, I don't know, I would not say tip my hat, because I'm not tipping a hat to them, but I'm just saying I would have to say, like, yeah, they're very kind of virulent or whatever, in their efforts in that sense. So yeah, in that sense. But what if, like, they actually are a lot, less of a threat than we may consider? The fact that they do seem to have the media and big pharma and a lot of these things that seem to be these kind of controlling mechanisms. And then I guess I was just going to also say, like, in link with that, I was just going to say that I think a lot of their the kind of control that they have depends on people, basically, like I said before, like subscribing to them. Like, how many people have clicked the subscribe button? Okay, I subscribe to NASA. I subscribe to the WHO, whatever it is. The people are going with it. And most people, it's like they kind of default subscribe to it because you're born into it, and you just think, oh, this is the world and the authority, and they're so you just kind of are built in with like a bit of you're already subscribed when you're born, basically. And I just think, like, the level of unsubscribing that is already happening and that could happen even more, meaning, like, I don't think it has to be like a violent revolution necessarily or anything like that. I just think by like Witz had said before, like, just not complying and just in enough of a way, or like not subscribing any longer, to the point to where, especially if, like, the truth about the earth and a lot of these other things become more prevalent as well, I don't think it has to be some kind of violent thing of like pulling them out of power necessarily. It could happen pretty naturally, like a kind of natural dissolving as there's more and more awareness happening. And then, there will have to be certain sectors like kind of get control back over the governments and the Federal Reserve. Like there would have to be those steps. But I think if there's enough like truth out there and enough like shifts that are happening, I think that everyone will play their part, in their own way.
So you're kind of saying it's like, do you remember MySpace when like the first? Do you remember MySpace, Gio? I don't know if you remember MySpace, but like everyone was friends with Tom, so you're kind of like subscribed to Tom the second you join, and it's like not enough people unfriending Tom, sort of thing.
Gio, let me.
It's a great analogy.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me respond to that directly, Gio. Gio, I was actually thinking about this tonight. I mentioned it, which is about the creation of Jekyll Island, the Federal Reserve, right? Could we be where we are right now without the creation of fake money? And this is the thing, as truthers, that's the thing that we object to most. I'm thinking there's some sort of interconnection between this greater sort of schematic. You know what I mean? I know I've heard you saying that God exists throughout and everywhere, all encompassing. I think it might be something along those lines. And I as individuals, then we just got to work our way through all of the different clues laid down. And just to say, finish, I know there's lots of people in here, but just to say that, we're not venturing into some new territory. We're not mavericks as flat earthers. We are simply following a series of clues or a pattern or a layering laid down for us to follow. Okay. No, that was a lot. Hope you got
well, that's kind of like what they were criticizing me for, is saying like it was just following along, even though like they may just be controlling us to actually realize things on purpose. But I think that maybe in defense of that type of thinking, maybe that there's an organic part to this, which is happening right here in this conversation. That we're the organic part of whatever the whole thing is. Like with 9/11 is a great example, because we saw there was controlled opposition from the very start, and they're not allowing certain things to be said on the actual supposed truth site, that about the whole thing. So we realized there was two sides to it. It was controlled on both sides, but the organic part of it is that we realized that that's how big the control can be, and we wake up to other things. And even with the flat Earth, maybe some of it's controlled, but we're the organic part of it that's maybe trying to think ahead, where we're not being led, and that's what's significant and cool about this.
Let me respond to Dave. Yeah, let me respond to that just very briefly, because it's very specific as well. Because I've sort of looked upon it in this way. It's like an Easter egg hunt, right? So imagine there's 10 clues to find the ultimate answer. Then it's an individual sort of journey. So along the way, you help, and you're aided and abetted, and you use, but at a certain point you're reliant on the clues laid down. So the acceptance that there is a greater script laid down for us has to be paramount. It really, for me anyway, it has to be paramount. So the only thing we can hope to do is to sort of solve the video game, you know what I mean, knowing at our core that there's a greater script writer. Honestly, that's the way I think, and I'll elaborate upon that. I know there's lots of people trying to get in. But,
yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, we have to like, by not giving them too much credit, we might be making a mistake, that they are like thinking of all the little things, and then we have to really, really, really think about this together. Put our heads together to make sure we're playing the grandmaster chess player with the best next move instead of what they expect us to do.
But there is no us, Dave,
like you
though.
don't
That's what I'm
you don't
saying.
have to kill them.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to be violent about them. You just have to get everyone to not listen to them, right? If they have a news propaganda machine and they own every news station and media and newspaper, you beat it not by destroying all those institutions, by getting people to see that they don't listen to any of that shit, and then all that power dies immediately, right? So it's like you just deflate the illusion of the divine right of the politician to rule, or the belief in statism as a real thing, that government has a right and authority over people. If you diffuse that, then the whole rest of it falls like Jenga, dude.
Right, because if somebody's in a position of like an oligarchy, like I am the king and I'm the the divine right of kings, and we're all of that whole mentality, that hierarchy. If the other people around them give them that like label, like you are the king, do that, then okay, then I guess he has that kind of power, and if he signs a bill or whatever it is, people take that as seriously. But if the people around him were just like, no, you're not a king, you're just a person, then it's like, yeah, like that whole energy just like it just falls like instantly. It's like literally
you,
unsubscribing, like unsubscribe from the Globe, unsubscribe from big media, unsubscribe from big pharma. And it's like, if that's happening, then they're not going to have that level of followers.
Do you guys
But
know
they
that
have the
parable?
algorithms to see it happening and know how many people are actually on that page, and then
I know,
try to
new
make that their
perspective.
page.
They're already 10
Jesus.
steps ahead of us, and they've
Do you
already
guys
got us. And
It's true, no,
we
Gio.
know,
It's
all
true.
right.
do you guys know that parable from Game of Thrones though, where he's like, "Oh, the illusion of power, it's a shadow on a wall, whatever." He's like the riddle. He's like, "All right, 3 men in a room. Who has all the power? A king, and a priest and a swordman. Like one guy has a sword, and each one bid that they kill the other. Like who wins?" And then the result is, oh, power, it's an illusion, it's a shadow on the wall. It really rests where people believe it resides, right? So, like you said, if all the people of the land give the king the divine power, then the power he has. But if they all just walked away and stopped listening to them, what's one fat old guy in a scepter gonna do to anyone?
There's even an idea that that's why they made the Globe, because the Globe is an actual thing that can actually trap people mentally. Because there's an idea that let's say you were trying to rule over people, and they knew that the Earth was an extended planar surface that they could just leave. And it's like, I am the king. You must answer to me. And if everybody was like, yeah, we're good, thanks, man, we're leaving. No problem, we're out of here.
Right.
And if you just leave and go somewhere else, then they don't have control anymore. But if you put them on a globe, now there's nowhere to go. They have the Federal Reserve. You know what I mean? They kind of have this level of control. So there's even an idea that the globe model is like their kind of latest and greatest, way to kind of enact the tyranny, because in all their past iterations of it, people are just unsubscribe too quickly.
It is. It's the mental prison that goes along with it, right? Like they don't have to physically restrain you if they can restrain your mind mentally. It's almost beautiful. You say you can't tip the hat, but you have to. The maleficence in them is just it's impressive.
Well, let me say
the layers
something
of
here.
it, well, the layers of it, though, Pete, I'm probably about to say what you would say. But the layers of it, to explain the layers of it to somebody really does give you more power, not less. It's not like
Right.
being like,
Right.
if you know that the controlled opposition of 9/11 was, like we all realize, like we had people in our lives probably that we came to us and said, oh, you were right about 9/11. And then at that point, we're like, but by the way, don't buy into the controlled opposition. And they're like, wait, you're saying that they're telling us the truth on purpose? That's crazy. But of course that's what they're doing. They control both sides in most situations. And we all are aware of that. It's
But that's the
not being
point.
black.
Let me respond here to Dave, please, because it's very sort of specific and it's on topic as well, because we're delving into the deeper layers, right, of the masterminds. I guess if we accept that there is a sort of the ball is obviously scripted, right? It has to be. Every single aspect of the spinning ball Earth is problematic, and on probabilities alone, it's ruled out, because probabilities multiply, right? So therefore there's a greater schematic, or there's a greater design to the lie, and the lie, of course, can only be developed based on the truth. But let me just say this, okay, that's what I was talking about, the treasure hunt, right? So even if we're all in a group here, I don't think there's many of us who will agree with me, who will say that 9/11 was a hoax, a symbolic hoax. No one died, no one cried. You know what I'm saying? So that immediately creates opposition, and therefore I'm on my own path then after that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying about bringing us back to this individual sort of treasure hunt and making our way and understanding, at least, or considering that there's this greater script laid out, which ultimately involves us. We are the higher power. We are the one player, if you want, right? Okay, I'll pause there because I know.
Yeah, well, the only thing that seems to give me hope is seeing that we see both sides of it. It gives me hope that there's people that realize that there was a controlled opposition from the very start with 9/11. There's enough of us now that realize that. And that's hopeful, not black-pilled, in my opinion. And the same maybe with Flat Earth and some of these other things, that there's going to be efforts on their side to control both parts of it, and maybe the outcome that we think is possibly in our favor that might not necessarily be all in our favor, like smart cities being like this utopia that has all the things that anyone could hope for in a utopia, but that it's way more controlled than you'd ever hope. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? We just have to be the organic part of it is the only thing we can hope for out of that.
What I was going to say, and I was
we still have an organic result.
I was just going to. That's the reason I asked the question, and I forgot about it momentarily. But I was going to remind, because you mentioned Game of Thrones. Does anyone remember the chief protagonist from the game? I haven't even watched it, but I know who it is from the House of Stark, which is Arya Stark, right? I don't even. Okay, but.
Arya Stark is, I know. Yeah, that's a really kind of cool parallel there.
And the Winter, what was it? Winterfell was the name of the house. and winter is coming was the motto or something like that. Come on, man. Winter, when Christ was born in the middle of winter. Okay, that's a deeper layer, but I'm not saying a deeper layer, shallower layer.
It's really fascinating. I mean, I don't think it's like I know that you could, to a certain degree, like with the 9/11 or some of these other things, it's like what we could term as learned helplessness, right? A lot of people see that as black pill, but I think seeing through both sides of it and seeing how they're trying to like use like the good and the bad to control us is more hopeful, not black pill, in my opinion, because you have to see both sides of it, or you're completely going to be controlled by thinking that
You'll
they're giving
never-
us something good when it's not necessarily what
You'll never be able to grow, though, will you? You'll never be able to grow. I remember life is if L or I fell. So there has to be a purpose to life in this division as well. And here's the thing: the heliocentric or the heliocentric, right? That's the lie delivered to us in all of its fantasy, in a sense. Now we realize that it's a accepted norm for most people. I think we all reckon. But here's the thing: the only way that the lie can exist is if it's built on an opposition to truth. So that's why I think it has to be all a greater construct, and we all ourselves have agreed to immerse ourselves within this greater game. And now is the time for revelation. I really think it is. You know what I'm saying? We have the ability to put the pieces together within. Here's the thing: within the proper context. Don't sell anyone short. That beautiful child, your beautiful partner, who doesn't matter, your beautiful self. This is easy for us. Now we see the proper context. That's what I think.
Yeah, the ether. Let's talk about the ether, because that's like a huge thing that's like I'm digging into right now. Like this.
Did you say ether Starkus?
Yeah, that's where I was headed. Right.
Really, like, I mean, I was going to say this before as well, but it is the old cliche setting, the truth sets you free. But I mean, I would just say, like, okay, if we were to even go from when they got control over the Federal Reserve, I mean, the Titanic sunk, and then the next year the Federal Reserve was established, and then it seemed like right into World War I, right out of World War I into Einstein and all the suppression in the 1920s that was going on, and then into the what they call the Great Depression, 1929 to 1933, and then into World War II, of course, then out of World War II into this whole, NASA, United Nations, and everything from, World War II to today. Now, if we were to put that in, like, let's just say 100 years, call it 115 years or so. Well, what? The Federal Reserve was 1913. So yeah, a little over 100 years. So if we were just to put it in that from that point forward, and we were to view it that there has been like a takeover, as it were. Now, I would even say there were takeovers that had happened before that, but I'm just saying if we're to go from there, and then there is this current kind of structure of these controllers or these entities, whoever they may be, that have then established more and more control over governments, over media, big pharma, the oil. And when you have control over the Federal Reserve, that's when it was game over, in a sense, at least in a way, because now they were able to control these larger sort of world wars, quote unquote, and these other narratives and all the media and all these things. And it's like this age where there's a tremendous amount of deception and control that is connected to this modern world. Obviously, the globe being like the main cosmology kind of core of it. And just with all that being said, if we're in this kind of like, it's not all just darkness and deception in the last 100 years. There's also been, beauty and all kinds of positive things in people's lives. But I'm just talking about the larger kind of structure of the known continents that we're involved in and these kind of countries and everything that we're aware of. So I guess what I'm just saying from that perspective, if we've been in that whole kind of sleep, if you will, or that kind of daze of having this kind of control that's been put onto us in a sense and asserted onto us. And there was little that we could do in a sense because they had control over the money with the Federal Reserve and then these different components. So it's sort of like, we've been a little bit knocked up and tied up a little bit, knocked out and tied up a little bit in terms of the larger structure of humanity because they've had that control. And so we're a little bit like at the whim of what they're doing, the news, the media, the big pharma, these kinds of things. So with all that being said, when it brings to now, and like, let's say, the last 5 to 10 years and how much more awareness and how many more, in terms of like the concept of some sort of a process going on where there's a shift, I think it's just connected to the December 1st, 2012, December 21st, 2012, I think is when the actual cyclical shift, I think, is connected to that, which of course in a lot of the ancient calendars and Mayan calendars and others that had a date that shifted there. So from that point forward, where we're at now, if we're coming out of this like kind of 100-year, having our hands tied behind our backs in a sense, then this all kind of links back to the concept of like the truth sets you free. And I know it sounds so cliche, but awareness of truth, speaking about it, making actions that we can, and all of those factors, whether they're done on small scale or large scale, is all part of it. And I think whatever the control structure is and whoever those entities are, I don't think it has to end in some kind of violence or, take machine guns and do anything crazy. I don't think that's needed. I think that just the truth, because they're exerting like a certain level of psychological control and manipulation through everybody subscribing to what they're doing and, subscribing to their claims of authority and all of that. So as more and more people sort of unsubscribe from that and don't, discontinue to go along with it and, thinking independently, thinking for ourselves, discovering new things, all of these components, I think that process will like naturally dissolve their power structure, because if their power structure is built on deceptions, as the deceptions are dissolved, then their power structure gets dissolved along with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's yeah. It's just again, it's the layers of the layers we have to pay attention to. Like again with 9/11, like you realize that there was no planes. I realized there was no planes, but the people that feel like they've woken up to the truth about 9/11 have no idea that there was no planes. Most of the people, right? So we have to like make sure we're staying astute, even if it seems like we're being told the truth by the controlled opposition. We have to still be checking everything that they're saying, because that's not necessarily the whole truth.
I mean, I think the shape of the earth is going to be the final blow. I think a lot of other truths are huge, no doubt. I mean, but the thing about 9/11, what can we really prove? That's so tough, There's footage. We can all have our perspectives on it, but it's so hard to really prove anything for sure. So that one's tough. I'm just saying, in terms of like exposing what they're doing, because they're kind of a lot of layers. They kind of have they took over a lot of these structures. So they took over a lot of these governments to the point to where people may have thought those governments were legit or somewhat legit, like the Republic of the United States kind of thing has now been taken over, and people kind of think it's still the United States, but it's really not. It's like a corporate takeover of what was the United States before, but people still think it's the Declaration of Independence. So,
right, that's how much the control is. Like if you had to like explain to somebody, and like for everyone to realize the truth, like we're talking about, like for like about the shape of the earth or whatever, even that, it would take so many hours of like very detailed explanation of, well, we don't know exactly the whole shape, but we do know that, like the interferometry is like, telling us that there's an ether wind. And like for anyone that's a normal person to like wake up to that easily, it would be like unbelievable. It'd be hard to even like imagine that like everyone could get on the same page without that intense research that we've done,
Dave, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you. That's what I said at the very start, and I want to deal with your point in just momentarily, Gio, if you don't mind. Dave, that's what I'm saying from the very start. We can never, ever, ever hope to do that. All we can do is hope to come to terms in our greater sort of Easter egg hunt, so that everything with the establishment that there is this greater puzzle laid down for us, and we then become the one player. What I would say to you about Geo, it may be okay, everything seems disconnected, but remember, that's the core of the ball earth sort of paradigm, that everything away from earth is ultimately separate. The further you go, the more separate you become in all directions, even to the extent of, well, what are you going to say, the separation between everything and nothing. Anyway, but yes, the nearest neighbor is the moon at 250,000 miles away. As flat earthers now with new eyes, the moon is fucking right there. Excuse me, sorry for my passion there. That was sort of dramatic in a sense, but it really is. Orion's belt is right there. Sirius is right there. I can see the greater income, just even from my own bedroom here. I can see maybe, I guess maybe 3/4 of the night sky, or what there is to be seen. You know what I'm saying? Certainly more than half of the night sky or the greater universe. So it's this greater enclosed encompassment or context for our thinking that we must apply now, with not the hope that you'll convince anyone. Of course, you'll encourage everyone along the way, but you have the realization that there's a greater, it's like a crossword puzzle. It's like a greater challenge, riddle set out for all of us as individuals, understanding maybe our potential, yes, but that there is some preset determination and everything is connected. That is it's not the certainty, but it is the new consideration. Do you know what I'm saying? So therefore 9/11 is absolutely, and I will actually stand on this, 9/11 is absolutely connected with flat earth. There's no separation. And everything, the clouds are connected now to flat
Pete,
earth.
the
The
brakes are
stars are,
broken. I
just to
think
finish,
the
the
brakes.
stars
Yeah,
now, which were, okay,
you
just to
lost
finish,
us, Pete. Yeah.
the stars now, which were so far away,
Oh
are
boy.
now connected to flat earth as well. So every story is connected. There we go. Thank you.
Well, kind of what you were saying, Gio, like, I guess in a way, it's like you, without the violence and stuff, you kind of have to be like a pro-spiritualist to a certain degree, like hoping that there'll be like an outcome that doesn't have to go to the destruction of society type thing. Somehow society will continue with a lot more truth or a lot more enlightenment being more the norm. Whether it becomes the norm is not necessarily what our concern is going to. I don't know if that's necessarily what our aim should be. Is more so than like, on a local level, what can we do to make things a lot more pleasant for the future?
Yeah, like a velvet revolution where there isn't violence and where it's more of like a dissolving of the power structure rather than some kind of takeover, rather than some kind of intense takeover kind of thing. Like if they already took over humanity in the way they have with the Federal Reserve and all these things, then like, do we need to like take it back with some force or some severe thing where, we break into the Federal Reserve and, take it back or something crazy? I would say no, it doesn't have to be that way. I mean, there certainly have been things like that have happened in this realm and in others, but I'm just saying I don't necessarily think that this one has to be that way, and I don't think it will either.
How would it be, Gio? How would you think the perfect way of sort of transition would be? What would your ideal scenario be?
Well, we were talking about this earlier. You mean just overall, or
So it's a small Earth now, right? So we're all interconnected. So what would be the best way? Because we know intuitively, right, that we can only have a local influence, and that has no bearing on the greater structure. We either have faith in a greater overarching sort of plan or not. You know what I'm saying? But what's the best we could do? And you're an influential platform here, but what's the best we could do without that violent tendency, a violent overthrow? I mean, I'm just wondering what you think is the best way to proceed. It's a very difficult question, isn't it? Because the opposition is so.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any like one easy answer, because I don't think it's going to be like one person that does it or something, or it's not even going to be a group. It's not going to be like, oh, these 10 guys do it. I think it's going to be a huge effort on multiple fronts, and I think everyone will kind of play their role in their own ways, in all different countries, in that sense. But I mean, if we view it as almost like a parasite, like let's say that this whoever this group is, this cabal or whatever, if they're like a parasite, and parasites in the body can use what's called biofilms, where they're able to protect themselves. So like there's biofilms. These parasites they release biofilm materials, and the biofilm encompasses the parasite, and it like locks it in the body or locks it in the bloodstream. These parasites can actually use these biofilms to protect against like the natural detoxification systems of the body, for example, or even like could resist certain like things that you would take to try to kill that parasite. And so if you're going to get rid of the parasite, one of the things that may need to happen is you need to like break down those biofilms. You need to like dissolve the biofilms in that sense. And then in some way, like quarantine that parasite. Now, when it comes to a parasite, you could kill it in that sense, like destroy its that. But there's also ways to like quarantine it and remove it as well. In the sense of somehow finding a way to like safely quarantine it. Like, for example, if there's a murderer going around the neighborhood just killing people, every night there's a new person that's been killed. Obviously, you got to do something. If you don't do anything, the guys, you're going to keep having deaths and all of that. Now, it doesn't mean you want to. I mean, in my opinion, I wouldn't want to go out with a machine gun and just start shooting it at the guy, even if you found the guy who's doing it. I don't think it's right to kill just because someone else is doing that.
So what would you do?
But they would need to be like quarantined in some way. Yeah, they would need to be, some way stopped from continuing to do what they're doing. So yeah, there's a lot of different perspectives on it. Like, do you use force? Do you use violence? Or do you use some other way? But I mean, I think with this whole scenario that we're in on a larger scale in terms of just humanity and this level of control, I don't necessarily think it has to be that, because there's so many parts to that. I mean, do they really control the military fully? That's a whole question.
Right.
Do they really? Because if they don't, then they don't even really have the ability to have any violence against us. Like if the so there's so many different ways to view it. But I guess
and even beyond that, Gio, who is the they you're talking about? Did they control the military? So again, there is so many different ways to. What's going on though, Gio? Are you an ultimate optimist? Do you think that everything is interconnected, or it's totally opposite? I was actually thinking, Gio, can you think of a word, the opposite of cooperation? What's the opposite of cooperation? I can't think of it. It's not coming to me immediately as an easy word anyway. But you know what I'm saying? So yes, who are they? What's the ultimate control mechanism within this greater realm we find ourselves? And can I answer the question I actually asked you, Gio, as an offering anyway? Everyone to have a fucking hit of DMT, or maybe a similar ayahuasca or something like that, and let everyone wake up to the greater extents or expanses of themselves, oneself, within this greater, I guess, fabrication. Do you know what I'm saying? I think that would wake up the world more than anything else. And all of these perceived illusions then will sort of shatter. But maybe then again, everything in its own time. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, sorry about that. But yeah. My offering.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think there's a lot of. I mean, if people choose to, yeah, there's a lot of different avenues towards, and different tools that can be used. But I mean, I think to answer, those are a couple of different topics you brought up. I think maybe the first one you'd mentioned, just in terms of like, who are they and all that. I mean, I agree. But let's say, let's take it a different scenario. Let's say, I'm just going to make a ridiculous analogy. It's going to be totally absurd. But stick with me for a second. It's just coming to my. I'm just making.
Go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
Let's just say you had, all right. I won't even. Okay. Let's just say you had 2,000 friends, you and 2,000 buddies, and you guys are going to try to, it's just totally fabricated. I'm just making this up. But let's say there's 2,000 people, and they want to, try to get control over others. So you build some of those guys up to be very wealthy, and you have them build the Titanic like JP Morgan. And then, you sink the Titanic that had the people that were opposing the Federal Reserve, et cetera. I guess what I'm just saying, like, who are they? There's maybe a lot of different ideas. People might think that Nephilim or, other species or reptilians.
Oh, I have stuff to say about that.
And I have my thoughts as well. But I mean, if we just view them as some kind of group, some kind of cabal or brotherhood or fraternity or a cult, basically, just view it as they're like a cult, and there's all the different ideas with the Jesuits and all that. But if they're like a cult, they're a group. The reason that they've gotten the control that they have is because of the psychopathy. Like, most people are not psychopathic to where they'll want to, like, sink boats and kill people like the Titanic, or start world wars, or do crazy things. You know what I mean? Most people just want to live with their family and be happy. Some people want to get into a little bit of crime or a little bit something shady, but most entities on Earth are not into that. But the ones that are into it, because they're so bold and they have that kind of evil mastermind quality, if they're willing to take those steps, just like criminals who get away with things because they're willing to take those steps to figure it all out and do it. So if these guys have done that, instead of seeing them as like some big scary thing where they're all powerful or anything like that, what about just seeing them as like just a cult, like a group that has been able to weasel their way in through all these, just because they have that psychopathic drive and they're willing to do whatever it takes. They're willing to kill people and just be absolutely, whatever, if you categorize that as evil or whatever it may be, to where they then have just, it's like a gang that has just weaseled their way in more and more and more. And then, like I said, getting control over the Federal Reserve was really when things changed, because with the Federal Reserve, they're printing the money. Now they basically have infinite money and they can go take over other governments and get their guys in positions of corporations and all that stuff.
Right.
So whatever that group is, like, I don't really think they're all powerful at all. They're just a group that's doing what they're doing. And
Answers.
So,
that's perfect, man. And you know what you just said there, a great encapsulation. I would have accepted completely if I was a conspiracy person, but I wasn't a flat earther. I would have said that I would have accepted the evolutionary theory. I would have accepted the ball earth, and I would have accepted the survival of the fittest. So all of these cliques, you said occult, so sharing sort of private knowledge, survival of the fittest, amalgamation of the strongest forces. I would have accepted that, and I would have accepted your premise, but except for coming to flat earth. It makes all the difference, forgive the expression, in the world. Actually, I sang a song today, you know it, The Plain Truth has made a greater parody of it, but I just sang the original song, which is a mad world, right? And I just, instead of mad world, I said in the chorus, flat world. It's a flat world, so I just kept it minimalistic. Let's put it like that. But yes, except for me coming to flat Earth, I would have accepted everything that you just had to say there, and I would have also accepted my fate, according to my realization that I'm helpless. I can't fucking do anything about this. I realize the wrong. I'm not after these fucking goals. I don't want to hurt people. I want people to be happy. Like Clay was saying yesterday, right, Gio? But yeah, I want people to be happy. I want all of us to experience the best that we can. Okay, but coming to Flat Earth now, I have a different setting, and all of these, just to finish up, right, because I know there's lots to say from lots of people, but yes, all of these things are placed in contrast for us, just like the heliocentric, the galactic or the Big Bang model is placed in contrast for us, because the external in this greater metaphysical venture we ventured into sort of reflects our internal division in a greater or lesser way. I would say actually a lesser way, because we ourselves, our core, our spirit is beyond the material, and the scientist, just to finish, the scientist, the ball earther, sticks purely to the physical. There's nothing beyond, or there's no venture into the greater possibilities. So yes, thank you for that, Gio. Great summation of where I was about, I would say about 10 years ago. It would have been Charlie. I would have been Gem Panda. Not 10 years ago, maybe 13 years ago, 2009. I would have been Charlie. I would have been Gem Panda. I would have been Pazza. I would have been Druss. I would have been all the best. I would have been Bob the Science Guy. Yeah. Excellent. Go ahead, bud. Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, for listening to me. I know I sort of go along a bit, but hopefully I made the point. Now there's hope. You see, Flat Earth brings hope. It's going away from this determinism, the mind of man. Now the mind of the greater creator comes into being, which is denied by, it's not denied by science, but it's sort of negated by science. doesn't have anything to say about it. They know better, Dave. You think Negator doesn't know better? You're fucking crazy. They must all know that there's a you know what I'm saying? What do they know? What do they know? I don't know. Must know though.
Yeah, it gets harder and harder to believe that they just deny their common sense on a regular basis and argue the same arguments as if they don't realize what we're saying. Yeah, it gets harder to believe that.
Two possibilities are part of Geo's, as he described here, occult They're part of this beneficiary sort of mindset, which will take from others of their own kind and profit themselves. How they're going to profit, I don't know, but otherwise, they're part of a greater story. I think this is the flat Earth story and beyond. That well, this is all just a game for all of us, and we're all waking up to our greater, wondrous nature. Who knows? That's the way I like to look at it. That's why I love Gem Panda and all of the crew over there. I was over there tonight. Because that's the way
Yeah,
I hope.
there has to be a certain amount of organicness to it. I think that's another takeaway from like some of the stuff we're saying, like about the control structure. And I don't think that they can do it like completely artificially. I think that the artificial construct is maybe what the parameters that they set out for us to work within. But then there has to be an organic part of it that they use as well. Even if they are using it, at least it's organic, and we can tell the difference.
Well,
the organic part
my
is you,
point-
the truther. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was just going to say the organic part is you, the truther. You don't know any better.
Exactly.
Fed with all these stories. So
For
as
real.
long as your heart, as the individual, and all there is, remember, everyone listening, no matter where you are, who you are, whatever, I think even, let me just say this, I think even the most elite of the elite, no matter what you've been led in on, if you haven't lived it, if you haven't worked it out yourself, it's okay. It's a diminished value. Let me put it like that. So what I'm saying is, yes, the true value there is this. I think it is emergent, and it's you, your own inimitable truther self. So depending on your evaluation of your position within all of this, that might make the difference. Go write your own song. And can I just finish by saying this? Well, fucking hell, write your own music. We're here to make our own music. So you do it. You tell your story, which is my story, which is the truther story. Mount Meru, me are you. So that's all I'll say about that. Go ahead.
Did
Fuck
you
'em
just
all.
say that you love Gem Panda and the boys over there? Did you just say that, Pete?
No.
Yeah, I was over there tonight, SC Montreal. You've been over there for a long time, right?
Yeah, I've listened. The same people that ridicule you and call you this and that. Those are the people you just shouted out. I just want to make sure.
Oh, they're terrible. They're absolutely terrible. They're terrible.
Okay.
They're absolutely terrible. But the point is, what I'm trying to say is, right, they're valuable. This is what I was talking about, this dichotomous world, right? This dichotomous world. We can only know the lie, or we can only know the truth by being immersed within the lie. And they are the boundary, in a sense. And in fundamental sense, listen, look at how many of Gem Panda's crew was here this morning, SC Montreal. I heard you, I was commenting in chat. I heard you trying to, I was talking myself, but yeah, there was loads of them over. So yeah, there are a sort of a boundary that the truther has to bounce off of. And as Gio mentioned the term sharpen your sword, I think that's what it's about. So as an individual truther, then yes, you can see their limitations, and it just sort of strengthens your own energy to go forward in the opposing pathway, in a sense. So yes, absolutely, a shout out all of these characters, and every character that you, let me just say this now, and I know I can talk, and I apologize, right, for
you're
taking
just
up
kind
so
of
much
losing
time.
the room. Like,
Let
there
me
needs
just
to
say
be
this though. Yes, I do.
conversation.
Last sentence. Every one of those characters who are returning from Gem Pandas at the core, so they are the most qualified in their own particular sort of area. You got rocket scientists. You got Jay as a chemical engineer. You got so many others. I could name them. They're the best argument that's to be put forth according to modern day accepted science for the flat earther to go up against. So sorry about that, but yeah, I hope it made sense. Got to fight them. You got. It's a tough gig. They have the toughest gig here, not you as a truther.
All right.
Go ahead.
I mean, everyone's got their perspectives on things. There's a difference between sharpening your sword and, just throwing your sword off a cliff.
Gio, why do you think Kosho is back here? You're
That's a
consistently
good
sticking your
analogy,
sword.
actually.
Yeah, you're consistently sticking your sword into a kosho, a dummy, because no matter how many times you stab him or pierce him, you're just blunting your own sword in that sense, right?
You ever hear the saying, Pete? This is very vulgar, but there's no way to say it. You know, some people could be urinating on you, but you might think it's raining. You ever hear that saying?
Yeah, when people say "Don't piss on me" and tell me it's raining, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
that's someone yanking our chain. Exactly. I've called out all the people, returnees, JAs, Kosho, Marok Man, Druss was here today, Paza. They're all actors. Of course they're actors. They're playing a collective part. So yes, they're not going to piss on me because I already told them, yeah, that's not going to work. That's not going to wash. That's not going to wash. But apparently it washes for other people. But when I try to tell other people, they're trying to piss on you. Well, yeah. I get waterboarded.
So where is the conversation now, Pete?
Sorry, Gio. Sorry.
I feel like we were on it, and then now it's just I don't know where it's at now.
Oh no. Sorry, Gio. That's me.
Sorry about. I like what Pete says. Sorry about that.
And then he continues for another 10 minutes.
Sorry about that.
I'm gonna do it again.
Let me just say one more thing.
Reminds me when I first gave, when I was in the States, I gave my first American hitchhiker a ride. And I asked him, where are you going? Oh, down the road. Oh boy, did I learn what down the road means in the States. That could mean like 100 miles
Cars
that
just
way.
take me.
Yeah.
But they're not like that in Canada.
No, down the road. No, they don't say that. I guess, I don't know. I never picked up a hitchhiker. Well, it's been a long time. So
Down
yeah,
the road in Canada probably means a lot further, actually. Things being so spread out, right?
I was going to say this and too, like in my viewpoint, in terms of like who really is in control, as it were. Like let's say you have humans and other animals and things on this earth, and then whoever these kind of controllers are, as it were, whatever you want to call them, whatever, if that as a cabal or a group or whatever it is.
The they.
Yeah, the they. But I don't think they have the ultimate control, at all. I mean, they may have the kind of purse strings on the banks, and they may have the ability to put anything they want in the media and the news. They may have the ability to make up, juices that they want to give to people, as it were, to get juiced. I mean, they have all that, and they have certain control over, the media companies and a lot of things, of course, in those ways. But I don't think that they have, like any ultimate control in that way. Now, what does have ultimate control? I mean, the idea of like God or creator, and people may have different perspectives on what that is and everything. I guess I'll just say like the core of creative intelligence, the core, cosmic creative intelligence, whatever that like source of creation, if you call that the creator or God, all the different terminologies, but that ultimate source, I think, has the ultimate sort of ability to pull the strings, in terms of what happens. So even if they have directed energy weapons and huge plans for some Project Bluebeam and some, they have backup plans for the globe to, to try to keep it going. But if they don't have that ultimate control, then, then it's not like inevitable that their plans will actually come to fruition. Like they could lose the game tomorrow, or they already have lost it, and that's it. So even though they seem to have all this control, they don't really have the ultimate strings to be able to pull the ultimate strings, I think. Sort of like maybe the analogy, like in a movie, like the director actually pulls the strings as to what the actors are going to do. So even though you have Darth Vader dressed up in a costume and you got the Jedi Knights or whatever, there's like the director, in that kind of analogy, has the ultimate control over what's going to happen, or the story writer would have ultimate control.
Yeah, I guess if there is like there is something actually to the collective consciousness for sure, and how that affects the overall situation, regardless of who appears to be or actually is in control. There's a whole other thing that's manifested by our awareness and our connection and our truth within that collective consciousness. And it may not be as important that like the way society is controlled, but more like the higher awareness being an effect on our social interactions and stuff that we'll see more of a change in. Something that'll be inspirational. Like I said, they have to. Even if they are still in control, like I said before, I think they have to build on our inspiration, and there has to be real inspiration as well as some of the manufactured inspiration that inspires that inspiration for it to work. Otherwise, the people can't just be like, oh, okay, I guess they're in control and now we have to do everything they say and well, woe is us. No, you have to have real hope. And they know that. So how is that going to happen?
Well, yeah, and in the same way that, and again, I don't want to step on anyone else's view of what they think the creator is or God is or anything, but just saying it this way, in a sense, like I would say in my perspective, like that the creator created, whoever they are, them, created them just like it created everything else, the angels and the demons in that sense. And so the creator created the scenario in which they would have the kind of control that they have had, in terms of the Federal Reserve and the money. And, so that already was part of the plan, as it were, part of the creation. And then if we're shifting out of that, then the creator's plan is now to shift to something different, like a new cycle, in which maybe the they that's currently in control loses that control. And then something else happens. We have a different future, or something that's better, for people in all those ways. So I'm just saying, just as much as the creator may have kind of created the scenario in which they could get into power in this way, the creator can also, remove them from it just as quickly.
And if the creator is the good and the bad, then the creator is even in control now, and the creator is the they. So it's not really necessarily important to single out like who they are, as long as like it's better than it's the best we can make it in our own capacity. Because how are we ever going to know who they are? Like if they're making things a lot better, then it could be them too, right? It could be them just in a different way.
Yeah, and I mean, from that perspective, if you view it like that we're all one, like the idea that there's one God, what, like in that perspective, then we are all it. It is us. We are it. The Illuminati, the good guys, the bad guys, the evil, the light, the angels. It's all, together. Now, I still think there's a difference. I'm not just saying that the evil is good or something. I mean, obviously there is still kind of the delineations within the creation, but from that perspective, there isn't really even a they out there at all. So even the idea of like even that in an extreme, like the idea of demonic possession, like you're going along and, oh no, you get possessed by a demon. And now you're just, see, from the perspective that we're all one, there are no demons out there to come get you. It's actually part of your own psyche, your own being that is being expressed in that way.
Well, it's like I said about the internet, like it's like a double-edged sword. A lot of these things are, like it's so awesome that we're able to like be this hive mind here talking about all these things. And that's like the beautiful, and there's a lot of other beautiful things about the communication and the connections and everything. But, at the same time, the control systems are using it to whatever advantage that we could consider evil. But it's definitely like there's always two sides to everything, in that way. And maybe even our society had to get to this point where like we're like being very consumerism and very materialistic so that we could have this structure, so that then we could then get on the same page to have this hive mind and this enlightenment that comes along with that, but the sacrifice was the materialism and that whole endarkenment that might have had to, happen for this to even be possible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like the dark, and then the light comes out of the dark, and then back to the light, and back to the dark. Yeah, like this whole cyclical. But yeah, that is very interesting to think about it that way. Because like seeing the globe, for example, as a deception, it is kind of terrible. It's like, oh my God, they're just lying to us. But yeah, it could even be viewed that, like, the idea that the creator is creating everything that happened. That means the creator made the globe lie. The creator also made what the earth actually is. The creator made all these things, everything.
Yeah, and the awakening from it's so beautiful. Like without the lie, we would never know that beauty. Right?
Yeah, and that everything has a purpose. Exactly. See, I would even go as far, like for myself. See, I think like incarnating into a body, and this is all from my perspective, but incarnating into a body during this time, it like has certain like karmic implications to it. Just the situation we're in, the kind of enslavement thing with the money situation and having to work these jobs. Not that jobs are a problem. It's not certain jobs are helping the world move, but I'm just saying like the just the whole, paying taxes and this whole system. But it could even be said that like there's certain like karmic conditions that are here at this time, that have maybe certain purposes to play out these certain dramas, and and then these cycles are meant to end, and some, there's a shift coming. But it is interesting to see it all as actually divinely orchestrated. Like it's all perfect, actually, even though it seems like, oh my gosh, it's messed up, and the jabs and the big pharma and all these different things seem like, and the control over the media. But it could be viewed that from like even a more transcendent perspective, that it all has a purpose. It's all divinely, just like the most beautiful thing you can think, a baby that's just so, innocent and just beautiful, or whatever, anything you can think of that's the most positive, beautiful experience you could have. You would say, wow, this is really, godly, or very, in that sense. But what about being able to see God in the suffering, and in the horrible, and in the mundane, and in the, people being wronged or being stolen from or murdered, or all these horrific things, or even rape, things like this. It spiritually, if you were to see that we're all one, or to have a perspective, I'm not saying I'm not telling others to see it as we're all one. I'm just saying if one were to see it that way, in that sense, then it's like finding the divinity in everything, and even in the lies or the deception and the darkness, and somehow being able to like reconcile that it's all part of like an intentioned creation process that wanted to create it that way, in that perspective.
That's a great consideration, Gio. It honestly is a great consideration, and maybe in the sense that the only way it can be. How do we know what is unless we, I guess, know what isn't? How can we operate in this material or limited realm unless we have some sort of contrast? And indeed, the greater the contrast, the greater we can sort of come to recognize the opposition. The greater the devil, the greater the God. So I think the key, in a sense, is to understanding our own place within this recognition. And I have lots more to say, but I will say one thing, that I think that the generation that are living now will lead us home, in the sense that they don't have to experience all of these horrors directly, but they get to consider them via all of the TV shows, the video games, the violence, the
Steve, let me say something before
stories.
I'm go
Yeah,
on
okay,
to
let me finish.
I don't know
Yeah,
where
let me finish, please. Let me finish, please, because it was a
Yeah,
point to
okay,
you.
finish, Steve.
Come on, though. It was a point to Geo. So that yes, they don't have to experience these things directly, but to consider them and reject the horrors. That's the point of it. So yes, it's via these contrasts that we come to realize the greater composition. And the last thing I will say, we got to take the red pill and the blue pill and come together at the purple heart, at the epicenter, the Mount Meru of all of us. So go ahead. Thank you.
Mount Meru. You went to Mount Meru of what Gio said.
Yes, Mount Meru. That's the core.
Crying out loud, man.
Hey, SC Montreal. Are you a true earther? If you don't consider Mount
I
Meru in
almost
terms
forgot
of your
what I
true
wanted to say,
earther,
man.
you can't be a true earther.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna respond to Gio. what you said, Gio, think of what kind of a person would create such a system. What kind of a mind? What kind of a being, right? Would create that evil that you said as with that good. That's what I was thinking. And Pete, sorry, man, I don't want to be rude, but I know you're going to just keep going on and on, bro. I mean, what's up with you tonight, man?
Okay.
Well, yeah, I know what you mean. Hold on. Well, the only thing to consider, Pete, is just that I think in terms of a conversation, it's like a game of tennis. You know, I hit the ball, you hit the ball, and yeah, we can all add a little bit of a thing, but it is worth considering that if you bring up, like, let's say 14 completely new topics, then it's tough to keep the conversation going because, you know, there's like it's hard to keep the string between what people are saying. You know what I mean? Like the conductivity of ideas, as it were.
I get it, Gio. Let me respond to that briefly by saying that I responded to you directly, and I doubt that there's many people here who followed your train of thought to its sort of fruition and to its ultimate declaration. And that's what I was trying to respond to. I knew I wasn't responding to the vast majority, but go ahead.
You ended up at Mount Meru, Pete.
Yes, I did, because it's the heart of everything. It's the heart of everything. We have our brain and we have our gut and we have the heart, which is the bridge. Go ahead.
I listened to what you said and I did hear it, but I wasn't able to grasp onto a direct response because there was many points. I'm just saying, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm not able to kind of keep it organized in that sense. But I do remember what SE said. Now, just to respond real quick. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, SE. Like what kind of mind would do that? Absolutely. I know, dude, that I think to me in my own spirituality, that's part of what I, in my own journey, have had to reconcile and to grasp, you know, like what mind would want to create fill in the blank, you know, horrible things that have happened. You know, a pregnant woman dying in a car accident, or, you know, a rape that occurs, or the babies killed, or so many things that we could think of, or even just suffering, you know, depression, anxiety, physical pain, you know, all kinds of things, you know, that are
arthritis,
yeah,
cancer, yeah, leprosy. I could go on and on, right? Like why? What? Not why. What kind of being would create such a realm? That's my biggest question. Yeah.
I'd like to hear Gio's response, but yeah, just to add, I think, I agree with what I think you might get to, is that it's not to see it as like a being that's making conscious decisions about everything happening or not happening might be the mistake. It might be that if we are all it is everything, and there's all, you know, there's good parts and bad parts of each of us that we know. And there's things that happen with our body that are good and bad that we have no control over, but we're a being, and if the whole thing's a being, and there's a give and take to everything, and you know the extremes, seeing it as like a being that makes decisions to have these things happen, it will drive you nuts, I imagine. I don't think that's the way it is. I think it's just all one thing. There has to be both sides to it. There has to be both sides. As a rule, we can't appreciate the good without the really bad.
Go ahead.
Seems like that's the way it has to work. There has to be extreme bad for the extreme good for us to know to appreciate the extreme good. Unfortunately, I guess.
Why though? Why? No, that's just something that, you know, that
contrast,
we say, right?
Contrast.
Aren't quite a lot of these things as a result of another person, though, like another person's choice or their own choice. So, are we kind of removing the responsibility here?
Well, that's the trick. Is I don't think it's remove the responsibility, excuse everything. But if you see it as like a God that's choosing to have these bad things happen, then like as you said, what kind of being would that be? You know, like if you're saying that he's controlling the things, then why wouldn't he get rid of the bad, right? But I don't know if we want to go in this direction.
Because then he didn't truly give you free will, did he? So
right,
That's the
that's the whole idea behind it, right? But
baller's
there's a
objection
whole,
to religion. Yeah. It's the baller's objection to religion, Dave. Which is that, well, that's what Richard Dawkins is about. Come on. Can we not read the signs here? Okay.
Well, people have different viewpoints on all these things. Like some people may have more of a viewpoint that there was a God or a creator who created beings who then have free will. And then those beings that have the free will are doing the bad things, the raping, the killing, these things, to where, you know, God is sort of this good guy. And then he just created these free will beings that are out there doing these things. I mean, I'm just saying some people see it that way. But then it also can be seen from the perspective that we are all one in the sense that the creator is intentionally creating all of these things. Like it chose to have that person have a car accident. Precisely, it had to create the physical environment. The person had to leave the two people that crash, let's say 2 cars crash. Think of all what has to be synced up for that to happen. They have to leave the house at the exact right time. They have to, maybe the one guy didn't get very much sleep the night before. Why didn't he get much sleep the night before? Because he was up late because of something else that happened and this and that. So he's sleepy and that's why he fell asleep at the wheel. Then the other person who's in the car accident. I mean, all of the factors that have to be synced up in the physical world for those 2 cars, to be able to have the physics and all of the little things that may have happened for the exact type of accident that happened, etc. And it's like a massive system of synchronicities. Like I think every moment is of serious in the physical world and the mental, all of these qualities. So I mean, from that perspective, that the creator, just like it creates a video game or we create a movie or whatever it may be, and the director wants exactly, because we see it in movies. There's times in movies where people are being tortured, their arms being cut off, or it's a horror movie or whatever. And the director made that movie. He's sitting there going, oh yeah, okay. Like those movies Saw, SAW, Saw. I mean, those are some horrible stuff. Yeah, so it's like somebody made that movie. Like, oh yeah, let's do. Okay, get the saw and then cut off their arm, and it's going to be bloody. I mean, somebody made that movie with that intention. Now, from the idea that the creator on a much higher level is doing that as well. Now, it's not necessarily a movie, but it's what we experience as real life. But to it, this may not be real life. This might just be energy and light and sound and frequencies. And if we're all one, nobody's dying. Nobody actually is dying. There's no death. It's all just different modes and different ways of using the energy, the infinite energy of creation. Like it's just let's use it this way. Let's make these cars and they're going to have an accident. Let's use it this way. This person's going to get this, it's a horrible thing, but this woman's going to get jumped and she's going to get raped. And then, I mean, those are horrible things, but from the perspective that the creator in some way has some kind of like insatiable desire to experience every different type of experience on the widest range possible, including the worst of the suffering and, the most pleasurable. I mean, from that perspective, like you were saying, SC, what kind of mind would create that? Well, I guess one thing, maybe like an infinitely creative mind that wants to experience all of these different types of experiential modalities.
Then, Gio, the question would be then, what's the purpose? What's the purpose in this forum here? If any of us could be raped at any time, it just goes down to another statistic or an experience within the infinite mind of some sort of deviated creator. What's the purpose then? Can we acquire any purpose, or are we just as lost, or even more so maybe, as flat earthers and beyond, than the definitive ball earther? What do you think?
Well, to say there's a purpose means that like we would have to know like there's an end result, like why we're here. But I think that's another mistake possibly. Like it's all organic, right? And there's accidents that happen not because there was a planned accident to happen, that the creator wanted it to happen, but there's an organic thing that we're all existing within, and that whole thing is the creation that constantly recreates itself to whatever degree. It's at least that. Whether there's an outside creator or not, maybe there is. I'm just saying at least that we're all a part of it, and there's not like a planned thing going on where there's an end result, because if we ever had the end result, we would have no purpose. Just by finding the purpose alone, we would give us no purpose, because there'd be nothing left to seek.
Isn't this what the Matrix is about, though, where you have the architect and the oracle? So in a sense, the architect is our mind. And of course, we have a second mind, our brain and our gut as well. If we bring it all up much more close and personal, which I always tried, this is where I'm at myself. This is our story. Fuck the past, in a sense. I don't care what fucking Alexander was doing back then. I don't care if he existed. I'll never know if it's true or not. But I think it's a greater, like the Bible, it's a greater journey through our own sort of development through life. From our departure from where we ever were at, maybe in the hands of God, God Himself, into this division, and then maybe working our way through, because there is a plot, there is a schematic laid down, and the ability is given to us, to work our way through, and to consider all of these experiences. Sure, rape goes on, sure, murder goes on, sure, massive death and destruction goes on, but I'm not part of that right now. So I got to consider this greater story. And can I just say, Gio, what you just said there, Reese's story, Phoenix over in
Pete, I think you're
Geo.
losing us again, buddy. I
No,
don't
no,
know.
no. I'm just
Mount
finished by
Veru.
saying
We're
this.
going down the
Reese's
Mount Veru
story.
slope.
That's Reese's story. Reese's story. He was in a car
Mount
crash.
Meru is
He was in
approaching,
a
Pete.
car crash. Come on.
Love you, Pete. You
Yeah, but I
you
was
said it.
okay. Thank
No,
you. You
you
gave
said
me
it
my
all.
10-second finish up,
All
Geo.
right. Go
Reese
ahead.
over
Go
in
ahead.
Geo's, over in Gem Pandas,
Go
over
ahead, Gio.
Phoenix.
I mean, go ahead. Go ahead, Pete. Finish up, please. I love you.
Man.
It's great.
He had
It's
a
great. I
car
probably
crash and he
appreciate it.
reverted.
I
Now he's a
probably
ball
love it more than
earther.
others, but go
Reese or the
ahead, Pete.
Phoenix
Say
over in Gem Pandas. Go ahead. Go ahead, for goodness sake.
See, we have to have. This is a perfect example. Pete, you have to be a part of it, and you're a small piece of the whole, and you have to have your Pete's, and you have to have your SEs, and you have to have your new perspectives. There's an organic part of it that it makes the variety of it all so beautiful, even if there's contention involved, right? Sometimes.
Say too much, man, and don't say anything at all. That's fine. I was
Well,
just
let me
referring you
here.
to
Let me.
Reese. I was referring you to Reese or Phoenix over in Gem Panda's channel, who had that car crash and his life changed, and now he's a ball earther again. Get the heck out of here. Go ahead, friends. Sorry for interrupting.
I don't know why you keep bringing up other servers that are not involved.
Yeah, we have no context for who that guy is.
Yeah, if you want to go to a Gem Panda server, then go ahead there. And that's your thing, I guess. But it's not relevant to here.
It's not that. It's a character. You know him by another character, Geo. Dave, you know him as well throughout the years. Was it Sheeple? Human Sheeple or something like that. Character.
Yeah, Shyster, as far as I know, Shyster comes to mind. But let's move on with the conversation. It's
Yeah,
more
okay,
interesting.
fair enough.
Issa
Yeah,
just
back
came
to
back.
the convo. I wanted to say something.
Definitely had a car
Please,
crash
Pete,
though, and
allow
his
me.
life flashed before his eyes. I leave it there. Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't care about Jem and his thing, okay?
I'm not asking you to care about anyone. What's going on?
You keep bringing it up. We don't care, Pete.
Bring anything
What
up.
did I want to
Everything
say? Oh,
counts
yeah.
according to Geo. Stop it. Go ahead.
What I was going to say about this creator thing, right? We can say this, that, and sure, we can talk about the metaphysical, what Geo said, that he wants to experience all kinds of things that human experience, right? Greed, power, lust, love, hate, whatever, right? But then there's the animals, right? We can think, okay, he may have thought this and that, but I go by what I see, right? The creation. Look at the animals. Look at the creatures he created. Like, really? You created a spider? You thought of that? Like somebody thought of a spider, a thing that injects a living other thing that's living, injects it, puts it out, turns its inside into jelly, then puts a straw in and sucks it out. Really?
You can't see the beauty in that, SE? There's beauty in that.
Oh, yeah.
There is. It's the cycle of life. You know, it happens. You can't just see all death is like it. I mean, if death never happened, there would never be life, right? It's just the cycle of life.
Sure, unless you're the victim of the spider.
Here, let me.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I was going to read something, so if you want to go first.
No, I go ahead.
All right, let me just. I think I found the thing I want to read. But let me just see if this. All right, I think this is it. So this is a book called The Cosmic Game by Stanislav Grof, and he did many years of research with these what people often refer to as the psychedelic substances, LSD and mushrooms and ayahuasca, etc. And it's not only with those substances though. He also worked. He had developed something called holotropic breath work, which just uses breathing to also access what he calls these holotropic states of consciousness. Tropic comes from trepane, which means to move towards, like heliotropic plants move towards the sun, like the sunflower, tracks the sun. So the tropane comes from to move towards, and then holo from Greek means whole. So essentially his terminology of holotropic is like moving towards wholeness on that sense, and that these holotropic states, in his viewpoint, whether initiated by mushrooms or ayahuasca or something, or whether just initiated through meditation or using breath work, etc., and the experiences people have, spiritually kind of integrating these different components. So this is from his writings on it a bit about good and evil, basically, and evil in the world, since we're talking about why is evil in the world kind of thing. So okay, I'll just read this real quick. That's kind of the preface for it. Okay, so in holotropic states of consciousness, fundamental ethical questions concerning the nature and origin of evil, the reason for its existence, and its role in the fabric of creation emerge spontaneously and with great urgency. The problem of the morality of the creative principle that is directly responsible for all the suffering and horrors of existence, or that permits and tolerates evil, is truly a formidable one. The ability to accept creation as it is, including its shadow side and one's own role in it, is one of the most challenging tasks we encounter during an in-depth philosophical and spiritual quest. It is therefore interesting to review how these problems appear to those individuals who encounter them on their inner journey. The experiences of identification with absolute consciousness or with the void involve transcendence of all polarities, including the opposites of good and evil. They contain the entire spectrum of creation and the most beatific. They contain the entire spectrum of creation from the most beatific to the most diabolical aspects, but in an unmanifested form as a pure potential. Since ethical considerations are applicable only to the world of manifest phenomenon, which involves polarities, the problem of good and evil is intimately connected with the process of cosmic creation. And then he quotes something from the Upanishads. I'll skip that part real quick. Well, maybe I'll just read this one last part and then I'll pass the mic. Final understanding and philosophical acceptance of evil always seems to involve the recognition that it has an important or even necessary role in the cosmic process. For example, deep experiential insights into ultimate realities that become available in holotropic states may reveal that evil is an essential element in the universal drama. Since cosmic creation is creatio ex nihilo, creation out of nothing, it has to be symmetrical. Everything that emerges into existence has to be counterbalanced by its opposite. From this perspective, the existence of polarities of all kinds is an absolutely indispensable prerequisite for the creation of all phenomenal worlds. The fact had its parallel in this. Oh, now he's going to talk a little bit. Okay. This fact has its parallel in the speculations of some modern physicists about matter and antimatter, suggesting that in the very first moments of the universe, particles and antiparticles were first present in equal numbers. It's funny, he kind of ends it on that. But yeah, this is just one part of the book there. But yeah, I just wanted, because he has some interesting thoughts on and what people. Okay, let me read this one last part here. I'm just skimming through. Let me read this too, because I think this kind of integrates, and then I'll totally pass the mic because I know it's kind of a long time to speak. All right, last part here. Let us for a moment imagine that we can eliminate from the universal scheme anything that is generally considered bad or evil, all the elements that we feel should not be part of life. Initially, it might seem like this would create an ideal world, a true paradise on earth. However, as we proceed, we see that this situation is much more complex. Suppose we start with the elimination of diseases, something that certainly belongs to the dark side of existence, and imagine that they have never existed. We soon discover that it is not an isolated intervention that selectively eradicates an evil aspect of the world. This interference has a profound effect on many positive aspects of life and creation that we hold in great esteem. Together with the diseases, we eliminate the entire history of medicine, medical research, and the knowledge it imparts, the discovery of the causes of dangerous illnesses, as well as miraculous cures for them, such as vitamins, antibiotics, and hormones. There are no more miracles of modern medicine, life-saving operations, organ transplants, genetic engineering. Anyway, so yeah, I'll stop there. But yeah, he kind of just, on that string, he's kind of just, describing like how if you remove something that's evil, then you're also removing all these other aspects, that go along with it.
That's super interesting. Can you post that?
Really...
Sorry, go ahead. Yes, could you post that? I'd like to read that myself again.
Yep. Yeah, that's the whole book. It's on like page 116 is where it started.
I was going to say that last part was really dumb because he essentially said Well, look, if you get rid of the ailments, then there would be no medicines, no medication to cure them, and no like, duh, really? Did I read that wrong, or?
Well, but I think kind of what he's saying is that like the whole lineage of like plants and medicines and all these different things. I think the idea is that if you eliminate all the diseases, and now you're eliminating all of the cures for those diseases too, which are part of creation as well. So it's like you're removing a lot of things. I think is what he's kind of hinting at with that. Like you remove a lot of components once you start removing certain. You know what I mean? Like if you remove certain darker parts of existence, then you're creating a lot of the other things that go along with it, including the light components of it. Like healers, for example. All healers are out of creation. If there's nothing to heal from, they're all out. But there's something interesting about healers, and the healing process. So it's like that would be an example.
I don't know. If you talk about anything other than like ailments, maybe, but ailments, yeah. If you had no ailments, then you wouldn't need no medications and no doctors. I can live with that. I'm sure everybody else here in the room that's been to a doctor could live with that, right? Or who's ever on blood pressure medication. If there wasn't blood pressure, right, you wouldn't need the medication. So to me, that last part sounded really like not logical. That's all I'm saying.
Well, 1 second. This is a greater consideration here, which is, well, Essie, what do we want to live for? I mean, how long do we want to live? What's the purpose of our sort of longevity or desire for longevity? And remember, according to the official story, would you believe, we're told back in the time of Jesus, the average life expectancy of a man was maybe 30, 35 or something like that, which I find impossible to believe. But the ultimate point is, I think, Gio, in terms of his references there, is about the greater sort of capabilities of man, I guess encompassing a sort of a greater or differing surround. But you know what I mean? What is the purpose, I will ask you as a direct question, of your own life? Or, is it solely entailed within longevity, living for the sake of living, and that will do?
No, absolutely not. The thing is to live long and not suffer, I would imagine, is the goal of everybody as you get old, right? It's not about how long you live. Well, it is in a sense, but we know you're not going to live forever. The thing is not to suffer before you die.
Yeah, but what if the creator revels in suffering? What if it actually enjoys and because it depends on how you view it. I mean, if you view it that there is an absolute infinite creator that is creating everything, then every single thing that happens, it wanted to create on every level of its being. Like it wanted, like a car crash. It's creating the physical matter and the physics and the air and the people driving it and their brains and their chemicals. All those things had to be orchestrated and created. The people that designed the cars and built the cars, the guy who paid for the car and the money system that bought the car, all that stuff had to play into it in order for that to even happen. And then the hospital that they're going to be taken to, and all of those things in the the ambulance. So it's like, in that perspective, then in this extreme perspective of it, that everything intentionally is being created, including the suffering, that the creator is creating it purposefully for the purpose of having that experience, perhaps. I mean, or one could philosophize as to why it's doing it, but it seems to be doing it nonetheless.
Oh yeah, there's no question about it. Just look out in nature. You're going to see a lion eating a gazelle alive. You're going to see other creatures eating other creatures alive. Other ones stunning them. Other ones putting eggs in them, and their babies hatch inside the body and eat themselves out. There is an unimaginable array of crazy eating techniques that you can't even imagine. Like the most diabolical filmmaker can't even come up with it. So yeah, that's the creator.
Yeah,
there's no question.
You prefer to eat your animals dead, SC. I get you, man. I know.
Well, there's this phrase, Sat Chit Ananda, which is kind of rooted in Sanskrit and the Vedas and so on, and it essentially stands for infinite existence, infinite awareness, and infinite bliss. It's a 3-part word: Sat Chit Ananda. So essentially,
that last part is highly scrutinized. It's probably like one of the most scrutinized words. in existence.
Satchit Ananda, yeah.
Is it Anatman?
Ananda.
Okay, I might be mistaken.
Satchit
I must-
Ananda. But I
must
mean,
look into
basically,
that.
but in the perspective, like there's a connection, like people that have this experience of Satchit Ananda, like it's sort of like, it's kind of like omnipotent, omnipresent. It's similar, but it's like, infinite existence, infinite awareness, infinite bliss. And in this idea, like the idea that the cosmic creative principle or the creator is this, like it's infinite existence, it's infinite awareness and infinite bliss. Infinite awareness could also be like infinite knowledge. And so just from this perspective, there's the idea that if that's what the creator is in its core, like infinite light, all of that, would it then want to experience something other than itself? So for the first part, existence. Well, if it's infinite existence, maybe it would want to experience what it's like to not feel infinite existence, like to have death or to live a life that we feel like we're aging and we're going to die, like some kind of limited existence, like with time, there's limited time and all of that. So that would it want to then experience something different than infinite existence by having some kind of an experience of limited existence? And then with the awareness or knowledge, like if it has infinite knowledge, would it then want to experience limited knowledge? Some kind of, being, dumb or lacking of information or, on some quest to gain more knowledge? Because if it has infinite knowledge, then perhaps does it want to then experience in these other forms, the lack of knowledge and then the discovery of rediscovering the knowledge or coming to further understanding, by kind of eliminating it, temporarily. And then the infinite bliss could be viewed as like infinite happiness, infinite joy. And then would the creator then want to experience everything counterpart to that, suffering and limitation or depression, on some level as to why it would, sort of have an intentional creationary process of creating, things like suffering and depression and these other, and death and lack of
But
knowledge.
doesn't it seem like the whole like wanting to and not wanting to is what makes it all like, very hard to either accept or not accept? Like we know that we appreciate the beauty in life, and that beauty is in contrast to the ugliness, and without the ugliness you wouldn't appreciate the beauty. So it has to be both. But to make it a choice that it's deciding to do this or that is what makes me feel like disconnected from the whole idea. Like it makes it more sense that it's all organic, and that the things that we appreciate within our conscious minds may just be a result of the whole thing being organic and having to have those extremes just by its very nature.
I don't know what you mean by organic as to why that would be separate. Like, for example, like when a film director writes a film, like writes the storyline in the film, he totally creates whatever he wants. Like, oh, we're going to do this. We're going to have this guy kill that guy, whatever it is. So, I mean, in the idea that the creator is like the film director of all of creation, then yeah, in that way, it intentionally is specifically choosing, if you want to use the word choosing, or in some way intentionally creating all of these factors. Yeah, I mean, from that perspective.
Well, but if it's not that,
again,
what if
with
the
that,
film director's writing it based
again
on a
with that
natural?
though, I think we're like co-creators in it. So
Yeah.
like with your example with the car crash, the person driving the car has in however many seconds leading up to the crash has made thousands, if not millions, of choices, little choices. So there's billions of possibilities that could have happened instead of the car crash, and it is down to the decisions they made leading up to it. So,
and those decisions
again,
aren't
it's not
necessarily
like
bad or good.
God didn't choose one for him. All of them were available. Yeah.
Right. And the movie director is writing it based on a natural occurrence. Like that's the whole key, is to try to make it seem like this is something that could really happen, a lot of times at least. And it's like that things happen not necessarily for a specific reason, but because all of those possibilities are there. And we appreciate the good things that happen, but maybe sometimes they only happen because of the bad things that happen. So it's hard to say that there's a conscious choice by a being outside of ourselves. Maybe the whole thing's a being that is in this randomness that, and the appreciation of the good things makes us all as a whole be the co-creator towards wanting more of those things to happen consciously as a whole, but individually adding to it.
Well, it's like, I think, the opportunity, there's all possibilities are available in that moment always. You know, it's not like God chooses it. You know, it's you that chooses it in a sense, right? He's allowing all of the possibilities.
I mean,
That's
I don't
right.
see it. I don't see it that way, and that separation of it. Like you're saying that that God created, you know, sort of all of the prerequisites, and then He's just sort of letting it go, basically, and then the beings that He created are then out there doing things that are free.
I don't think it's just left like. I'm sure. Obviously, there's nudges here and there, but I don't think it's more. I don't think it's as hands-on as people think. You know, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, and I'm surprised, Gio. I think that
hands-on's
for
the
some reason,
wrong phrase to use, but it's not. It's subtle. Do you know what I mean? It's not.
well, Gio, it's weird because I thought that you were saying kind of this the other day, maybe when you were talking to Clay, like you think the whole thing is God, like it's all God, right? Like all our individual parts add up to being what the whole thing is as God, not necessarily more so that there's a being making choices about what will or won't happen.
Well, no, I do think that.
Experience.
Well, I mean, I would say it's both. I mean, I think that that it is. I mean, like in the same way. Okay, I'll say it this way: in the same way that I know it's kind of a funny analogy. It's a video game one, but if I'm playing a video game, I feel like I can do whatever in that game. I can jump over there, jump over here. I mean, I guess I could even, you know, go into the coding of the game and change it entirely and change the gravity factor so you can float or whatever. But I mean, when someone like designs a game or even just does a painting or music or whatever, and there's like that almost ecstatic thing of like, oh, this is exciting, this is amazing, I'm going to create it this way or that way. You know, someone doing a beautiful painting and they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to put this blue color here and this green color. In a sense, it's not quite that simplistic in terms of how the creator or that idea of like the center, the source of creation is kind of choosing. But I do think it's like perhaps something in that line where like, oh yeah, let's create humans and we'll do this thing, you know, we'll have this earth thing with the soil and water. I mean, something had to come up with all this. The whole idea, like the human body, I mean, I know, you know, if you believe in sort of evolution and Big Bang, a different kind of story, but the idea that there's a creator, it had to choose, okay, I want humans to have eyeballs. How many eyeballs? Let's do 2 eyeballs. Okay, and a nose, and then you're going to have these senses. You're going to smell things, you're going to hear things, you're going to touch things. You know, we're going to have a sun and a moon, and, you know, we're going to eat food, and we're going to have this digestive system and a liver and a kidney and a bloodstream and a nervous system. I mean, it's like incredible to think of how many, you know, if you want to call it choices, or how many like intentional creationary sort of ideas or concepts that have to come together to create, you know, these kinds of things that we're seeing and we see and observe.
But what if the essence of everything is that intelligence that is self-creating always, you know, as a whole, as well as an individual, small, infinitesimal part of the whole, which is like that core of that essence of everything is that intelligence to create and to destroy, you know, in balance with everything, right? And because we see it as like, you know, it's so like amazingly complex. Well, yeah, that complexity is within that seed of the whatever that essence of everything is that's connected to everything else. And it doesn't have to be an outside decision maker necessarily, but the whole thing is constantly, you know, and maybe infinitely, and always was and always will be, without a creation moment or a decision moment ever. It's just like it has to balance itself out, the good and the bad.
How about if that thing, whatever it is, made it so that we'd never figure it out?
Yeah, by a rule. If we ever did, then what would our purpose be, right? It's the paradox of life, right?
Yeah,
You can't
where
ever
does that
find
leave you then?
Well, I
SC,
mean,
where
from
does
that,
that leave you? Yeah, if that's a consideration, where does that leave you, SC? Because you've been on this path to truth for a long time, and you, of course, you have expressed limited, and fair enough. What's beyond what we know? Okay, fair enough. We don't know, but where does that leave us? What's our motivation? That's what I was asking. Then, what's the purpose of our endeavor here? As we know, just to see beyond the lie. That's not hard to do. Beyond that,
have you heard of the word?
He's saying we don't have a purpose to find out, otherwise we wouldn't have a purpose, right? We can't find that purpose because our purpose is to try to find, but by a rule we can't ever really find it because then we would lack purpose.
But
Maybe that's not
close,
what you're saying.
okay.
You go ahead and respond.
Yeah, let him speak for himself, I guess.
No, I was just gonna say a word comes to mind. Epohe means to reserve judgment. In other words, there's some things that you'll never know, right? So the
Okay.
best thing not to go mad is to reserve judgment. It's called epohe.
Okay.
Well, Essie, what do you think of the
Well,
idea that? Okay, what do you think of the idea that that ultimately we're all one, meaning that there's one massive, whether you call it consciousness or being or whatever that may be, which then is able to partition itself or separate itself into all of these other formats, basically limited, humans and little ants and dogs and all these different beings that are all, separate seeming. But in that perspective, I was wondering what you think of that in the first place. And then if that's the case, if we are let's say temporarily separate from it, and we are in a state of, lack of understanding of the totality, meaning we have limited understanding. We're trying to figure out morals. We're trying to figure out ethics, how to treat people, how to get through life, how to treat our bodies, all these things, with food and sleep and all these factors. We're all going through, and the idea that there's sort of lessons we're going through in relationships and all that. But what do you think of that kind of layout of it? And then that ultimately, sort of like a drop in the ocean, it might, you have the whole ocean, which would be like the totality, and then that drop of water might pop up out of the water and be separate, but eventually it goes back to the ocean. So what do you think about the idea that we are temporarily separate from the totality in our journeys and whatever these may be, currently, incarnated in a human body and all that, but that eventually, through who knows how many eons of lifetimes or cycles or whatever that may be, that each of us individually, or what we call our individuals, will at some point rejoice or reconnect with the source and have all that understanding and knowledge and awareness, back to that state of full understanding.
Oh yeah, I'm very open to that, because I used to think, and maybe I think still a little bit like that. I used to think the only way we're going to find out is when we die. That's what I used to think way back.
That's terrible.
Yeah, because what terrible? Do you know any man ever existed that has ever answered that question?
No, but I'm talking in terms of our current sort of state of awareness.
What if death is what if death is a great expansion, though, Pete? Terrible. Yeah, it does. I know we categorize death as oh, it's over. What if it's actually the beginning? What if it's actually a profound expansion?
Oh, I know it is.
Who's to know?
I absolutely aware it is. But I'm thinking that between me and death, or between you and death, the great unknown, the great leveler, there's so much that we can't hope to sort of fathom. So if that's the only way we can come to any fruition, I should think that the path I've been on then is sort of pointless. I should think it is. There's no point in it then. We'll all meet the same end, no matter how you travel it. You just go on cocaine, ayahuasca for the rest of my days. Actually, people who do that, heroin, the purest form. Actually, let me just say this: the people, the rich and powerful, know the value of heroin. So, an appropriate amount on a daily basis of the pure thing keeps you functional excellently throughout life.
Well, you're mixing a whole bunch of different substances. Those are all different things. But,
no,
in
the pure stuff, Gio. In the pure stuff, yeah.
Poppy seeds, yeah. I mean, those are all just different. I'm saying those are all different things. But but SE, what if death brings about some greater understanding of things, but still not the totality? Meaning, what if the idea that we incarnate in multiple lives, or maybe there's even the idea that there's many realms to incarnate and to go through. So that when we die from this body, maybe we'll go to some interim kind of spirit world, or an intermediary sort of state of consciousness, but then we still won't have, it's not like we'll be back to the entire understanding of it all, right back to the source. Just like when we're in a body here, we're limited. Now, what if when we're dead, there's more expansion, there's much more understanding, but still not the totality, meaning that there's perhaps even more of a very real journey to even continue, even beyond, whether that's incarnating again in another human body or in another timeline, or even, being involved or going to other realms or other dimensions to gather more understanding or knowledge as we kind of traverse through these different different realms, and then ultimately, even through all those realms and all those incarnations and all of those experiences, that there then would be some kind of ultimate reconnection with the source, in some kind of completionary cycle.
Absolutely, I wouldn't close that door. Like, and really, nobody really knows what happens like after death, right? Like I said, I used to believe, and I still do believe in a sense, in what you just said, that the only way we're going to find out why we're here is when we die. Now, whatever that means, whether I really don't know what that means, right? Like you said, maybe we go into another realm, or we go, we turn into a spirit, or I don't know. I'm open to all of that stuff. I really am, because the truth of the matter is I don't know, and really nobody knows. So I wouldn't close any doors in that aspect. But I'll say this: you don't. Instead of speculating, right? You can speculate on this and that. I go by what I see, right? And what I see, whatever created us is not what we think it is. Is not what they tell us it is in the Bible. It's a very, very diabolical, or a bipolar. It's a bipolar thing. It has creation and beauty, and it also has destruction and death. It's like that Thanos thing that destroys 50% of the planets. Like, it's that kind of a thing, and that, to me, it scares the hell out of me, whatever that thing is. So yeah, that's the best way I
Is
can
that
put
not
it.
something within you yourself, SE? Is that not the capabilities? You could have been Hitler under different circumstances. You could have been Jesus Christ under different circumstances. Is not something within you? Is it that that's possibly the nature of this greater experience into immersion into the material world? I mean, how are you going to know how good you are? How do you know? How are you going to know how well you want it unless you've seen the complete opposite? And the more you can imagine paradise, if you want, the more you have to have experienced hell. You know what I'm saying? It's only via these contrasts that you have the capabilities of evaluation. Very good. That's a good word. Evaluation.
Best thing to say is I have no clue, bro. Like anybody else. Anybody that tells you otherwise is lying to you, right? That's
Oh,
why I
that's not
rail
true.
against
That's not
religions and
true.
prophets and
No, that's not true.
philosophers and all this. The truth
No.
is, nobody knows.
Well, I don't agree with you there. I don't agree with you at all. I don't agree with
It's
you
a
in one
free
bit.
country, bro. Okay,
But you
who
have nothing
knows?
to
Who
say.
knows,
You
Pete?
don't have anything to say in further detail. You just say nothing is. You're only in death that you'll find out. But then we've never experienced death. No one's come back to tell us. So therefore, there's nothing to be garnered in life. There's no greater purpose then for your greater adventure forward. What's the point in it?
No, he didn't
No
say
greater
it.
goal.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I think you're extrapolating things that. I mean, he didn't. I
There's
think what
no
he
greater
said.
goal, Gio.
Well, dude, he was saying first of all that he doesn't know, and then he was saying that no one knows. Now, I mean, technically, you'd have to agree though, SC. You don't know that no one knows, right? Like somebody could
Exactly.
know. Somebody could know that you don't know knows, right?
Thank you, Gio. I'm going to
I
mention you,
guess, yeah.
Gio. You could know,
I
Gio.
guess,
You
but
could know.
on this one, man, I'd be willing to bet big money. But yeah, I can't really know. So yeah.
Well, do you think it's within the realms of possibilities in your current mind state? Do you think it's possible that at the deepest source of things, you are the source and that you're just in a temporary limited extension from it, or like a partition, like a separated unit of the whole, but that ultimately you are the whole? Do you think it's within the realms that could be the case? And that sort of like the idea of like a dream, like you are the dreamer, you're all of those components, like that, that it all, like, do you think that's possible, that you are the totality on some deeper level?
Yeah. I don't rule any possibility out, any religious possibility, any non-religious possibility. What I'm saying is nobody really knows what happens after death or where we came from. That's my belief. I think nobody ever born, nobody alive today knows this. That's what I believe.
How do you know that? What's the basis for that
My
declaration?
belief, bro. Okay, you tell me Who knows where we
Are
came
you
from and
religious?
what happens to us after we die? Pete,
But hang on,
go.
what are you religious?
Name him. Tell me his
Okay, let me
name.
say something. Let me say something. For instance, I would say maybe Geo, in potential, according to his own experiences and his telling of his experiences, maybe had perceived or had the potential to pierce beyond certain sort of limitations that the sober, let's put it like that, the sober mind could do. The way we can deviate beyond our experiential reality is via our dreams. But yes, if you introduce something different, maybe there's some sort of gateway that we haven't experienced in that sober mind sort of setting, and you're making that declaration. As I might agree with you in a sense, right? But that's not to say that that's the only possibility. And remember, SE, I'll just say this: we've come from a spinning ball Earth, heliocentric, galactic, Big Bang, definitive reality. Now we're in an enclosed system, and we know there is a higher power in play. So maybe there is an ability for some individuals to pierce through. Maybe that ability just to finish is within ourselves as well, as long as we get the proper context for existence. Go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So, have any of you guys watched or heard people talk about NDEs, near-death experiences that they've had?
Excellent, man. Yeah, I
Oh
have
yeah.
too.
Oh yeah.
So what do you think that those may be? Do you think that that is people actually getting a small glimpse of the other side, what may take place after death, or do you think that that is something that is still kind of somewhat tied to this material realm? What do you think of those experiences?
I really don't know
Everybody's
their
is slightly
personal
different.
experience. They sound real when you hear the people saying them, especially the ones on the operating table where they
Mm.
place things above where the operating table is, and the person that had the NDE describes things that they couldn't possibly see or know that are in the room. So you hear all these crazy things. So I don't know. I think there's something to it, but this is just from a you know just a visual or passing by point of view.
So I heard one that was very interesting one time. This individual talked about when they passed away, they were kind of like shown. I can't remember all the exact details. I don't know if they were shown somebody that was basically one of their family members or something like that, but something that was very familiar to them. They talked about not feeling pain at all whatsoever, just a complete like almost like a blissful type situation. But then being while in that state, being shown things throughout their life that they had done, and it wasn't necessarily like what most people would think, like, oh, you get to the end of death and now you have to sit maybe in front of a judgment where somebody's going to tell you everything that you know that you've done wrong. They were kind of shown how subtle things that they did to people affected those people, and saw almost like mentally within the
Yeah,
mentality of those people how these subtle things that they had done to them that they thought might not have
yeah.
been wrong or were, you know, very impactful on people's lives, and how that played out in those people's lives. And I thought that that was very interesting, where it was like I got this image of being shown like that one little thing that you said to somebody that you thought was just joking or whatever, how much did that affect their life? What did that do to them? And then when they were sent back, it was kind of like they completely changed it. Like, hey, all the things that we think are super important, we know that they're wrong. Like, yeah, they're wrong, shouldn't do them. But how many little things along the way are we doing that are impactful to people that we don't
Right.
even know in
And
subtle
about,
ways?
and that's what I've said often about coming to flat Earth. I think we're always sort of aware of it anyway, but coming to flat Earth, especially, we have to be responsible for everything we think, say, and do. Absolutely everything, because it will have an impact, and your sort of aura or your intention. Um, transmits or transmutes. You know what I'm saying? Now, listen, I might have the best intentions and say something to someone that might go on and create an absolute disturbance in someone else's life, but I'm not to be held. I can't say how I can be held responsible for that. But the thing is, if I'm sort of dismissive of someone or selfishly inclined, and I neglect someone else's sort of concerns, well, then that is something that can be profoundly affected, especially in considering the other person's maybe history where they've experienced similar rejection or something. It can be profoundly affected or affecting in someone's life. So yes, I would just say, now more than ever, we have to be aware of everything that we say. And this is about the heart. The last thing I'll say, this is about the heart as well, and getting the heart straight. There's a disconnect between the brain and the gut, and we got to get the heart straight, like a combination lock, like Mount Meru in the midst of the four rivers. Anyway, yeah, that's what I would say. And actually, last thing I would say, yes, our true self lies beyond. This is just a dream here. This is a dream.
Yeah. So like in those experiences, do you think that that's something that that person experienced with this near-death experience because they were intentionally going to be going back, and that was known on the other side that they were coming back? So their experience after death may have been simply molded to what their next step was going to be, which is coming back. And do you think that there's like a completely different thing for when you're not coming into this body? It could be a completely different experience.
Absolutely, and I was actually going to mention that the very fact that they were coming back, they were only whoever they are, they were only privy, and that's their own story as well. They sort of knew it as well, so they were only privy to certain degrees, and of course they were life-changing experience for them. But yes, they can only ever transmit some sort of limited truth, but they'll of course live their own lives in a completely transformed sense. But yes, our true self is beyond here. You focus yourself on your own intentions within the proper context, and I think you'll be right. We know the truth in our hearts. Get just the heart straight. Be all right. In spite of all the conflict, and that's what I'm just saying about Geo. That's why I agree more so. I love Geo, but I'm saying more so. Yes, it's only via this contrast that we can sort of come to appreciate the opposing aspect, and it's the two combined, then the God and the devil combined, which give us our core essence or epicenter.
Pete, is it possible for you to say a sentence and speak just about one thing? Have you ever done that? One complete sentence on just one thing. Have you ever tried doing that?
Well, Pete's uniquely him, isn't he? So I was just going to say that one thing he did say is that truth was written on your heart, something like that. I always think that, like, when I was doing this deep dive in philosophy and learning all these like deep spiritual truths, the weird thing is that I already knew them. That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
What the fuck's that? Like, once I'd seen it, it's like, well, there's a couple of things worth saying. One is that I felt that I already knew it, and the longer I live, the more I think that like we're in a track, like a tram, and it's already laid out.
Well, Jeremy is a little bit it is related to that, although an interesting little slightly different thing. Jeremy sent me this a TikTok video of this guy, and apparently this is a real phenomenon, but I've never tried it and I'm not too familiar with it. But they take a laser, like I think it said it was like a diffraction laser, so I guess it's a little bit of a specific type of laser, and they just point it at the wall, 10 feet away from the wall, and somebody I guess like intakes DMT, assumingly smoking it, although maybe not to like a massively high dose. We're not talking about like transcendent out of body level DMT, just like a medium or low dose where you can kind of open your eyes and look around. And apparently it's a phenomenon that many people have, he shows in the video people, and what the claim is that when you have this laser, pointing to the, shining on the wall, that on the DMT, if you look at the laser, you will see like code Like people see code in the laser, like different like symbols and shapes and different kinds of like basically like a code of some sort. Now it's very interesting. Like how would the DMT kind of accelerate your ability? What are they actually seeing? But they're seeing all these like ancient like like symbols and different like sacred geometrics and like literally like a code. But kind of the main part I was going to say about it though is that when the way that they were describing it is that it was like familiar to them, but they didn't know how to read it. So it was like there was like a familiarity there, but they didn't necessarily, logically know exactly what it was. Anyway, so sorry, just reminded me of the way you were saying like the truth is written on the heart in that sense, and that it's more of like almost remembering it. So anyways, it just made me think of that, like sort of that way of with the laser and apparently with the DMT being able to like see that code and like have this like familiarity with it as if it's like known on
Well, exactly, Gio. It's some facilitation within our own being that can allow us to hone in or tune in. SE Montreal, you refuse or you seem to sort of scoff at any possibility of greater in-depth possible gatherings, for the individual, that nothing can be ascertained until death, and then what's the point? I mean, then we all go our separate ways. I think it's fair enough if that's your true philosophy, but I mean, we're flat earthers, right? So there's definitely a different raison d'etre. There's definitely a higher power in play, and we are definitely part of it. So maybe this life is simple, and just with some sort of retuning, reconnection, we can maybe grasp the greater mysteries. Who knows? Who knows, man?
Which one of those 4 points do you want me to address?
I don't mind. I'm too used to you now, bud. You never answer anything. You do bring up some good questions against the bowlers, and you're great at, questioning what is delivered to us, the obvious lie. But the point about coming away from the obvious lie is to try to determine the truth. If you're telling me, well, if I was to go along with what you think, I say, well, there's no point then for the rest of my life because I can never come closer to any greater truth. It'll be the purposeless.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, SC didn't say that. I don't know.
He did. He did say that in essence, in collection. He did say that. I think.
No, Pete, I didn't say that. What I said was, I don't know what happens. Gio asked me a question, and I said, yeah, that's possible. Anything is possible. And then I proceeded in saying that truly what I believe is that nobody knows, nobody in the past that has ever lived knows, and nobody today alive knows where we came from or where we go after we die. That is a simple statement I made, and somehow you got triggered, Pete. And I asked you, if you know any different, please name me the person who knows this, who has this knowledge. Please.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there are people.
If I give him a name, if I give him a wonky bonky name, how would you know if I was telling the truth or not? How would you know what story I might relate to you about him and his claims? You wouldn't know, would you? So just because you don't know someone else's story, that means no one can ever know. So I think Gio's on my side in this one, in that sense.
That's my opinion, Pete. I'm not preaching it to you. I was asked a question. I didn't stand up
you're
here
a flat
and
earther and beyond. Yeah.
What?
You're a flat earther and beyond. You're not just an average man off the street. No. You're a flat earther and beyond.
Whatever I am, it doesn't matter. Why are you getting triggered when I tell you that I don't think anybody knows where we came from or where we go after we die? Why does that trigger you?
I disagree with you wholeheartedly. I think there's plenty of people who know where we came from and where we go to. Do you think so?
No, I don't. That's why I say that.
I never said you do. I said I do think so. So I disagree.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's good with me. Yeah.
How are you going to find out if that's the case or not? Would you not wish to find out what everyone knows?
That's why I asked you, Pete. Who is this person and what is this knowledge? I'm very curious to know. Yes, I think that's the greatest question ever asked. I mean, the greatest question asked, never answered. But if you have the answer,
I
please.
think in a sense, then you got to listen. You got to cock up your ears. Maybe listen to testimonies like Gio's more and other people around who have their own near-death experiences. The people who have their own things to say. then mesh in your own thoughts and processes and see how it gels with you. Do you believe in God? Do you have
And you think I never heard
let me
these?
ask you. Let me ask you this: do you have a personal relationship with a creator or a higher power, or is it just a vague notion?
Do you think I never heard these near-death experiences from other people? You
Oh,
think you're the
no,
only
I
one
don't. I
that
don't.
heard them?
I don't. No, I don't. I don't think that at all. I don't think at all.
So
You already
why, I
mentioned how you
repeat,
heard
why are
that.
you triggered when
I'm
I
not
say
triggered.
you are?
I'm not triggered. Do you believe in
Okay,
a creator? Do you have a personal relationship with the creator in some sense? I'm asking you that. That's all.
no, I don't.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'm not saying I'm not judgmental anyway. I'm just saying that's fair enough. But you do accept that there is a higher power, right?
Yeah, I think there's a creator. Yeah, indeed.
Why would you not try to find out if you have a personal connection?
How do you
Would the
know what
creator
I've
would
done,
the
Pete,
creator
or
desert
what I've
you?
tried,
Why would
Pete?
the
How do
creator
you know what I've
create?
done?
Well,
Why
I'm
are
not
you
saying
just
that.
making vague statements, bro? Why?
Okay, well,
I
but
don't know. This is
did you
tough.
have a personal relationship with the creator and then you separated somehow?
Why is that any relevance of what we're talking about?
I think it is every relevance because I think that there are powers in play, people, if you want, who know the nature of life, the nature of death and beyond. I absolutely think so. I think there are angels, if you want, living on this earth. I call them the emissaries. But I think there are people via revelation, via drugs, it doesn't matter, via whatever, have some insight into the greater representation. Reese, that's why I mentioned Reese earlier on, Phoenix rising over in Gem Pandas. I'm sure if human sheeple, he's been around all forums, but
Here
he
we
had a
go
near car
again.
crash.
Dude.
He had a near car crash. He almost died.
Yeah,
His
that's not
girlfriend
even
almost
human
died. His
sheeple,
girlfriend almost
bro.
died, but he.
Yeah, you're talking about Sheeple's Phoenix, bro. It's not even human sheeple. Can we? I'm sorry, Pete. I don't know what to do with this, bro. This is
All
just
right, man.
messy as
Fuck's
can be.
sake.
Do you want
I
to
don't
make
know
a point
why.
past the mic, maybe instead of going on about Gem Pandas? Go to Gem Pandas if you want to go talk to them, bro.
Listen, I'm not mentioning Gem Pandas. I was
You've
talking about
mentioned him
Reese. He had a
400
car
times in the
crash.
last hour.
I was mentioning Reese or human sheeple
That's
more
not
so.
human sheeple. It's Sheeple's Phoenix. It's a different person.
Right. That's all I was
Okay,
mentioning.
so
And the point.
how are we
Okay.
off on on Sheeple's Phoenix, bro? Like, what are you doing to the conversation? Are you doing this on
Okay. Let
purpose,
me.
or is it just the
No.
wanderings
No,
of
it's
your
not.
mind? I mean, is it okay if we mute you or you mute yourself so we can continue with the conversation, or do you want to make a
Okay.
point and please pass the mic to keep it cohesive?
Okay, I'll do the latter there, and I'll keep it short. The only reason I mentioned that is just the man had a fucking near death accident, and he came back transformed according to his own story. I spoke to him personally, so forget about the other mentionings. And that's all I was saying. I'm not ruling out that there are. I don't know myself, but there are powers in play who know the greater secrets of our greater mysteries as living beings of life, death, and beyond. I don't
Okay,
rule it
that
out.
is a point that somebody
Thank
could
you.
respond to. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Jim.
now let's move on from there. That was 12 minutes of that, but okay. Pete thinks that there are people that know that are aware of that. Okay, that's at least something that we could continue the combo on.
Yeah, so that's why I brought that up earlier, and I would just actually wanted to know what SP's thoughts on that were. Do you think that those people, are they shown just things specifically for them because whatever it is on the other side knows that they're coming back regardless? So they're shown something very specific for them, knowing that they will return, or do you think that that is a pretty decent or a good start into the like a glimpse into what may be um, you as a spirit experiences after death?
That's a good question. I think I thought of that a lot, and I think there's no way to know. And why? If you ask me why, I'll tell you. It's because our mind is able to make dreams, right? So since we know our mind has the capability to project a movie to us, clearly, we don't know what these experiences are, whether they're real, whether they're from another realm, or if it's just our mind that did this, like in a dream state. So I hear you, but I still say there's no way to prove that. You could only go by the experience you had and and listen to the person that had the experience, I guess.
Sure.
I've
So
had crazy experiences. Well, one really supernatural experience that I can relate to.
gotcha. So do you think it's possible that yes, we all know that obviously we have dreams, and that state of mind we seem to have mental projections that allow us to allow us relation to the waking realm, right? But played out in a way that doesn't seem to have the limits or boundaries of here. But that's also a place that we go to basically recharge and refresh our body to be able to experience this reality, or what we call reality, here in the waking world. So do you think it's possible that that dream state, what may become more specifically directed information and maybe more vividly clear in the near death experience, do you think that this is possibly a precursor to what the experience may be for a soul after death? And do you think it's possible that that's just the first steps for you to get to a point where you completely dissolve that in which is tied to here, and there's a larger truth that's somehow relayed to you in some way that we can't even comprehend?
That's a very good question.
Wow.
I'll go with the latter part, some way we can't comprehend. But I'll say this, that I still think it's part of the physical realm, because it's a near death. It's not a death, and the experience happened in the mind, in the living mind. So I'll say that, but that's a good question. I really don't know, man. That's like, we're in God territory here.
Sure.
But,
Yeah, no, I these are questions that I think about, right?
Hey, can
Not
I say
saying I
something?
have. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm finding out that dreams primarily are, not all of them, but most of them are your subconscious mind speaking to you, showing you things that you need to change, showing you where you need to focus your attention, calling forth healing for yourself, more enlightenment, helping, showing you through your dreams how to bring past the things that you want to manifest here in this realm. So my thought is that when you have vivid dreams, like dreams that are so tangible that you can hear, you can see, you can sense, it's your subconscious mind showing you answers to questions that you've been asking. Because our subconscious mind knows pretty much everything about us and about those that are around us, and our family members, our friends, those in our social circle, our sphere. It shows us our fears, whether you have a dream at work of somebody doing something to you. It shows you where you have your fears and where your attention is, so that you can rectify it. Because your subconscious mind really is trying to speak to us so that we can be whole and we can be healed. That's my thought.
Yeah, so we gotcha. Yeah. Makes sense. And I can
some of it is inspired by the outside God, by the Creator. Because there's an inside God, there's also our Creator who constantly speaks to us and is trying to get us to higher levels of consciousness, higher levels of understanding.
Yeah, so that was kind of a good tie back, right? So I think the question was more relating to death and what may take place after it, right? Which is a tough thing to talk about because, like Essie was saying, like, he doesn't know. Does anybody know? Has anybody here know, right? And is the dream state kind of just a very, very minuscule glimpse into the metaphysical side, and then you have people with the near-death experiences that might be an even more slightly in-depth experience of the metaphysical realm, but still keeping you in specific parameters that kind of tie you to this physical world, giving you the ability to comprehend based on this world. And is there steps going forward after death, possibly, that put you in a way that gets you to relate to the deeper truths without any attachment to this physical world, right? If we all kind of have an understanding, for the most part, of what we would consider, for lack of a better term, right and wrong, like I think it's kind of these truths are written on our heart. If we all have that, is there a way to better experience that with the detachment from this material world in a way that we don't get to fully experience here, no matter what? I don't know. Just interesting to think about.
That's the
like you're
ultimate
saying,
question, bro. And that's
Yeah, 'cause
why
like
religions around the world have taken advantage of millions and billions of people through the years, claiming that they have the answer for that. Yeah.
right. Give me 10% of your salary, and I'll guarantee that your journey on the other side is going to be bountiful, my friend.
Or give me your indulgence money and I'll forgive your sins.
I think I think that we're all just trying to get out of here, and I think the game is learning the deceptions, finding the truths, and walking in the truths. I think when we left the Creator's presence, we had knowledge of we're coming into a game, and it's a hard game. It's a game that attacks you from the time you're born all the way up until the time you die.
Yeah, so I disagree that we're all trying to get out of here. I honestly think it's like the opposite. I think we're actually trying to stay here. But the game is kind of like
I'm trying to get out of here.
But here's the thing. I feel like the people who
intact.
Yeah, I feel like the people who are trying to get out of here isn't the right path, because the game is figure out how to win here kind of thing,
Yeah, that's
do right by this.
definitely yes. That's
Do right
definitely
by
what
this
I would
realm.
do.
Try not to escape it. Like that's the ultimate end game.
Well, I think
my opinion.
I think to win it is knowing that you're playing it and riding it out to the end and prospering as much as you possibly can in the game.
Well, for these people though, they try to extend this plane of existence for as long as possible for like a couple of reasons. To maintain material existence forever is what they want, but also to postpone eternal judgment for whatever the shit they did to get what they are cherishing in this life in the first place.
There's a possibility that they don't want to come back because of all the evil things they did. It'll be in a lower position, and they know that, and that's why they're trying to stay here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get out, but I'm trying to get out with crowns, with things that I can give the Heavenly Father to move to the next level.
Sure, yeah, no, that's kind of like
it's like a video game. When you're playing a video game, you want to go to the next level. You want to achieve the next phase. You go through certain trials to get to another board, to another level. You start at level 1 and you try to get to level 55 or whatever the game goes up to. You know what I mean? To ultimately win the game. And I think that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, sure. Like to an extent, right? I was disagreeing in a sense of like, if your only goal and what you're working towards while you're here is getting out of here, I think that's when you fall into this idea that you can transcend this place to those levels while you're here, kind of thing, kind of like an apotheosis type situation, which I don't think is the right and proper way to do it. I think it's like to figure and ultimately figure out how to win here by what we are intentionally here to do, right? To be a symbiotic part of this process, not work against this process that was put here for us. And I think a lot of people are trying to get out of it here in a sense of like, gosh, I can't wait till I get to this other place and blah, blah, blah.
yeah. Heaven.
But what's the reward of being here is figuring out and experiencing what is here in a holistic kind of way. I think that's
Well,
the goal.
well, the realistic is to create heaven here for yourself and those in your sphere, those around you, to be a blessing to everyone, and to do business that helps mankind, that furthers, the evolvement of this realm. This realm's going to be here. We're only here for a blip,
Right.
and we have to do as much good and as much, give as much love as we can while we're here, and constantly being able to change and willing to listen to the spirit, listen to the creator, that'll show you where to go, what to do, how to prosper, how to be a blessing to others. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, but like my whole point being is like you're doing the good things, you're helping people because legitimately they need help and you want to help them, not because, oh, if I help this person, this is going to help me get to the next level of whatever and I'm going to get a reward in the afterlife. Like, to me, that I feel like that's like missing the point of providing the charity for somebody, because
Yeah.
providing somebody charity isn't because you get a reward. That's you know what I'm saying?
See, what I'm starting to understand is everyone's running a program, and their program combats with your program, and that's where the strife comes from. They're not doing it intentionally. They're just running a program. They're living in a self-made program that they respond to. And what I'm learning is we have the ability to change our programming. We're probably the most powerful computer in this realm, in ourselves, and we have the ability to reprogram all the things that life has programmed us through the years to react and act in the ways that we do, where we no longer have to be subjected to somebody else's programming, where we can rise above that and help them change their programming to a more positive, to a more giving, to a more loving programming. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense?
Yeah. So what you're saying is like you take your friend out to dinner and you let him know how bad he messes up the group chat because he has an Android and he just needs to switch to Apple. Sorry,
I
that
get
was a joke. But you know what I'm saying?
No, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, when you realize somebody else is running a program and they're just so negative, and every time you talk to them, they're just trying to poop on you or dump on you. When you realize that's their programming, it's easier to have unconditional love for them, and it's easier to have pity for them and have compassion for them. Like people that are stuck, losing at the game, and I just feel compassion for them now, because I know it's their programming that's causing them to continually have tragedy after tragedy after tragedy, or mishap after mishap. And look, I got my own programming that I have to deal with, because I bring stuff on myself that I shouldn't, and I'm just trying to figure things out so that I can change and become more efficient, more enlightened, more evolved, so that I can be a benefit to mankind, not a detriment. We're not a sheep just following the rest of the herd. You know what I mean?
So, does anyone want to talk about the preferred direction of the ether wind again?
Hey, there he is. Yo, yeah, I was just talking to Gio about that. If you guys don't mind, could we switch it up a little bit?
Yeah, no problem. I just jumped in because I like the conversation.
Yeah, you're straight, bro.
No, it's all good. We're just talking
Yeah.
about the afterlife. So bring on the winds, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah. So last night the subject came up of west-east propagation or whatever. And I was like, no, it's definitely west to east and not east to west. That's the faster speed. but I was actually incorrect in that. I had been reading it all week, through the heliocentric paradigm published papers where they're accounting for the rotation in terms of the counterclockwise rotation of Earth. And that's what's producing, the quote unquote rotation of the sky. So with a stationary non-rotating Earth, it actually becomes the inverse. So east to west is the faster speed, and east to west, or west to east, is the slower speed. So it does follow the sidereal rotation of the sky with direct translation of motion, baby.
I got a question. I heard that they're putting windmills in the ocean off the coast of Jersey, New York, 900 miles deep to generate power. Now, do you think that they know the east to west motion of the wind and they're going to calculate it for that?
That's not what that means.
I think they'll get power either way they put them.
Yeah, different wind, brother.
Oh, it's a full different. Oh, okay, I got you.
Well, yeah, well, the ether wind is what we're referring to, the actual source of the motion from the sidereal rotation that translates down to Earth and things like Sagnac instrumentation, interferometry, and the Foucault's pendulum, right?
Yes, sir.
Gio, are you in the room right now?
Yep. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, last night, just to catch everybody up, last night we were talking about this preferred direction that the work that Alan's been doing. A lot of people may not be familiar with his presentations, which will have to be reposted. But anyway, yeah, so like last night you had that revelation about like, oh wait, that makes perfect sense then. Why the sunset is totally different than the sunrise, and then the whole contradiction of it being west to east and east to west now has been rectified, and that was an important conversation to actually go through the steps of, because now Alan's got new information that he's come up with.
Yeah, for sure. And it makes sense because, Alan and I were DMing a little bit. And yeah, it makes sense that because on the globe model, they need their globe to be spinning west to east in order to account for the actual sidereal rotation, the way that, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So their globe has to be rotating west to east in order to, in order to have the sun rise in the east and set in the west. So yeah, there's like an inversion there in terms of what they say it is. Yeah.
I was like, dude, you know what happened? You were studying a thing that was upside down to begin with, and you got this awesome result, and you did all the work, and you figured it out, and you forgot to flip it once you were done to get back to the original thing because you started looking at something that was upside down, right?
Yeah.
Well, what's wild about it, though, with interferometry as well, is that an interferometer will pick up motion. If you tilt it left, right, up, down, it will pick that up because the light, that's being reflected off the mirrors as that's occurring when you tilt it. That's why they're so accurate, to be able to pick, pitch and yaw and roll, like they're able to pick all that up. So in a way, there's problems with the globe explanation for it, for sure. But some guys like that have debated it will, in here have said over the weeks and months, they've said, the ring laser gyro picks up motion, and it is picking up that fringe shift, which could be related to the Earth spinning. And in a way, if you want to just give as much kind of potential concession, you could say, well, okay, that is kind of true, because when the gyroscope moves, that it will pick up that motion. But then there's a deeper question, in terms of that 15 degree sidereal rotation, is that actually picking up the Earth rotation or not? And there's deeper parts to it, which Alan has broken down, and all of these other components. So there are many reasons as to why it's not the case that 15 degrees is connected to the Earth rotating. But what I'm trying to elucidate right here is just to say that it's interesting that there is an overlap, because if you have a gyroscope, a ring laser gyroscope, and you have the actual ether wind that is causing the fringe shift to occur because of that east to west movement of the magnetic field and of the ether itself, you're going to get that 15 degree. From the medium itself. Now, in addition, you can then tilt the gyroscope around, and you can be able to, get the other readings from it that it's moving. But the thing is that in order to even get those other readings that it's moving, you have to like already calculate in the 15 degrees per hour that's already like part of the medium. It's like built into the medium itself. And then once you account for that, then you can tilt it around and get the other, pickups of the rotation or of the movement of the actual device. Sorry if that was, it's a lot to try to put into a few words there.
No, you're good. Yeah, it does pick up rotation when it's orientated east and west, but not as much. So they say that in order to get the most fringe or whatever, to get the actual accurate readings, it has to be aligned with the axis of rotation. So that's why they align it with Polaris. So on a plane and on a globe, it's the same.
Do you think a mechanical gyroscope put next to it would show the same readings?
I don't think so. It would have to be. It'd have to be like really accurate, right? Like really precise. That's why it gets down with the light stuff. So I'm not aware of anything like that.
Well, they know mechanical compasses detect the 15-degree per hour spin. That's been known for a while, and that's what Bob knew before going into the 3-ring, laser, the laser gyro. I think that the laser is super sensitive in order to detect that, though. I don't think the gyro can detect the actual preferential speed of an ether wind. Wait, did I say?
So you're saying, hold on now, you're because their claim is that the mechanical gyroscope detects motion of the Earth. So you guys are saying that you think that the other one detects the motion of not the Earth, of the ether. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, the effects would be indistinguishable in terms of the laser interferometry, but for the mechanical gyro, I think whatever it is they detect is way less than what the fringes come out to be, and they have to use like a double axis reading for the mechanical ones too, don't they? So they're actually taking like a double reading to get what they need. So if we're not on a globe and you take a double reading, you would just kind of be cooking the books.
But like
sorry, I thought you were.
Oh yeah, sorry, dude. Just like every
No, I guess
supposed
it would
measure,
average out. Yeah.
every supposed measure Earth rotation is just a misinterpreted ether wind rotation anyway. So all the things that they say are Earth, like when they say the 15-degree per hour measure the Earth spin, no, they measure the actual speed of the ether. That is the transfer motion that shows up in other measurements like Foucault's pendulum and the interferometry. That's always been
But
what
you
it's
gotta
like.
understand, bro. You gotta understand this. They claim that with a sensitive enough gyroscope, you can detect the 15-degree movement of the Earth. But you guys are claiming with the other one that you're saying that it's not that. You're saying that it's the ether, basically, that transfers down to the mechanism and shows
If
the
the
fringe pattern.
mechanical gyroscope shows a fringe or shows a precession that matches the sidereal rotation, then yeah, it's measuring a translation of motion of the ether that's causing the precession. Then, if it matches that, if it's not, then it's not.
No, what do you mean? These two things don't reconcile. One is actual motion of the Earth, and the other one is motion of the sky, of the ether. Those two things are not the same.
How much no, it's from a translation of motion of the sky, though. Like it would literally be identical. That's how they got away with this.
No, but hold on. How are you gonna? No, it doesn't work. How can a movement that is actual movement of the Earth be translated to a movement in the sky with a mechanical gyroscope that?
Other way around.
Well, yeah,
I don't
they
think
say,
you're getting this, bro. I don't think you're understanding this.
Okay,
well,
what he's sorry, just quickly. What he's saying is that they are taking motion of the sky, pretending it's motion of the ground, and then presenting that. And then you're asking, how are they measuring motion of the ground and then saying it's motion of the sky?
Yep.
Yeah, but
I'm
no,
I'm saying. Sorry, go ahead.
They're actually showing the precession. They're actually showing a gyroscope, and they're saying, "Look, it's actually precedently." In other words, the bottom is turning. They're saying the gyroscope is staying in place, and the Earth is turning. That's what they're claiming. Not that the gyroscope itself is turning. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm not quite sure you're understanding what he's saying.
No, I am understanding what he's saying, but they can't say that that motion relates to a visual effect. I don't think you guys are understanding.
No, they can say whatever they want about it. It's still from a translation of motion of the sky. If it's being detected in that, then that's what it is. Because the Earth's not rotating under it. Right? Because if they could detect...
So you're saying, okay, I get. So you're saying now that the ether is actually causing the wheel to turn. the gyroscopic wheel to turn.
If it's matching a precession that's in alignment with that, then that's it, because the Earth's not rotating.
Dude, their
If the Earth were,
rebuttal.
yeah,
their
if the Earth
rebuttal
were
is
actually rotating and other interferometry experiments that are way more sensitive, they would have to account for additional velocities such as the Earth's orbit around the sun, and they never do. So they actually don't even have a reason to claim Earth rotation, and all the math they use to to derive Earth rotation actually assumes an absolute reference frame so that they can measure the varying speed of light, so that they can account for the for the difference. So like they're not even it's not even done in like the relativistic heliocentric globe paradigm. It's done in like a Galilean absolute reference frame situation. Like it's completely backwards to what we've been told, and then they just apply this measurement uniformly to Earth rotation.
Yeah, I'm with you, brother. Don't think I'm not with you. We're definitely from a stationary point of view, and everything is related. That we're stationary flight, ballistics, all that. I'm aware. I'm just talking in particular this issue.
No, I get you. But yeah, it would be the same. Whatever it would show, if it corresponds to that and matches the rotation of the sky, because that's where they derive the Earth rotation from.
But
So
but their argument was that a regular like gyroscopic compass, like a physical mechanical, whatever you call that one, like that doesn't have the mechanism to detect a translation of motion that is not actually on the ground. I think that's what he's saying, right? Because that's what they're saying.
No. Hold on, bro.
Times.
No, they're saying that the cheap ones cannot detect, but they're saying expensive ones, like in the multiple thousands of dollars, they're saying those ones with sensitive ball bearings can actually detect the motion. That's what they say.
Right,
I call bull on that, but that's what they say. Yeah.
Right. So, but it's not actually the motion of the Earth that they're detecting. Is the whole argument that we're trying to back up and like to come back with? Right? They're actually detecting a translation of motion from the ether above, which is what we've always said about those sort of tests that detect motion, like supposed Coriolis effects, all those motion translation effects that they come up with on globe Earth to measure quote Earth spin is always just it's a translation of motion from this. This has been the argument the whole time, but I think that to argue the interferometry stuff is a specific lever. Like you have to say that now we can detect a preferred direction of the motion. So we've gotten beyond the fact that the motion is detectable, and the preferred direction aspect of it sort of is another kick in the nuts to the whole mile, right?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that interferometer too, like what it detects. But yeah, that's another issue.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not so sure about that gadget. I can understand the how the mechanical gyroscope works, right? It keeps its rigidity, and I can understand and I do understand how the interferometry works with the pattern and the collapse and all that stuff. But are they really detecting that? Are you
Hey,
really
SC,
detecting an ether?
SC,
You know?
have you been around recently the past few times that Alan's come on and done like a short presentation on his deep dive into interferometry yet? Are you not familiar with that happening recently?
I think I caught a tail end of one of his presentations, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was talking about satellites and the need for us to be stationary in order for them to work, something like that.
Yeah, the
If I recall.
GPS. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
interesting.
familiar with that stuff. Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
As far as like what the readings are actually reading, there's a lot of particulars that we're all trying to get a grasp of that Alan's done a lot of work on recently with like this guy, the Dayton Miller, that did like millions of tests to show that this is what's going on. But go ahead, Alan, if you want to try to recap a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, so with the laser interferometry, a guy named Dayton Miller picked up where Michelson Morley left off, and just kind of abandoned their dealings with interferometry. And what Dayton Miller found was that during each equinox, there's a fringe shift pattern that corresponds to a faster or slower motion, depending on which equinox. And that's when the fringe shift patterns reach their minimum and maximum dimensions to the day on the equinox. So he literally measured like how the sun moves faster in the sky, to maintain its 15 degrees per hour. Like that's basically what he measured and what they've obscured through Michelson Morley. And then they get into it. They try and put everything through this lens of special relativity, where it's got these postulates on how they should interpret the speed of light and reference frames and all these things. But from the reference frame, which everything was derived and calculated from, it's not true at all. And they actually, explicitly use an absolute reference frame to calculate relative motion between the or for the directions of the propagation of electromagnetic waves. And using that framework, they found that electromagnetic waves do propagate faster east to west, not west to east. But through the heliocentric paradigm, they would interpret that as west to east and not east to west, because it's counterclockwise Earth rotation to match the sky, or to produce the effects of the sky. But anyway, so yeah, they did measure that, and then also, they tried to bury the Michelson-Morley stuff by saying that it was a null result, and that it actually proved that C is invariant and all that stuff. And then that's where they get into the justification for the Lorentz transformations and all that stuff. But all that stuff goes out the window when you realize that that this technology is all based on a varying speed of light and measuring it through an absolute background in the math. Like, that's how they imply it, to measure the relative motion. So it just completely obliterates special relativity on the face
I'm with
of
you,
it.
bro.
But
When they
yeah,
used to say, like,
they do measure stuff in accordance with that. And that Dayton Miller guy did 5,200,000 measurements of it. So
yeah, I'm with you all the way. All this, the contraction and all this stuff, time dilation, it's complete nonsense. The only calculations they do is because of movement. That's it. And like you said, there has to be a stationary. It has to be a stationary reference frame for all this stuff to work. Absolutely. Flight, all this stuff is based on stationary. Yeah, I'm with you on that all the way, bro.
yeah.
Do we have a problem with instruments detecting translational motion from the sky?
Yeah, that I have a slight problem with. Yeah, the interferometer there, I'm not convinced that that's what it picks up. I'll be honest with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool, man.
Don't take this personal, right? But
No.
I've done like research on LIGO, and the stuff that I found that they claim that they can detect is like just phenomenal. And yeah, so I have issues with that.
Yeah, think about how ridiculous LIGO is. It's like, it's got the sensitivity enough to pick up a fringe shift 1/1000th of the width of a proton, whatever that means, right? But they can't detect Earth rotation, but they can detect a gravitational wave from an event that allegedly happened 11 billion years ago at 11 billion light years of distance away from us, which comes out to whatever miles. So like this happened 11 billion years ago, and they say that like they have a definite solid fringe on that. But
exactly.
when they didn't get Earth rotation, and the only interpretation would have been a stationary Earth with respect to an ether wind, they completely abandoned interferometry until they had to deal with the Sagnac effect.
So wait, so Essie, what is your typical like argument against a gyroscope measuring 15 degrees per hour, or like a supposed precession of a pendulum? Do you just say that those things don't exist, or do you have a different understanding for an explanation for the motion?
Absolutely, yeah. The pendulum. Well, the pendulum is one of my favorite ones, right? And I'll give you guys a simple experiment that I came up with that no one's ever done, amazingly, through the 400 years. But anyways, so you guys are saying the pendulum, the motion of it is affected because of the ether. That's what you're claiming, right? Or you think could be possible that, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that I think that's possible. That's my argument, right? So if they're saying that there is a precession of the pendulum, that it is the Earth spin, and that is denoted by latitude, then I'm just going to say, well, okay, if that's the case, then it's not Earth spin, it's the ether wind, which would be measurable depending on latitude, right? It gets further, the further out you go, the weaker it gets, sort of thing, and that'd be the same thing.
Okay, this is what my argument would be. I would say it would be neither or anything, right? Now, why I say that, right? This is why I say that, because I claim if you put two pendulums side by side and you make the motion swing 10 times, I claim you're never going to get the same pattern. Now, if either of these theories were correct, either the ether or motion, They would always have to be similar, right?
All right, so throw out the pendulum and just go with like, what do you think the regular mechanical gyro measures? Do you think that that doesn't measure anything? Is that like a misunderstanding, or is there a different explanation for that motion?
Okay, now, so you agree the pendulum is kind of fishy, right? Wishy-washy there?
Oh, I definitely agree that it's a fishy fucking argument in the first place. I was just hypothesizing as to how I would counter it if there was a confirmed motion, because that honestly it seems to be the case with these interferometry experiments in Dayton Miller. He repeatedly measured like over and over and over and over and over to such a degree that I'm considered like, why would I? Seems more prudent to work it into an argument on my understanding as opposed to arguing against it. But let's just say that the pendulum doesn't do anything and pendulums are stupid. How do you think the mechanical gyro works to measure a supposed 15 degree per hour?
Okay, so this is what I know about a gyroscope, right? A gyroscope keeps rigidity in space. That's what it's designed to do, right? So you spin it up. As long as it keeps a certain RPMs, I think it's 5,000 or above. It just stays there, keeps its rigidity in space. Now, the only thing that I know could make it precise is the ball bearings, right? And the rotation, that movement, right? Now, I've never seen one of those show that. Now, they claim, and I wanted to buy one and try it, but they claim that the ones that cost a few $100s there, those are not, they're not sensitive enough. And I say, what do you mean? Why not? You got a thing spinning underneath you. Why isn't it sensitive enough? Anyways, it's not sensitive enough. So I've never seen it myself. So first of all, I don't even believe it happens.
Okay.
Can you catch
Right?
me up?
Well, and Essie, I was going to ask with the pendulum. So if you were to do two pendulums, like you were saying, right next to each other, with all the factors being the same, and controlling for any extraneous factors, and if you were to see both pendulums precessing, both doing the exact same precession as connected to the latitude, then what? Meaning, if you were to see that for sure and you were to validate it, that two pendulums do indeed precess in that exact way and repeatedly, where would you go then if that was validated for you?
I would blow my mind. Then I would say, oh, there's definitely something here. Yeah. There would have to be. I would have to be like not logical to say like, oh, it's just a coincidence. For two of those things to precess the same every time, like 10 out of 10 times, that would definitely blow my mind. And I would say there's definitely something here. It's like flipping a coin and coming up heads 10 times.
Okay, but would you even in any way be considering Earth rotation as being a reason for it? Or would you be considering an ether wind type explanation or a magnetic field vortex explanation or something along those lines over a stationary Earth? Or like, where would you go from there?
Everywhere. All what you just said. I would look at it. I would say, holy shit, I got it all wrong.
You would even consider that the Earth is rotating? You would go there? I
would have to. Yeah, I would have to.
I mean, there's videos online of people that have done the Foucault's pendulum pretty well. In turn, like one guy did it, in like a huge stairwell where it was connected all the way, the taller you have the cable, that the actual weight is hanging from, the better. So it's pretty hard to do it if it's only like 3 feet tall or whatever, 3 foot high cable. So doing it a very, very higher, 30, 40, even 50 feet or more can help to get because it's such a slight drift, it's so minor. So it needs to have like the proportions of everything ideally in order to actually pick that up. So, I mean, there's some pretty good videos online of people doing it in terms of showing it.
I don't doubt it, but is there has there ever been one with two of them side by side?
Well, no, I mean, I've heard you bring that idea up, but no, to this day, I've never seen anyone that does two next to each other. That would be very interesting to see. I've agreed with you 100%. That would be awesome, because then that would even validate it more that it is a more consistent effect. And I mean, doing it multiple times as well would be good, but yeah, having two going simultaneously to see that would be awesome. Yeah, that would definitely be very good thing to do.
Like even 5 times. If I would see it 5 times in a row, and then move to another location like 200 miles away and see a different precession, the same one, 2 pendulums 5 times in a row, then I would say, holy crap, man. I got to reassess everything.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
these
you know
guys,
what? That
the globe liars are not. And okay, I'll just say this: I'm not telling you to believe or not believe it if you haven't seen it experimentally validated to your level of standards and all that. But I'll just say that I don't think that these globe deceiver folks, they're not the Foucault's pendulum. They're not just making up the whole Foucault pendulum thing, because that would be so easy to disprove. So I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to tell you to believe it or not believe it. I'm just saying, like, in my understanding and the way I've seen them in person and done them myself, it does process. But what I'm saying is that, like, if this is one of their big globe proofs, it would make the most sense, of course, that they would base it off a real phenomenon, that people could repeat it. And, oh, look at this, it's Earth.
There we go. Bingo, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
SE, like, that's the whole beauty of the work that Alan's looking into, and the interferometry might be the same. Like, whatever's causing the 3-ring laser gyro to process is possibly the same thing that's happening with the pendulum. And the beauty of it is that, yeah, these are probably real things, just like the Cavendish is probably a real thing caused by electrostatics, but now we're re-owning them because these are the things they go to, because they know there's some readings that then they can misinterpret as the Earth spinning. And it wouldn't have to cause you to reassess everything if we got these guys like Alan and Whitsitt and some of these people that are looking at these things and saying, okay, yeah, well, if that's a real effect, then let's find the real cause. And it seems like there is one, and that actually is very well known, just totally obfuscated.
Yeah, look, I'm open to that. I'm personally, I'm not convinced. Like, I don't think a string with a weight on it, which, by the way, when it's not swinging, you know what that's called, right?
Plumb bob.
Exactly, a plumb bob. And a plumb bob can work if there's motion. You guys know that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, vortices are, something that, like, okay, so let's say you have just imagine for a moment being in like God mode where you could zoom out and look above the Earth. So I'm just going to lay out a quick idea. Basically, take let's say a Gleason's AE type map as a general layout of the continents with the North Pole in the middle and all of that. And if you were looking at that from above, you have a huge, massive planar surface, and then let's say you could also see the stars that are all moving clockwise from above. So you have all these stars that are moving clockwise. Let's for the moment leave out the southern effect of the stars. Let's just kind of go with, for the moment, just Polaris and everything rotating like around the face of the clock, the sun and the moon, and then all the Mercury and Venus, all of those are moving, the sun and the moon are moving between the tropics, etc. So the whole thing is moving from above. You would see this like massive clockwise rotation of, everything, of the stars, the sun, the moon, the whole sky clock, the whole system. And, and then of course you would have like the actual wind patterns and the weather patterns and all of that as well. But just from imagining that, from the stars, the sky, the whole thing having that 15 degree, it's not all exactly 15 because they're all moving slightly different speeds. But if we're going to take the sidereal rotation, it's, the 23 hours, 56 minutes to make one full rotation. Looking at that from above, that whole thing is like swirling, like all the sun, moon, stars, everything around Polaris, which, when you see the 24-hour sun in like Alaska, for example, you can literally watch it circle you. It's like circling, you can point at your finger and watch it go in a circle as well. So if this whole realm that we're in has this flow going on, this from above clockwise, around and around and around, would it then correlate that there would be like that the magnetic field that's connected to the sky and to the stars and to this whole vortex system would have that relational connection of that movement to the entire medium, let's say the air, the electrostatic field, etc., of the ground that we're on, to the point of where Cavendish, Coriolis, Foucault's pendulum, even the weight change at latitude could be correlated with this as well. If the vortice effect has to do with the gravitational effect electrostatically. So I'm just asking SE, sorry it was long-winded, but I'm just saying, like, even though, I agree with you, there's more work that needs to be done to really nail down exactly how to detect this further and maybe additional ways to do so. But, would it potentially make sense to you that with a stationary Earth, with all that flow I just mentioned, that there would be an interconnectedness with the magnetic field, et cetera, to where if you have, a pendulum made of metal and all of those factors, that it would correlate and you would get that relational direction movement due to that clockwise, that whole clockwise rotation.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, like the milkshake effect, right? You're stirring the. I get what you're saying, sure, but you see, I have one issue with that, right? If that effect is going on, and I'm not saying it is or it isn't, right? Wouldn't it does that only happen when the pendulum is swinging? How could there be an effect like that and the pendulum remain like perfectly stationary?
Well, because I think
How does that work?
it's almost like the idea that it's such a light drift. Because when you think about 15 degrees an hour, is pretty slow when you think about it. I mean, look how fast the stars are moving. You walk outside, stars look like they're not moving at all, even though they are moving, obviously, very slowly. And so that amount of drift is very, very minimal. And so if you just had a plumb bob just hanging there, now you get into Cavendish, which is not a plumb bob, but you have metal balls hanging. And, so there is that effect, which I think has to do with the vortexual nature of the ether as well. It's actually a vortex that's pulling them in that sense due to the actual field effect of that, the vorticey nature of it. But so yeah, the plumb bob or a stationary pendulum kind of starts to blend over into Cavendish, and that. But the thing with Cavendish, you can't just pick it up just with one plumb bob, so that's why they have two, and then etc. with the way the whole Cavendish works. But anyways, I was just with the pendulum, the Foucault's pendulum. If it's swinging like that, then imagine if it's swinging and then you were to blow, on it very gently, like, just blow. You would be able to, by slightly blowing on it, you would be able to get it to maybe, slightly precess, like it slightly changes its, direction. Now, I'm not saying that the ether wind is the same as blowing on it, but if we were to kind of just make that correlation in terms of like the magnetic field having that effect, then the fact that it precesses that very, slight amount would, in that sense, kind of correlate with that very, very gentle drift that's occurring in and around the medium due to that magnetic field and the sidereal rotation that would then cause that pendulum to have that effect.
Dude, it's also worth noting that people actually created the name ether wind for it. Like, we didn't make that up, right? That's what the G's who studied it called it. It's like a known enough phenomenon to develop a name like that.
Well, didn't Tesla know about it?
I hear you guys.
Didn't
I'm
Tesla
just
know
not
about
convinced on this one.
I mean, that traditional
really.
robots were made from lead weights at the end, so the heavier the better, the way they will always achieve a sort of a consistent result. So yes, it is all about, I agree with you, Gio, absolutely. It's about this subtle sort of prevailing force, which hasn't the power to overcome something in status like that, but as you put that thing in motion, it's a subtle sort of continuous influence which will deviate it from its path, and the more deviation according to its, I guess, epicentral location.
It also makes a very similar pattern to the Ferrocells, like the actual pattern of the Foucault's pendulum. It creates like a sacred geometrical, like flower of life type design. If you were to map it out, like the way that it actually processes, which is interesting as well, how that connects to magnetic fields. Like it's basically drawing out a magnetic field, the flux lines of a magnetic field, if you were to draw the actual path that it makes as it swings and processes.
Hey, Gio, can I ask you a question? I think it's related. I mean, do you think NASA believe at the high levels that they're actually flat earthers? Do you think they believe that they're flat earthers?
With what now? What'd you say with NASA?
Do you think the highest levels of NASA and the military, do you believe they believe the Earth is flat? They're flat earthers?
I mean, it's a little bit of a topic change, but
yeah,
but
it is off topic.
Well, yeah.
I mean, anybody who doesn't take those documents for face value, they're in big trouble because those are important words they use there. When they said they assume, that means they assume the dead. They assume.
So is that?
It's not presume. It's not presume. It's assume.
So is that a picture of the pendulum results here that you put? Is that the pattern? Oh, I see. That's a better one. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that I would bet money that No
I
two
would love you
pendulums
guys
side by
to have
side
the
would meet
funding
that.
that NASA gets instead of a
Yeah,
bunch
you're
of
probably right.
CGI bullshit. I'd rather give
You're-
the money to you guys and let you go and do experiments on this shit. Really find
Like
out
I
what it
said,
is.
I'd bet money that two pendulums side by side would not make the same pattern.
But they would make like the same general shape. I bet. I bet it's always like something like that, like what you just posted, right? Do you think it would have the same number of spokes, maybe, or is that
Well, I
something
mean,
that
they
was there?
claim that it's like the precession rate is different due to the latitude. Position is different, so like the actual rate of precession is different. So it'll make like a slightly different pattern. Even though it has like that similar kind of, it's like a similar overall pattern, but the precession rate is what's different at the different latitudes.
But like, so would someone at like 20 degrees make a spiral graph with like 17 spokes or something? No, they would just be at slightly different angles with the same amount if it ran for the same time, I'm guessing.
Yeah, like at the different latitudes, they claim that they have to set them up to like, for example, on this one, it looks like a pretty big one in a museum somewhere. But like the way that those pegs knock over, the pegs will knock over at a different rate due to the different latitude. So even though like the overall shape is similar in terms of the back and forth and the slightly precessing as it makes its clockwise rotation, in and out, and as it does that precession effect, it's just that at the different latitudes, it would knock those pins over at a different rate in correlation to its latitude.
So we're supposed to believe there's a force that could move this huge ball, make it precess, but only when it's moving.
That's their argument, yeah.
That's a tall order for me.
Well,
I mean, not really. Their argument is that the thing swings in place and the Earth rotates underneath it.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
So it's the base that's moving. It's just that the swinging pendulum keeps the same plane the whole time.
Correct.
Which would be different if it was like aether wind or something. It would sort of be a different mechanism.
That's what I was trying to say before with the mechanical gyroscope. Thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, it would make sense though, SE, if it was like the like you're saying, it's a plumb bob until they get it swinging, right? And then once it's swinging, there's a tendency, right? And that tendency for this seeming like misinterpretation, but this tendency seems to be exemplified by what the ether wind could cause it to do. It's not saying that the ether wind is causing this big ball to move, but once the ball's moving, it would create the pattern, this tendency that is apparent in things like Geo just posted.
Yeah, but it would be actually moving it though, like in the same sense that if the ether wind is actually causing the fringe shift in the interferometer to actually cause that the shift of the light, in direction from the east to west. Like Alan was saying, if you line it up to Polaris, then you're going to have that east to west axes, and then if that's what's actually causing the fringe shift, then in the same way, then the ether wind would actually be causing the pendulum to move in a sense.
Maybe not from rest though, right?
You see new perspective? You see what I mean? That's the distinction there.
So the pendulum would precess relative to the ether drag, though, at latitude, because that's the same thing that they're measuring. They're just calling it Earth rotation, right? So it's just relative to how far it is away from the vortex, and that interaction is what's like what's his name said, is facilitating like that pattern.
Well, but they admit
it's not like it's blowing on it. It's
you have to get it swinging to begin with. That was my point, right? I mean, with any of these, like maybe not with a 3-ring laser gyro, but with something like a pendulum, they need to get it swinging to start off at least.
Yeah, I was going to say there seems to be some interaction with things in motion too, right? So remember, a stationary observer receives electromagnetic propagation relative to one that in motion. So there seems to be some interaction too with something that's in motion.
Yeah, it could be like even the explanation for some of the stuff that Eric Lathwaite did
with like the wheel that he spins, and it's like amazing. Like it seems like there'd be no way, but once he gets it spinning, and it's easy enough for him to just direct it. You know what I'm talking about?
Never heard of it.
Oh, okay. But you know what? You've seen that it seems to defy gravity. It gets the wheel spinning, and it's on a pole, and the wheel's spinning, and then once it's spinning, it's like the heaviness it disappears.
The only fantasy force that I can see, and excuse if anybody don't get triggered on that word, is magnetism. That's the only thing that I can see that I can logically relate to anything to do with causing that thing to move or process in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the ether would be connected to the electromagnetic field, this ether drift.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you think of the Elias effect? During a solar eclipse, a pendulum will experience a like jolt in its normal precession rate in accordance with the duration of the what's it called? Solar eclipse.
I heard of that. That's fascinating. Yeah. I wonder what two of them would do side by side at that particular moment.
Yeah, for sure. If you scroll up, I posted a video of one and like some pictures to go along with it and a little presentation that somebody made. And that's not my presentation, but somebody made that. It just has a lot of interesting stuff on the Elias effect on it.
Yeah, cool. All this stuff is fascinating for sure.
It'd be amazing to replicate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they actually have schematics in that presentation for how to build your own, so that you can measure it. And they had a bunch of stuff plotted out for future eclipses and locations where you could record your data and stuff. But yeah, it would be interesting to replicate that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, let's just say for a moment that the pendulum does precess at the latitudes as they claim. Then yeah, I don't think it would be wise to necessarily deny that. You know what I'm saying? You know, in terms of like the actual discussion of all this, because if one were just to deny that, and then they were to be like, no, look, no, totally, you know, it does do it, and then they're able to verify that. So that's one thing. And yeah, it doesn't seem like it's necessarily fully been like tested though. I mean, like I said, there's a couple of videos on YouTube of people doing it. And you know, they're pretty good videos showing them. And then Whitsitt has brought up a bunch of ones that were anomalous, especially in the South. And like, I don't think anyone's ever seen one done at the equator, right? That doesn't precess. Like to this day, has anyone seen one that at the equator that they claim doesn't precess at all? Like that data is just totally missing. And doing Foucault's pendulum in the South is also missing, you know, showing precession, because they claim that it changes its precession direction in the South. So they claim that it'll, you know, be going clockwise in the North, and then as you get to the South, it starts actually precessing counterclockwise.
Well, I just think that like because the whole Thanks Bob movement was taken as like a misinterpretation of this data in the first place. They say that the triumphantly proves Earth spin for so long they've gotten to claim that and shout it and just say dumb shit when the absolute opposite is in fact true. Like a preferred direction in accordance with the sidereal rotation for a speed of light is direct evidence for our side, not for theirs. And it's frustrating if we don't even like. I don't know, man. Like I don't know if I deny the effect, but. Like I've never seen it, right? Like I've never run a pendulum or done it, but I would by default probably interpret it to argue a different, like kind of like how we did gravity, right? We don't deny the 9.8 meters a second greater. We just have an alternate explanation having to do with the causation, right?
Yeah, because I posted one. I posted one up a little bit earlier that showed the idea of the pendulum with the Earth rotating under it, which is kind of what they try to say it is. But I found this one too, which just sort of shows the general pendulum precession just kind of on a graphic, but it shows it without like the Earth rotating beneath it. And it does kind of show the general precession type of pattern. So, I mean, yeah, it's like a difference of interpretation, because if you're sitting there with the pendulum going and it's making this pattern, there's two basic things you could say. Something is causing the pendulum to precess over a stationary surface, whether that's the medium, the ether wind, etc. Something with the magnetic field, etc., is actually causing the effect from one perspective. Another perspective is what they try to say with the globe, that the entire globe is rotating underneath it, you know, as an explanation for the phenomenon. And it would make sense that these heliocentrist guys would take a phenomenon that is real and then twist it and try to interpret it, as they do all of their things, into their model to try to like reify, the phenomenon and try to make it provable so that even intelligent people in the modern era will come on the internet and defend it as if it's explanation for their model that they've been told about.
Exactly.
Can I ask how many people have done this in actual different locations and actual noticed this? Because really, guys, I can't buy this, man. Honestly, I can't buy this.
Buy anything, SC Montreal. You're a Shrifter. Can't buy anything.
Have you tried it, Pete? Have you
Well,
tried
you just
it?
said that there was scanned evidence there, so it seems that there's a very severe lacking of any experiments on, especially the equator. Geo just said that, but it's interesting, Geo, when they talk about. So yeah, it'd be foolish of us just to rule out completely these. I guess deliverances, but I'm thinking it's interesting. Yes, as the focal pendulum deviates precesses in the opposing direction, very similar to the southern stars as well. So we suddenly have this deviation point at the equatorial areas. I think the onus is on us now to figure out reality, right? So we know that it's not a spinning ball, SC Montreal. What's your best guess as to what the surrounds are? I think this is where we have to.
Hey, wait, Pete, before you keep going,
that's where we have to go.
real quick.
Go ahead.
Hey, SC, what Gio was saying though does make sense though when you think about it objectively. Like if they had these tests that if they really got down to the nitty gritty, to the people that really look at these things over and over again are convinced that there's something happening. They're also convinced that the interpretation is what's happening, but that's how they always get us. They have these things they sit pretty with because their interpretation reifies their model. And it would make more sense if there was some real effect, right? Rather than the whole thing just being a hoax.
So I put a list in
You mean
the
like
chat.
space flight and?
I put a list in chat.
No, I don't mean that.
There's a list in
wake
chat
up, man.
that's got about 200 or 300 different pendulums around the world, mostly at different universities. Some of them at different attractions, World's Fair kind of thing, whatever. But there's a list of 200 or 300 different ones around the world.
You see how that works though, SC? He can come in and say, these pendulums have a real effect, therefore it's a globe, no matter what. But if we're saying, okay, great, yeah, the effect is not caused by what you think it is though. Now it's over.
That my response was not to address that. It was to address his question about nobody here has done it. Maybe one or two people in this scientific community, in the Discord community. I don't know if too many people that have personally done it here, but I'm just saying there are a lot out there that have been done, is my point.
Yeah, this is one that oh wait. The wrong button. Okay, here it is. If you you have to skip ahead a little bit because the guy does a little explanation or whatever. And I've so if you go to like about 2 minutes in, he does it he does it in a stairwell, and he has a little bit of ink, like he has paper on the ground, and then he has a little ink, dripping ink basically onto the paper, so you can actually see the path it's making. And this one does show the effect.
I just don't understand how, if it was such a consistent effect, how could it sometimes spin the opposite way?
Well, that's the thing. There's contention about what happens when it gets to the equator and in the south, and for a good reason. If what Alan's talking about is what the actual truth is, because it wouldn't work the same.
Well, the one they did in the South Pole, they started it up and they got everything right, except someone realized that they were in the South Pole and that it was processing the wrong way. So they had to make adjustments. They changed the orientation of the weight that they were using, and they tried it again. And they got half the expected precession, and then they had to redo it again. And finally, they got the right results they were anticipating on the third try after many, many manipulations. So I just wonder how many of these are done in that way, and we don't even hear half of the manipulations they had to do before finally they got what they were expecting and then claim that proves the Earth's rotating.
Yeah, and the bigger point is no matter what results they get, the reason for the results are totally a misinterpretation, and that's how they use it.
No, me, I'm curious why, like, how are you guys so certain? Like Geo, for example. I'm not picking on you, bro, but I'm just saying, like, you seem certain, right? Why are you so certain of this?
Of the pendulum process, you're saying? Of the pendulum?
Yeah, of the consistent procession. Yeah, like on the yeah.
Well, I mean, I've done them myself. I've seen many other documentations of others doing them, you know, around as well. The Elias effect is something that has a lot of history to it. I mean, Maurice Elias, I mean, he won a Nobel Prize. You know, now whether people think Nobel Prizes are good or not, but I'm just saying there's a lot of history, you know, to him as well in terms of what he was doing and what he found in terms of the effects during eclipses that were occurring. So I mean, I've seen them done in person myself and I've done them. And then I've also seen many other documentations. Although I've not seen like a full range of them done all the way from the north latitude to the equator and then going south of the equator like that. I have not seen, but seeing them myself in person and then also seeing all the documentation and then knowing some of the history of, Maurice, how do you pronounce his name? Elias?
Maurice Elias. Yeah, Elias.
Elias. So Alias. Some people used to say Alias, Elias. But yeah, Maurice Elias, who, I mean, there's quite a bit of history in terms of him working with these as well. And for him to be able to get the actual, and I believe one of the effects they get during the eclipse is that the pendulum actually changes, it temporarily changes its direction of precession right at the eclipse. It's like it polarizes.
Oh, that would be something to see. Okay, so you've done it yourself, you said. Okay, that's interesting. What did you see exactly, Gio? Like, did you see, like, it done once, you see, like, a figure, it drew a figure, and then they did it again, and you saw the same figure? Or, like, what did you see that it convinced you? Or the predicted figure was produced at a predicted latitude? Is that it? Or I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's the actual amount of precession that correlates with the latitude. I haven't done one where I set it up all myself, but there was one in college that was being done that I went to and saw in person. So I was able to like witness it, if you will, in that sense. And then I've also seen them in museums, but I know some of the claims about some of the ones in museums, of course, and we've gone over like those manuals that have a lot of, they have a lot of controls in them, you know, various little, you know, the different settings and things. And they even admit that there's the magnets and so on. So that's another story as to, you know, ones in the museum, whether those are true Foucault's pendulums or whether they're kind of assisted, you know, to make sure it's hitting the pegs over. Because last thing they want is people that just paid $50 to get into the museum, you know, the Foucault pendulum stalling and not working. So it does seem like some of the ones that they make for the museums are kind of assisted and not necessarily authentic in that sense. But I have seen an authentic one done in person, although I did not set it all up myself. So yeah, that would be the last part, is for me to.
And no matter how authentic it is, it doesn't prove the Earth spinning effect. It seems to prove more of the ether wind. Hey, SC though, are you up on all the Micah Morley stuff? Like, what's your opinion about that? Do you think that's like a parlor trick at all, or do you think they're just misinterpreting the results like those other things?
I really don't know. I really don't know what to say on that, for real.
Because it seems like there's been some pretty objective results gotten like many times over, especially like with the Dayton Millers stuff that Alan's talking about. Like they try to erase that guy from history. Like no one knows who Dayton Miller is, but this guy did 5 million some tests, and every time they came up with like some kind of, you know, objection to his results, he would just go do another one and show that this is his results. And then they hired his assistant to like totally downgrade people's opinion about him after he died. So like, these kind of tactics, you know, we've seen before with Tesla and some other people, and that kind of shows a little bit of like, you know, why these tests are important, but not important for what they think. You know, important for showing the opposite, which is what's interesting about some of the stuff that's been brought to the table.
It's funny. I used to take those tests more serious until I looked into LIGO, until I actually looked into what interferometry is, and I don't know, man. It's like it's just too many variables.
You should take
It's just
Dayton Miller
too
seriously.
many variables.
Hey,
Yeah, I think you
but
got traumatized
in
by
the
the scam
PDF
of LIGO,
section,
bro.
yeah, in the PDF section though, I uploaded up all the documents that Alan sent me and stuff. You should, since you're the type of person to do that, actually, you should just take a look at the data.
Yeah, sure. I'll have a look for sure.
Yeah, and that's what interferometry was the one that the Michelson-Morley misinterpretation is one thing, but then the three-ring laser gyro and the thanks Bob being reversed is kind of something we're all excited about right now. It's like all your interferometry belong to us. Even the thanks Bob now is reversed actually to show the opposite of what they hoped. Of course, just like everything else.
Yeah, well, even the thanks Bob, he got different results in different altitudes, right? If I remember correctly.
Right,
So,
but that's important.
yeah.
That actually that goes against the globe.
Yeah, it's like
where's the evidence though that the Bob thing has been
there
turned
he is.
around?
Aha! There we are. Stick around,
No, I've been
Don't run off like all the other ballers.
no, I've
Don't
just
run
been
away.
listening. I've been listening for a little while, and I mean, I hear people talking about it appears more possible that maybe it's the ether swirl or something, but there's no evidence for that. And if you're going to show me,
at least
if you're
you're
going to
assuming
show
so
me
far.
proof, you're trying to convince me of this, okay? You're going to have to show it to me. Show me the proof.
There's a PDF documents you can download, like I just told SE, in the PDF section as well as the ether section of this server. You can find all the documents
I
to
don't
go
want
over
the
and definitely study those intensively.
And you can't.
I don't want the
outsource- I would
documents.
say,
I want to
Leslie,
see it.
You can't outsource your convincing to other people. I would say you'd have to find your answers yourself, right? I mean,
Dude,
you're just looking to be convinced, because if that's the case, I could say for myself, I'm not trying to convince you of one way or another.
Dude, I love how you found a way to demean it and call it an ether swirl. That's proper style, to be honest. Dude. Like, you came right in, you were like, oh, this stupid, silly ether swirl. I
What
can't
you
believe
talking about?
that.
This ether swirl? You got some ether swirl up in here.
Sounds like a chocolate swirl ice cream.
Yeah, it's like it's silly dismissed. Yeah, dude. Props to that, man.
Okay.
Well, the
I
thing is,
just-
Lane, I agree with you that I do agree that there does need to be more work done in all of these things to be able to decipher. But the thing is that let's say for a moment that the interferometry and the Foucault pendulum are that the phenomenon is what it's being stated it is. Meaning, let's just say for the moment the pendulum does precess even at the latitudes, although there does need to be more work to see if, how consistent it is and so on. But if that's the fact, and the pendulum and the interferometry is working as is, that does not validate that the Earth is rotating. It is one explanation that could be gleaned from, which is why I think they've used it in terms of trying to propel this as one of their quote unquote globe proofs. But would you admit, Left Lane, that it could be any number of other things, including having to do with the medium? I mean, the fact that the stars, the sky, everything is moving at that rate. And although you have maybe not seen it proven to yourself one way or the other, you would then have to logically admit that it has not been proven that it shows Earth rotation either. And both explanations, if you're going to be just logically neutral, would both be possible. Would that be fair?
Well, I mean, from my perspective, and considering the Earth rotation, there are lots of other things that go along with it that concur. They're all congruent observations and demonstrations and blah blah blah. But what I haven't seen, and this is my point, I haven't seen any evidence that there's any Machian motion or possibility of any ether causing any. I mean, you think about it, Gio. If there's something about the stars rotating that is hooking up to a pendulum and dragging it along with the stars, that's pretty strong, man. That ought to be something that we could figure it out and detect.
There could be demonstrations, similar demonstrations made though, but there's no demonstration of the Earth moving or no detection of Earth movement whatsoever. In fact, the opposite.
Well, Alan has done work with the Dayton Miller work to start to differentiate this, because that's the thing. It's like getting into it. I don't know, Alan, if you're still at your mic, but if you want to maybe share with Left Lane how the interferometry is actually showing a differentiation between Earth rotation versus an actual ether wind.
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
Into RuneScape.
Like, do you know, Left Lane, about the way that electromagnetic waves propagate east to west versus west to east?
No, I had never studied that.
There's a preferred clockwise direction of the medium and the way that light and electromagnetic waves propagate within it.
How is that determined?
By GPS working correctly.
What? GPS what? So is okay. I'm
all
gonna
right, so
I'm gonna
I'll
cut
catch-
out here. I'm
Yeah, go ahead.
going through a couple of mountains right here, and I'm gonna cut out for about 5 minutes.
All right, I'll wait till you get back.
I can still hear, but I'll probably robot when I talk.
All right. Let's see.
So just to Alan,
So-
how you doing, bud? Can I just say this? Hello, Alan. How you doing? PJ here.
Oh, hold on, man. He was gonna go. He was gonna go, man.
Yeah, so let's see here. So to start off, the very first interpretation of how they use light to make these measurements is based on a mathematical framework, assuming an absolute reference frame that's at rest to which they can compare the relative speed of light to, right? So when you hear about the Michelson-Gale experiment and it proves Earth rotation and all these things, well, the mathematics that they use are indistinguishable from what would be Earth rotation or ether rotation with the speed relative to the velocity, right? So here's a quick screenshot of the Michelson-Gale paper where they claim to have measured Earth rotation, right? So in the abstract there, it tells you how they derive the mathematics for it, right? So they say the theory of the effect of the Earth rotation on the velocity of light is derived from the hypothesis of a fixed ether. So basically what that means, to go back to that, is that they're using a Galilean reference frame of absoluteness to measure the relative speed of light. So from a mathematics standpoint of analyzing the effects of so-called Earth rotation or ether rotation, they're indistinguishable. And in fact, the actual results can only be extrapolated assuming an absolute background to measure the relative speed of electromagnetic wave propagation. So when you get into how that ties in with GPS and how they equate that and how all that equates, right? So to give you like the quick TLDR on it, there's a preferred range measurement equation used, which means that GPS derives distances based on calculating the time of events that happen rather than the actual distance between two events at the same time. So using that, they calculate a preferred direction in the propagation of speed of light, and then the reference frame that they use, the way that they describe it, so that they can make it appear that it's Earth rotation, is they use what's called the ECI reference frame. The ECI reference frame is from the perspective of being at the center of the globe, where you're not experiencing any rotation or any of Earth's orbit or orbital velocity. And then from that, you can compare relative speeds and relative motion and all that. So the way that they describe relative motion with respect to that stationary position is that they have Earth rotation, and then on the surface you have separate motion and things going in different directions, right? But they equate it. They can always equate like a stationary observer on the surface of the ECI coordinate system could be considered, in motion, right? Because it's experiencing Earth rotation, right? So the way GPS actually works, and when you use the time ranging measurement equation in the ECI coordinate system, which accurately derives the distance down to the millimeter, without any corrections, and assuming that frame to measure the comparative speed of light, what they find is that a stationary, or let me back up a second. So using that system to calculate everything and distinguish a differential in the speed of light, when you have a stationary receiver and a moving receiver for GPS signals, right? If a GPS satellite sends a signal at the exact moment in time where the two are in alignment with each other, the stationary guy and the moving guy, the stationary guy receives the signal first, even though the distance is the same. So there's actually also a preferred recipient of information, so to speak, which is derived from how GPS works and the accuracy of it. And let's see, what was the other part to that? Oh yeah, so with their ECI coordinate system and how they try to relate it to Earth rotation, if there's a stationary observer, he's actually in motion. So according to relativity, both linear motions, the guy that's the guy that's in motion relative to the stationary guy that's in motion relative to the ECI fixed location, both of these motions are linear, so they're the same. So they're both in motion. Technically, they should both receive the information at the same time, but they don't, and that's devastating for them. So that what that means is that the stationary guy is actually stationary with respect to the entire universe, and that there is a preferred recipient of propagation. And this could all be shown through mathematics and the accuracy of GPS. So there's no rotation at all that's being accounted for when someone's actually stationary. And then on top of that, when there's quote unquote motion or whatever in the direction of Earth rotation, they would also have to account for Earth's orbital velocity as it goes around the sun, because that's another linear motion. So that would be added to the 1,000 miles or whatever miles relative to the latitude. So they would have to add that as well, and they don't. So the
GPS, they wouldn't need to account for the orbit around the sun, though.
Yeah, they would, and they explicitly say that it's a local effect as to why they don't have to account for it. And some people have actually tried to propose a local stationary ether, which the Earth spins through, to explain the discrepancy and as to why there's no accounting for that. They absolutely would. I can find sources to that.
So why wouldn't GPS still work if Earth was traveling in a straight line, just straight through space, no sun, no orbit? Why wouldn't it work the same that way as it is now?
Okay, so if it was due to linear motion, the speed increase, the correction would have to be compensated for more than just Earth rotation. Otherwise, the accuracy would be off, because it's going to throw the timing interval off. But they don't account for it at all. No, I got
just saying the Earth, and then too, it's confusing to me that we're talking about potential evidence for. Are you just trying to disprove Michelson-Morley as not detecting Earth rotation? Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm telling you that Earth's orbital velocity has never been accounted for in any quote-unquote Earth rotation effects in regards to electromagnetic wave propagation having a preferred direction is actually due to an ether, because if there's no orbital velocity, then there's no rotational velocity, and it's all due to with respect to a ether vortex as originally described in 1913 by George Sagnac.
I got you. I see. Now, what does that say about the shape of the Earth?
Well, if we're not a spinning ball and we're not rotating through space and all that, my direct conclusion is that we're a stationary, non-rotating plane.
So how are the satellites staying up there?
Wouldn't matter at all. It
does matter. It does matter. There's no physics that I'm aware of that'll cause a body to just float above the plane.
The effect of what you're measuring doesn't have to come from a quote unquote satellite X amount of distance away.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you're looking at 4 or 5 satellites at a time for accuracy, and it also gives you your elevation, gives you your speed across the ground, lots of things. I don't know. I mean, I'm not here to argue with you about it. It's first that I've heard of. It's kind of interesting that there's something new to talk about for sure. But I just see a few issues that I would have with it, and I'm just a layperson, right? I don't know, so I can't really speak to the definitive part of it, And exactly.
Well, what are your issues besides what about satellites?
Well, I mean, the way that I understand that it works, it can't work on a flat Earth.
It uses direct line of sight signal propagation, or even according from the satellite. So if there was like a balloon relay system, it would all literally work the same. You would never know. So on the back end of it, the ECI coordinate system, using scale invariance, they could adjust the distances to the satellites and everything and still derive the actual correct distance. And then when they transfer that to the new coordinate system, they get to redo the entire process again and add relativistic corrections in quote unquote apply all the things that you think matter as the layperson. And then that
draw
confirms
this.
it for me. No, because what you're not understanding though with the coordinate systems and how the distance is derived and stuff, you wouldn't know the difference using GPS and regardless of what it tells you, because after the coordinate system transformation, they can make it fit to anything, and that's actually what this whole thing points out, is that from the bottom baseline from which they even have anything to transform out of is derived from an absolute reference frame, stationary, non-rotating, to measure a relative speed of light, which is shown to have a preferred direction and increased speed, going east to west and slower west to east. So it actually invalidates all the relativistic framework of interpretation. So like you don't even really have a framework of interpretation to even think about like how GPS accounts for relativistic effects or anything like that.
Yeah, I would. I mean, all that I understand about the relativistic effects is the speed of the that the satellite's traveling at its altitude, and it transmitting a signal, and by the time I get the signal, the time has changed, so to speak, or dilated, and they have to account for that, and and it gets real technical, and I'm not. I can't even talk about it really. I don't know.
Totally. So check this out. The actual what they actually do before they get into the role play of time dilation is they just account for a preferred direction in the speed of light. So they literally account for an ether wind. So if you start going back and look at like ether framework versus relativity and how the reference frames apply and all that stuff, what you'll find is that the very way that GPS works in accounting for what you're calling time dilation, they're actually accounting for is the preferred direction, which is producing an effect where the propagation is getting there slightly faster or slightly slower than what it should be based on their assumed axiom of what C should be.
Yeah, and they say that time is moving slower for the satellite than it is for me.
Yeah, and you could never know that. You would never know that, and the end result of that would be indistinguishable from a mathematical role play to disguise a preferred direction and propagation showing showing a varying speed of light. I rest my case. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can't talk that much about it because I'm not in no way an expert on it.
Well, I was just thinking. Oh, God.
No, go ahead, Joe.
Well, it's just like a lot of what's done in GPS is calculated behind closed doors, basically, meaning it's not something that you know for sure, in terms of the timing, for example, the timestamps and some of these components of what they're actually converting and what they're doing. So I would go as far as to say that like the idea of spoofing, like in electric, like there's something called GPS spoofing, and there's other types of systems like that word spoof that's used for, like when they do in like GPS spoofing, which is a real thing. There's a whole Wikipedia page on it that explains it and how it's done in the military, where they can basically send signals to a GPS that give like different results that will actually drive like an enemy ship into like a territory that is different than what the ship thought it was going to go to, essentially. So it's like it's being spoofed, like the information that they're getting. So in that way, it's like a false matrix or like a false system that you're being given that makes you think that data is legit, but it's actually being spoofed in that way. So I'm just saying, like, Left Lane, how would you really know on the other side of it what's happening? Like they're giving a story, they're saying the timing, the timestamp, etc. So I was just the last thing I'll say, just relating it. Like if I were to send you a file, and in the file it says, I made this file on, let's say, July 1st. How would you know if I for sure made it on July 1st? You know what I mean? Because I might have hacked into the code and made it say July 1st, even though really it was July 5th. So in terms of the timestamp and the way that a lot of the coordinate systems are transferred within GPS and the timing and the way that whole system works, is that there's a large part of it that we're not able to validate, behind closed doors, and as it were, in terms of what actually is going on behind the curtain, to even validate whether their story and their distance and how far away they say the satellites are, is actually the case and is actually.
Yeah. What's interesting is that what Alan's revealing right now is showing exactly how not this kind of spoofing you're talking about, but how the GPS spoofing is actually done. And that it has to be done that way, because otherwise they have to reveal that there's a stationary reference frame that they depend on.
That's
if everything was on the up and up. Here, let me link this. This might add some context to it.
It's like their whole thing is based on just covering the fact that it actually is just stationary. When the
absolute reference frame.
What they're actually doing is all kind of conflated and through the whole.
Yep.
Yeah.
But interesting that this preferred direction of light, the east to west preferred, that's the key to it, which is interesting because it shows just how they were able to then reverse it and make it seem like the Earth's spinning the opposite direction. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if the distance derived with the range measurement equation in the ECI coordinate system, when they transfer that to another coordinate system, the distance should be invariant. So it should transfer over no problem. It should be the same. So a dead giveaway is that this equation, without accounting for any relativistic effects, assuming a absolute background to measure the relative speed of propagation, correctly derives the Sagnac effect, like by default, and the correct distance down to the millimeter, right? So when they transfer to another coordinate system, that should be an invariant transformation because it's all going to be assuming C, right, and all these things, right? But they don't. They have to first they have to reapply the Sagnac effect, and then they do other, time dilation, et cetera, whatever they claim to do on the back end. So all of these effects are indicative of of it not being on the up and up, right? Because the distance derived doesn't transfer over correctly in the new coordinate system. So something to read up on for those unfamiliar is something called, an invariant transformation, a variant transformation, and the theory of covariance. So that'll help give some further context on this, because all these things have rules, right? Like they can't just make shit up, because this would reveal, that it's all made up, like stuff like this, like an invariant transformation relationship. Because why would the distances be the same? Or why would the distances be different? You know what I'm saying? So unless they were doing stuff on the back end with it. So I think that's really revealing in and of itself too.
GG.
GG.
GG for anyone else not clued into the lingo means good game.
Didn't the guy
Are there
that
any
wrote
other
the
followers
code
here?
for the satellites say as much, that they were based on stationary? Didn't the guy that wrote the software say something like that?
I think that was more time dilation. They said they had to fix it with time dilation, and then they had to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a guy named Ron Hatch, or whatever the story is, the
That's
guy that
him.
holds all the GPS patents and all that stuff, came in and basically took out all the relativistic corrections that they add in. And basically what I've interpreted as like the short end version is they say that he basically added the speed of the craft to the speed of light, which doesn't make any sense. So I don't even agree with that interpretation. So I'm not actually sure what he did in regards to that, because that's what I've heard and kind of seen through like secondhand interpretations of his work. And you can go and watch his presentation on it, and he kind of alludes to that, but it's not as cut and dry as what I thought it was. But what he did do is he worked on GPS with this Wang guy and this range measurement equation situation is all related to that, I think. So I think when they removed the relativistic corrections or whatever, this was the answer to that or something.
Dude, look what Snacks posted. Raw GPS
GPS.
data can produce positioning errors of 30 feet or more if not calibrated for signal delays caused by electrons and gases in Earth's atmosphere. Errors in GPS satellite positions, noise drift in the satellite's atomic clocks. It's almost like they're like, hey, don't use the raw data without applying all these back-end corrections that we need for it to make sense. Just trust us. Actually apply those anyway.
Yeah, because to keep reading there, the software JPL, Jack Parsons Laboratories, developed to model delays, correct for errors, and perform GPS orbit determinations and receiver positioning was called Gypsy Oasis. It quickly became one of NASA's most widely licensed software programs with hundreds of licenses to academia and industry. So there you go, JPL and NASA. Don't worry about it, guys. JPL are going to model the delays. They're going to correct for the errors. They're going to take care of all of it. And then NASA will distribute it out to everybody.
Wow, Gypsy Oasis, the perfect name.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Position, noise, and
any of
drift.
that.
Wow.
Nice, thanks.
Position, noise, and drift in the satellite's atomic clocks. Yeah, okay.
Dude,
Don't
knowing
forget refraction.
Knowing what we know now about the function of atomic clocks and the oscillation of the frequency that they actually mimic and then misuse to say that it improves time dilation, knowing that they have to account for all those tiny, minute oscillations, yeah, is that what you're doing? Or are you trying to lie to me then and tell me it's a globe?
Yeah, man, they're always trying to glue up on you.
Dude, you know, it's like, it reminds you of like when a company gives you a fee, and you're like, what the fuck is this fee? And it's like, well, you got a $2 handling fee and then a processing fee and a fuck yourself fee and like whatever else they want to just start charging you stuff, dude. That's what this is. Like, yeah, well, you know, some swamp gas reflected off the light and you saw an alien spaceship, but really it's
Yeah, it's insane. And the amount they say that the atomic clocks are off, it's like 1/1000th of a second. Like you're able to measure 1/1000th of a second, you're trying to tell us, right? Seriously. Like, come on, man.
Did all the ballers leave again?
Yep.
Did all the ballers leave again?
What do you think the record time for the smallest unit of measurement of time is?
Oh, there's the baller.
Is it in the microseconds?
Was it asking an unrelated question to dodge those astounding, confounding realization we all just came to?
No, it was in response to what he said about billionth of a second.
You chose to respond to that instead of the principle as a whole. Was there a reason?
Because that's all I heard. I came off mute.
Okay.
Oh, did you understand?
I think you cut off there. Tell us, Extremis, what's the smallest ever measured?
Without looking it up, I want to say it's femtosecond or picosecond. I want somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 or 20 zeros.
And you think that's possible to do?
I mean, I'm just saying that that's what the record is. I don't know. I mean, without Googling it, that's what I remember. First of all, the cesium clock, you know how the atomic, at least the cesium clock works. It's 4 trillion vibrations or whatever. So I mean, at least it's got to be that accurate. It can measure 4 trillion vibrations a second.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that sounds legit.
Well, I mean, that's what it's based on.
How long do you think it would take you if you started counting now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, as fast as you wanted to count to 1 trillion? How long do you think it would take you?
I mean, 1 trillion seconds, I want to say, is 30 years, give or take.
36,000.
31,000?
31,000 years.
31,000 seconds?
A little bit off. Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's a billion.
31,000, yes.
Maybe it's a
Nearly
billion seconds.
32,000
30
years.
years.
3 days?
So we're supposed to believe that this can count that per second. Yeah, okay, sure. I mean, we're all free to believe what we want to believe, right? And then when it's off by one of those inconceivable amounts, well, of course, it's due to time dilation. It can't possibly be anything else. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you
which-
know what they say about an argument that is something that you have trouble conceiving is an argument from incredulity.
How ironic that you would bring that up.
How is it incredulity? Like, how do you figure, Left Lane?
Well, it's just that's what incredulity is saying, oh, that sounds crazy. That's not true because it sounds crazy to me. That's incredulity.
Like when Alan was giving his presentation and you said, I know it doesn't work because it doesn't work on a flat earth. It just doesn't. I heard that.
No, there's no physics known that things just levitate and float around above a flat
Yeah, but
plane.
he directly addressed it. The data didn't need to come from satellites. Like, did you just ignore that part?
Well, we know about helium balloons, right? Left lane?
Yeah, we do that, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's
you just
known, right?
just not before last. I was outside and like 45 minutes after sunset, and I was watching satellites flying over, overhead. Saw like 10 of them probably.
Did they pay to light
Yeah,
those things up, or did reflecting the
no,
sunlight?
the sun. Yeah, the
Yeah.
sun's lighting them. Yeah.
Interesting.
So
Drones,
Left
maybe.
Lane,
But you would think but my point to that is, if they were on balloons, forget
about
how
drones?
fast they're going.
What
Forget
about
how
drones?
fast they're going and all that. I would see the balloon. I would
Sure.
be able to see that.
Maybe.
And if you're going to call it a drone, what technology exists that a drone can go that fast? And I guess they could have solar powered maybe, but I don't know.
I mean, you haven't
There's
seen
lots
the
of
declassified. There's
problems.
declassified UFOs, man.
Dog, there's thousands of balloons above you every day, all day. How many do you see that are collecting like weather
No, there's
information?
That's known.
What?
I can agree to that
Oh,
because I don't see 1,000 balloons over me every day.
yeah. So you should look into that, dog, because it's literally all day, every day, and you don't see a single one of them. So like, you should definitely look into that. Like, it's
So
not even.
they're invisible balloons.
No, it's not even a theory. It's not even
No,
like
you
contested.
you should just go look
Admitted
into
to.
it before continuing, man.
It's admitted to, Left Lane, that they've used balloons. They're satelloons. It's not like a secret or a conspiracy.
Oh, I'm not.
theory.
I'm not
So why
saying
don't you
that
see
there
those?
isn't vessels that they send up on balloons, but they also send up satellites as well.
Right, but why don't you see the balloons they admit to having up there? Why don't you see those?
I don't know. I have seen weather balloons.
Well, no, I'm talking
especially
about
in northern
the ones they
northern
use.
New Mexico. I've seen.
No, I'm
I've
talking
seen
about the ones
balloons
they
in-
use to spoof the satellites, right? The ones they use for satellite readings, which they admit to, right? The satelloons. They admit to that.
Oh, I
There's
don't know.
all
I
kinds
had
of
never
documents.
seen any of those.
Well, you've never seen them, but you know they're up there. So what's your point about not seeing any balloons up there? You know they're up
Well,
there,
they
but you
show
don't see
they
them.
show launching them. They talk about launching them.
Dude, it's all about.
right, and you don't see them. So that's
I
your
don't know why
point.
we're-
It just refutes your point because you don't see those
Well,
balloons, but you know they're up there.
if I'm not in their proximity of them, I'm not going to see them. I don't see
There you
planes
go.
that are flying over on the East Coast
There you
from
go.
Phoenix either.
There you go.
That
That's
doesn't
why you
mean
don't see
anything.
them. Well, your point was I don't see any balloons up there. Like they couldn't be the balloons. I don't see any balloons. Like that would you would definitely see the balloons, but you just admitted that you wouldn't see the balloons.
But on my GPS and on my phone, and I've got a satellite tracker, and I can see like 15 satellites at a time. I'm receiving signals
Well,
from
what
like 15
what you
different
think is satellites, what you think is orbiting rather than just circling above us, right? Could be it could be either way. Could be either way. Even if it could be a satellite that's a drone that's circling above us with technology that you're not familiar with, but your cogdis is kicking in exactly like you just said SE's was.
Not cogdis. No.
Yes,
No.
it is.
No. You'll have to show me the technology I mean, I've got a little experience with electric drones, and I used to build airplanes, and I fly airplanes, things like that. I've got some engineering, some country boy engineering about me. I used to run a machine shop, all kinds of stuff like that. So I'm not ignorant to technology. I mean, not totally ignorant to it. I just don't know of any technology that would allow a vehicle to be at that altitude, moving that fast, and be self-propelled. It would have to fly through the atmosphere. There's all kinds of problems with it.
Well, when you get a chance, just look in the live stream. I just posted a link to like all kinds of stuff that would be exactly what you could be
Don't they
seeing.
sit in that wind? There's a wind current up there as well.
Lighter than air vehicles, high altitude airships, high altitude platforms, high altitude long range endurance, high altitude longer operation, airborne radio relay, high altitude shuttle systems, small balloon systems, nano balloon systems, Google Loon systems, stratospheric platform systems. These are all like just links you can just click on when you get a chance. I just put them in the live.
You can Google satellites too, GPS satellites. They're up there.
Sure, yeah, but that doesn't mean that.
But what about the Starlink?
Ignore what I said.
What about the Starlink satellites that so many people have actually seen? What about those?
Drones.
What are those?
Drones. Completely drones.
Drones.
Look at this. I'll post something right now that shows the drones.
Yeah. I don't know. It's reach, man.
No, it's not
Drones
reach. It's
up
actually
there?
very well known.
You never seen drones?
Yeah,
the sky look like a star for fucking hours and then just like chase after a plane. You never seen that shit?
Yeah, they're not ripping across the
probably
sky
never seen it, I
at a
guess.
few at tens of thousands of miles an hour.
I seen it with my own eyes. What do you think about that?
After all the stuff Alan said and all the
You believe that, right?
interferometry and all the evidence and all the experiments, you're like, what about Starlink?
Yeah. Like, has anyone here ever used satellite internet before? Like before Starlink or whatever? Has anyone ever used actual satellite internet? I've had several experiences with it. It was the slowest, most unusable dog shit. Couldn't completely unusable. So if there's quote unquote satellites and Starlink is like usable, acceptable, has good speeds, like, it's definitely not at the distances they say it is, because if it was any comparison to what regular satellite, so-called internet is, it's completely unusable. It's actually a joke that they pretend that satellite internet is usable.
See, that satellite internet that I had was through my DirecTV service, and that was through my dish that was pointed directly, 45 degrees angle up at the sky. And so there's something up there sending a signal to that dish.
Yeah, so on a planar disk around the equator or whatever, you would have relay points set up for that kind of stuff at altitude. And they have high altitude translucent balloons too. So they would just have they have two separate types of high altitude balloons. One's that goes up to like 240,000 feet, and one that goes I actually forget what the lower altitude ones are, but yeah, you would never even see them at 240,000 feet, especially if they're the translucent ones. Because
you're going to have to figure out. Have you ever set up a DirecTV system and tried to point the dish?
Yeah, I get it.
You have to point it perfect. And when it rains, you lose your signal. And then it quits raining and your signal comes back. There's just no way that a balloon could be transmitting that signal sitting up there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year long, except for when it rains.
Ground based.
Yeah, they absolutely could. So they have what's called, when you start looking into the Bloom program, which you haven't done yet, which you weren't aware yet, but I provide a bunch of links on it. Okay, so then you know how they do it. Then what do you mean that what?
The balloons.
So if you look into it, you know exactly. So
they're not TV, they're not television satellites. You're saying that
it would just be a relay system.
You're saying that the communication satellites are these balloon satellites that they launch, that they advertise that they launch. They tell what they do and what their purposes are and all that, and it's not DirecTV.
Six worked in.
Listen, dog, the entire system could be set up the exact same way as described, with just relaying it with ground-based systems and balloons, and you wouldn't know. And the fact that they have such extensive balloon programs and balloon manufacturing and special translucent balloons so nobody sees the big balloon operation in the sky. You know, I mean, I don't know. They made so many of them. They were like, hey, we should probably make these translucent. I don't know.
Also consider if there's a reason they need to fake it, then fake it. It won't be hard.
They can also stay up for months and months and months at a time.
Oh, dude, I saw where they publicly admit the longest I've seen was 12 months for the high altitude 240,000 ones. So at least a year. And the way that they do it, they use the rotating, or they just catch the jet stream or whatever at different altitudes. So they just cycle in. They just have that's how they have a quote unquote like stationary, or the appearance of a stationary system of coverage from a satellite, so called, or whatever. Like, it's totally possible. They actually have specific systems for it and built technology around it.
Don't they buy basically all the helium as well?
Yeah, but you could argue that that's for what's it called, the cryogenic freezing stuff or whatever, because it makes liquid nitrogen or something like that. So it wouldn't necessarily be indicative of just that. But yeah, sure, they do buy all the helium, But there's quote unquote rebuttals to it,
dude.
To that argument.
Dude, I can't believe that you put all this work into this interferometry. We went over Dayton Miller. We had all these crazy this GPS math equation, the distance to ride, and we went right back to Starlink. But our point dish is up, so
kind of typical of what usually happens.
Man.
Yeah, I mean,
Man.
you gotta bring him up to speed though. He'll get it, right?
Dude, he's been here for 6 years. What do you mean up to speed? He should be an expert and a pro in every argument by now.
No.
Oh, well, yeah, I never met him, so.
Yeah, but Shane boats over the curve, dude.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ballers in here still talking about mass attracting mass. So,
but dude, having a complicated discussion with those back and forth and okay, arguments are made, positions. But yeah, dude, boats over the horizon. The next sentence, why? Wait.
But it can't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but dude, space. Come on, NASA?
What about pictures?
No appreciation for the amount of fucking work that went into this fucking doing all this stuff. That's great.
What are you trying to do? You're trying to show it how my beliefs are wrong? Are you trying to do my beliefs wrong?
We're hey, actually, satellites are proof of a preferential direction of the ether wind, which they make use of, to work properly. But yeah, dude. But Starlink. Wow.
but here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Lots of talk, lots of ideas, lots of could be this.
Lots of documentation you can look into.
Nobody in
totally
7 years has proven anything to me with evidence. That's the thing.
Lots of evidence. Are you going to look into it? Are you going to look into all those PDFs? There's tons of PDFs to go through.
PDFs don't mean anything to me. I could give you PDFs too. What are you going to do with them?
What do you want? A conversation that convinces you?
I could give you the PDFs of the Starlink system, and what are you going to do with them?
Well, if you don't understand the basic fundamentals of of what's being talked about with that, then what is it you say you do here?
There's basic laws of physics that come into play that I understand. The way that they work, and there are things that are proposed.
Here's a basic law of physics.
Yes,
massive
mass absolutely attracts mass. Yeah.
All right, one at a time.
That's not going to change, guys. That's not going to change. Nobody has proven it wrong.
According to your own paradigm, it's already changed, bro.
That's going to change, but you'll stay the same. That's correct.
Yeah, dog, it's already over. We already GG'd. This is just
you can pretend it. You can say that, but you've not proven it. You've not
your side doesn't acknowledge mass attracting mass any longer.
This is an alternative to your thing, and you have to look into it to see if it holds up.
I do.
And the thing is you can claim about pointing and satellite, but this is an alternative that works just as well.
Wait, Left Lane, didn't you admit?
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing about the alternative that works just as well. that's a stretch, and that comment is not necessarily a true statement. And like I said, I mean, most of the guys here know me, and I'm not one to throw down and be all absolute, and I like talking about the stuff and things like that. But I'm pointing out a few things that are the reason the conversation is still where it is after 7
Well,
years.
what knowledge do you have to say that this doesn't work equally as well?
Yeah, if you're not being all absolute.
Classical mechanics.
Which would mean what?
Gravity and orbital mechanics, and what weight is, and how planes fly, and things like that. Just general knowledge.
Replacement of satellites because orbital mechanics.
Wait, orbital mechanics
Yeah, the
doesn't work
moon
anyway. But
orbiting.
regardless, left lane. You know that
It
that
does
mass
too.
directing.
Yeah, you can
hold
say
on,
that.
no, it doesn't.
does.
But hold on. Before we get into the details that you'll never look into on that,
Lately,
let me just ask you about this.
the
You know
moment
your
you
side.
mention gravity.
On your side, left
Hold
lane.
on, guys. Hold on. I just muted you guys for a second. There was too much going on. New perspective, maybe go ahead, but let's try to go one at a time, guys. It was getting chaotic.
Left lane. Mass attracting mass is over on your side. You guys, you know that your side now goes with the whole idea of Betty space-time, right? That's not the same as mass attracting mass.
Yeah, it doesn't stamp out Newtonian physics.
Before that, I gotta clarify what I'm missing here. I've been listening for a minute. Leflin, didn't you just point blank say, "Oh, I'm pretty layman. I don't really know about all of that. I don't understand it." So why did you turn around and say you didn't prove anything? You admitted that you were uninformed about it and didn't understand it. So how would you know if he did or didn't provide evidence for it?
No, what I said I didn't understand well enough to discuss in detail was time dilation and the satellite signaling process and how all that works. That's what I said I didn't know enough about to talk about.
So what about the
Where's Scott Beach when you need him?
trillion
Well, like Coach, I didn't know about the
transaction
Gypsy Oasis when I
communications
hit them to it
that
either.
happened via the
Okay. And then he just conveniently
fiber
didn't look
optic
into it any
cables under
further.
the ocean. Look, I'm
It's
trying
fine.
to talk now.
I don't know. Hold on.
Someone's
If you guys
talking.
can hear it. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear each other. I think Jen was going first. Maybe Jen, go ahead, and then Snacks if you want to go next. I don't know if you guys could hear each other. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah, right. I was just asking, what about the 10 trillion financial transactions that happen via the fiber optic cables under the ocean? Yeah, we saw like 436 bundles covering 760,000 miles under the ocean. What about this? And then our internet and the emails and everything else. I'm going to post the source very soon, just in case you're wondering. All right.
Right.
Those satellites there.
Back. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen.
Sorry
Yeah,
for
go
the
ahead.
background noise.
I had Jin turn down a little bit. Yeah, I kind of forgot what I was saying. Sorry. I'll turn
It's
back
kind of
up.
on top of what Witsit was saying to left lane, which I don't think he followed up on yet.
Witsit was asking me about. He was asking me about not knowing about stuff, and I clarified that I was talking about the satellite signaling, the timing, and all that stuff.
Yeah, why are you telling me that? Why are you saying he didn't provide evidence for it then?
Well, maybe we can get into it.
I mean, the thing is, they talk about it being spoofing and all that stuff, and I don't know this, but from what I understand, you can build a receiver and you can actually receive. It's open source code. It's not. It's not necessarily. Could be secretive, but what I always hear in rebuttal to that is that it's open code and you can receive the signals and decipher them for yourself, kind of thing.
No, it's transformed to a spherical XYZ coordinate system, but like, do you not understand the part about the preferred direction?
No.
Okay, well, that's the whole point, though.
That makes sense then. That makes sense.
It's hard to grasp, honestly. Hearing it the first time, you really have to look into it left lane. And there's a lot of PDFs, like I said. If you want to do the research and be sure of yourself, even if it means nothing to you, you might want to know what they're talking about to be able to participate on the other side.
Yeah, that a lot of the technology and the people that do discuss it have put a lot into
Why would
research, and some
orbital
of them, it's part of
why would orbital
their
mechanics prevent balloons from working left lane?
do what?
You said they can't be satelloons or balloon satellites because orbital mechanics wouldn't work. Why would that be?
Yeah, that's not what I said at all.
Oh, that's what I got from what you said.
No, he says
What
he
do you think?
understands
What
orbital
do you?
mechanics, but he doesn't understand the whole
Yeah,
thing that we're talking about.
yeah. What has orbital mechanics got to do with the balloon?
I don't know.
You brought
I
it
asked
up.
you why the balloons or the satelloons couldn't work like you're claiming the satellites are working, and you said something, 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 and that's what I got from it. So if the satelloons couldn't do the same thing as what the satellites are doing, what evidence do you have for that? Why can't it work as an alternative?
See, that's the detail that I can't speak to, and I've heard a lot of people talk about it, but I sort of tune out on that a little bit, to be honest, because it's pretty complicated.
Are you also tuning on all the evidence that's been provided to you that you just said there's no evidence for?
I haven't seen. No, I'm talking about. You can give me these documents and things like that, but I need to see it done. I need to see the experiment, like you guys always want. What's your independent variable kind of situation?
Yeah.
And
So I
and
got you,
demonstrate
dog.
it.
So the experiment is that GPS and how it truly functions with the range measurement equation and how it's used in when it's used in its proper reference frame reveals that there's an ether wind in a preferred reference frame. And the preferred way to measure motion is through that absolute reference frame. It completely obliterates everything that they say about Einstein and his equations and relativity, time dilation, all these fake effects that they quote unquote calculate in their new coordinate system, and then tell you that it's real. That's the direct evidence technology, repeatable experiment stuff that's done all day, every day. Global. They call it global simultaneity in reference to GPS sending signals at the same time, or in the same event to multiple receivers at the same time, and then them getting the signal at the same time. So that's a violation of relative simultaneity, where all these people are getting signals and stuff at the same time relative to one another. Like that, it can't happen like that. So it also violates it on that level as well. Like it explicitly functions off of not the way that you think it does after they do all their pretend corrections.
Dude, you know what could even be added to this, dude? So
What's
if
that?
you like take their little satellite story, when you look at their actual like math of their satellite, they use an ECEF system, like an Earth center Earth fixed system, and then they mathematically account for inertial forces as if there is like a spinning ether, right? Like as if the cosmos is spinning around, keeping that satellite in its position, like as if it's flying into the wind, basically.
Oh, wait. You mean for the orbital mechanics for how they describe it?
Yeah, for the satellites.
Oh, wow. That's
Yeah.
hilarious. So there's just
Yeah.
something up there translating motion for no reason between an infinite expanding vacuum of a coordinate system.
More
Nice.
accurately,
Yeah.
we're just going to
And they
quickly
have to account for it. They have to account for it, but it's not there.
we're just going to
Wow.
quickly transform it to a spherical coordinate system, compute some stuff, and then transfer it back. No reason. Don't ask. It totally makes sense.
Yeah, like they have to account for it or it doesn't work, admittedly, but yeah, no big deal. It fits pretty nicely into what you're saying. Yeah.
Dude, scale invariance is an interesting concept, right? That's the same thing that makes like the angular resolution of the sun and the moon correspond to many angular to many sizes, right? Like it'll be like the same size. It'll be like the same size and distance. So it could be like what, like 32 miles and 300, or was it 3,000 miles away, and have the same angular resolution as those for the million. So like the scaling and variance thing applied in this instance means they should be equal, but they're not. The way that the factorial works, right, is if you increase the components equally, then the final result is equal no matter what. And they're doing that process, but they're coming up with different distances, which is a huge red flag.
Yeah, that made absolutely no sense to me. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
No,
I'll catch up.
it's all good. So like I was saying earlier, like you know how there's like when you do a debate, there's logic fallacies and stuff like that. So when they do math and physics and stuff like that within their frameworks, there's like logic fallacies for mathematics. Like it's the equivalent of that, right? So if you claim that your stuff is invariant when you transfer it to a new coordinate system and it's shown to not be invariant, so like there's a discrepancy in the transformation for some reason, like that falsifies your ability to claim that XYZ theory is invariant, and it's they can transfer the laws of physics or distance or whatever to a new coordinate system without losing that information. So that's a huge factor in applying applying that to the conversation, because that's a big point of what's going on with it too. It's like I was saying earlier, even in their relativistic framework, so-called or whatever, they derive all their quote unquote Earth rotations from an ether framework, assuming an absolute reference frame to measure a varying speed of light. So like even where they pretend that there's no ether and that the Earth's rotating through nothing, they're like, hey, hold on, how do we measure the speed of this varying speed of light to explain the fringe shift pattern? Oh, I know, we'll invoke an absolute reference frame to measure the discrepancy in the like. It's just it's really fascinating, and people just went along with it and act like that's analogous to proving Earth rotation somehow.
Oh, and took great links to Barry, like Dayton Miller's work and all that.
Yeah, dude. There's like for people to say there's no experiment, like show me proof. It's like, yeah, well, this guy showed such a cacophony of proof, such an overabundance of proof that while he was alive, everyone just pretended like, okay. And then he's dead, and they did the best to bury him. And now we're like, okay, well, here's 5,700,000 experiments showing and supporting these conclusions. And you're like, yeah, but show me the evidence, though. Show me the proof. I'm not going to look at this PDF, but prove it to me some other way.
Yeah.
Convince me.
Yeah, it's just a weird,
Honestly, I'm
position.
surprised. I thought the Globers would be fucking, jumping at the opportunity to fucking finally prove us wrong. Oh, you got some PDF. Oh, I'm a fucking scientist. I'm gonna figure this out. And nobody will read any of it. I haven't heard a single person except for I heard Scott Beach was reading it, and I see him in the chat.
DM him and get him in here.
He's in here right now, dude. Scott, have you done your homework? What's up?
Oh, he's in here now. Okay, what's up, M. Scott? M. Scott Beach. Paging M. Scott Beach. Heard you read some of this stuff. Report is.
Oh man, you just posted it too? Damn.
Oh, we just did the dunk? We both did the dunk? Nice.
Yeah, I didn't even know. Of course you did.
I'll take mine away because it says dogs are gods and he's not hearing up.
You guys are wild.
Are you watching any of those Left Lane? I'm posting some stuff for you.
I'm driving. I can't dig through that.
Okay.
We should have it looks like we're gonna need to make a homework channel for the Globers or something, just so that we don't have to keep reposting it. Maybe that's where they can get their summer reading list or whatever.
It's on the PDF page of this server as well as the Ether section. I put all the homework in there for them to refer to.
I'll DM it your Left Lane. You can watch it when you get home.
Cool.
Yeah. Pride Month is over. It's time to do the summer reading.
I thought it was Pride Summer now. Sorry.
It's summer, dude.
I tried to legit make it the whole summer.
M. Scott Beach, are you here?
Yeah, he typed a text chat. He said he can't talk on mic right now, but he's looking through it and he'll get back to us at a later date.
Cool.
I'm 1/3 the way through. That's respectable.
He's 1/3 the way to a flat earther.
I mean, like, it's so funny because it's not just this specific, group of evidence or group of experiments that ends up proving the opposite. It's every single one of them, every single thing that they claim, right? That they hold their whole claim on, that they like waited on, that they say proves it, actually goes the other way. And the scientific history of them covering that up, like with Einstein and relativity, and just this
Michelson Morley,
unfalsifiable,
Sagnac effect,
like,
all that.
dude, in every instance they just cover it up and like obfuscate it and like, well, no, don't do that. Just say this and let's just get out of it. Like, let's develop a whole new fundamental branch of physics instead of
Right.
trying to explain. Like, oh man, the acrobatics they go through historically, factually, must send up red flags. I can't believe you guys like
It's
don't
such a
see it
confidence
that
game.
way.
Just claim the opposite with complete confidence and in some kind of reverse engineered pseudoscience, and get out in front of it and claim like that's all we need, when actually it says the exact opposite every time.
Yeah, that's what we were saying the other day, right? Like, it's a decent tactic. It works quite a bit if you take evidence that's counter and you just claim it supports your stuff and get out in front of it. It muddies the water sufficiently where people end up pointing fingers and no one gets anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, it gets the flat earthers to not look into that, assuming that they must have that on their side, and we're going to look for something else.
I thought they
Or
would have
you
looked
straw
at the
man us with
paperwork to try to get understanding of, an alternative hypothesis. It's weird.
Yeah, and they got someone brought up earlier, like gravity. They would love us to just continually say, like, gravity doesn't exist. When it really is all just about their interpretation of everything being wrong, not about whether it exists or not necessarily.
Yeah, right. I made the correlation to the causation relationship they claim for gravity. We don't refute gravity. I think maybe we started that way, but we evolved to have a different, causation understanding for what is electrostatic downward acceleration, how that works with determining a downward vector. And I think that's a much more coherent argument, so much so that they actually can't refute it. They just say dumb shit about like lightning storms and point down, right? But like, so that's an effective way to say, like, okay, even if the force that you say exists, and we you say it exists, then it's just the causation correlation that we're refuting. We're not denying the actual force. We're just saying that you don't have any proof of the causation. I think we should do the same thing with like the correlative transfer of motion for Coriolis and Earth spin forces.
Does Leflane know how satellites work? Because if he knows how they work, then he would know why these wouldn't be an alternative or wouldn't work. So it's kind of interesting.
He knows you point the dish up, man, and that means satellites.
Oh, was that it? That's a little spurious.
No, that's to do with orbital mechanics. Basically, all orbital mechanics is you make an object go fast enough, it won't ever hit the Earth. It just falls in free fall around the planet.
What speed does it free fall?
In excess of 17,000 and up, depending on where it's at,
So that passes
or
every
maybe
few minutes.
17,000 and
24
down.
times
Maybe.
the speed of sound.
Yeah,
So
but what's the speed of sound in a vacuum?
The speed of sound.
So that's all you know about
It's still a
satellites,
speed.
is that they're
It's still a
falling.
speed.
Sorry, Jen.
No, go ahead, mate. Go ahead.
So what else do you know about satellites, Leflane? They're up there, they're falling, and they give you a signal when you point in a direction.
18,000 miles per hour. It's the speed they give us.
I sent you the links, so hopefully you'll
In
check
the
them
wrong
out,
lane.
Leflane.
Yes.
Yeah, the ones on the NASA balloons and the Google, was it Googleoon or something like that? I've looked at all those. I've seen all that stuff.
And that can't work as an alternative.
No, not in my opinion. No.
So
the satellites that I see, that I look up and see, are fucking hauling ass across the sky. There's no way that a balloon or even a vessel could be within the atmosphere moving that fast.
That you know of.
Yeah.
You broke up a little bit.
If it was a different size and different distance than what that you were told, and you seen it, you wouldn't know the difference, dog.
And also, you don't know what technology they've actually got, only what they tell us.
Yeah, there might be some technology that they've
hello.
figured out that could maybe go that fast through the atmosphere, but I don't know about it. That's another appeal to possibility.
What is that scaling and variance thing that I piss poor explained before?
We
It's
know
much better
they did the
represented.
SR-72 for about 30 years, didn't they?
71, yeah. It goes 2,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And it gets very hot. It heats up. It goes so fast it gets hot.
It stretches like the Concorde did.
Yeah, expands. Yeah.
It used to drip and creak and drip and creak. But they delivered that in 66, and I don't think that became public knowledge for many, many years. Could you figure out the speed if you tracked one of these things you're calling a satellite?
Holloman High Speed Test Track, Edwards Air Force Base. I'll post it for you if you want to see it. You won't see it, but
cheers, Jim.
They'll slow it right down for you. Yeah, I'll post it. It's called Hypersonic Sled.
Left lane. Do you
Frightening
think you
speeds,
could?
and that's just at 1/3. Yeah, that's at 1/3 the speed of what the ISS supposedly, if it's up there, is going at. Remember, 24 times sound. Your witness here on Earth. 1/3 of that. That's 8.6 times the speed of sound, and you will be.
You're breaking up a little bit for us, Jim. Yeah, left lane. Could you figure out the speed of that object you're calling a satellite and work out?
Yeah, if you had two people at a known distance apart, and you could catch it transiting. I don't even know if you'd have to catch it transiting. If you could both catch it at the same time, you could probably triangulate it. I think you would have to catch it transiting the moon or something, or the sun even, or something, before you could like calculate its speed.
Yeah, try and do that as a little test, you know. See
Well,
what
Red's
speed.
Rhetoric and Astronomy Live did it on the ISS. They calculated its altitude, they calculated its speed.
You broke up. Could you repeat?
Red's Rhetoric and Astronomy Live. They did that to the ISS. They calculated its altitude, its speed, and the size of the ISS, all in one observation.
What was the speed that they got? Do you recall?
It was
I'm going to bed too,
17,000.
lads.
Yeah.
Good night.
Peace.
Be well.
Advantage of it.
Hey, Matthew.
Good evening. How's it going?
Good, thanks.
Hey, Matthew.
Hey,
Are
how's it
NASA
going?
flat earthers?
No.
NASA flat earthers?
No.
You sure about that?
Yes.
There's like a bunch of documents that say otherwise.
None of the documents say that the Earth is flat.
They say they assume a non-flat rotating Earth.
Yeah, that's an assumption. It's not saying that it is.
Their technical manuals and an assumption, okay, is not a presumption. It's an assumption.
Right.
They do it for a reason. That word requires liability. You assume a debt, that's your debt, bud.
No, that's a different use of the word assumption. We're talking
Oh,
about
I'm sure
simplification.
you love crossword puzzles, but look, there's only a couple meanings of that word, and what the word means is, yeah, that's what they believe, dude. They assume it.
No, that's not true. That's a simplification.
All of their stuff, everything mechanically that they created to fly over the Earth, they assumed a flat, non-rotating Earth.
So what about their aircraft manuals and technical manuals where they assume a rigid aircraft of constant mass?
If they didn't believe it, Matthew, it wouldn't even be in their documents.
They also assume no wind.
Oh yeah, it would.
So what
You have to admit it's odd though if they say they were living on a globe and the whole deal to even put the words flat, non-rotating Earth in any of their documentation.
No, it's a perfectly reasonable simplification.
Can't you tell
It's
they're
perfectly
telling the
reasonable
exact
that they would-
opposite of that? That's what they do with all their TV shows and their CGI and their television performances and all that stuff they do. Teaches exactly the opposite of that. But it's in all their documents. Why would that even be in their documents?
No, it's not in all their documents. You can find
That doesn't make
other.
any sense. Left lane. I
You can
apologize.
find other documents that say otherwise.
If you're not willing to admit that NASA are flat earthers, there's something wrong with you. Left lane.
I'm not willing to admit that, but there's nothing wrong with me.
Probably shit Buzz Lightyear.
My goodness, man. I mean, any man at this point that just looks at those documents and says, "No, it's a ball," is just absolutely.
What is your best kind of like elevator pitch? You know, your 60-second response to if somebody came to you and you were to assert to them, you know, hey, the Earth's a globe and it spins and all that. And then, you know, you were to say, look at NASA, they're showing us pictures. Here's the globe. Here it is, you know, etc. And then someone were to say, okay, well, I've been looking through NASA's documentation and we see multiple different times where they claim a flat, non-rotating Earth in relation to missiles, helicopters, airplanes, you know, calculating trajectories, pitch, yaw, and roll in terms of the XYZ axes of these the equipment and how they actually use all of the equations in which they specifically say flat, non-rotating Earth. What would your 60-second response be to that?
The plain reading and interpretation of each and every one of those documentations makes it clear that those are merely simplifying assumptions, that they don't believe that that's actually the case. They just use it to make calculations simpler. And it's clear based on all of the other documents that they believe that the Earth is not a stationary, non-rotating
Well, in a court of law, Matthew, all you need is a preponderance of the evidence, and I think that proves it. The preponderance to a jury of my peers, they would all just think that's ridiculous. Why would they even say it? Why would they say it?
Yeah. So Matthew, you're saying that it's a simplification. That was your elevator pitch. Okay. Well then, do you think a flat, non-rotating Earth is false or is a lie? One or two of those. Both.
It's false. Yeah, it's false.
Okay, it's false. So let me then ask, why is NASA putting false information, meaning flat, non-rotating Earth, in their documentation? In your opinion, if it's false, why are they typing false words?
To make the simplification, to make the calculations easier for things where it doesn't make any difference, the same way that they put the false information that aircraft are rigid and constant mass, which is some of the other assumptions you can read in the same paragraphs of some of those documents. And obviously,
okay, now let me ask you a question,
hold
Matthew.
on.
Let's be honest.
Aircraft is obviously not rigid; they're flexible. And also,
And you
aircraft
can't
don't
go
have
on
constant
and on.
mass; they use fuel, and so the mass changes.
What, man?
So why would they have to simplify, quote unquote, if you're saying, why would they have to simplify with false information if you think it's false? Why are they putting false information simplifications in their documentation? Why wouldn't they just say, first of all, why would they just leave? They could just leave that out. They could just say, we're doing the calculations, etc. So why would they add those words to it? Or why wouldn't they just say what it actually is if it actually is the globe?
To describe how they're making simplifications in areas where it doesn't make any difference to the calculations.
Now, let me tell you what the document should say. It should say, we're calculating every single curve, every single refraction, every single thing we can so that we don't crash into the Earth.
Yeah, that's too complicated.
That's what they should say.
Why would they have to do that?
Because if you're going to fly an airplane on a globe and you're going to take off and land and you're going to have to calculate all the equations for all of those factors, you would have to incorporate the fact that you're flying on a ball.
Right.
Rather than
that's what the document should be teaching. They shouldn't be teaching not flat, non-rotating Earth. They should be teaching a ball.
We don't have to do that.
We don't have to do that. Well, yeah, according to third graders, yes, you do.
Because it's not a ball.
No, you don't.
You don't have to calculate it for it because it's not a ball. Exactly.
No, it would work it would work in either model the same way.
Okay, give me the calculations. I want refraction. I want all that. I want a big, long math problem.
Yeah, well, you're not going to get that. I'm sorry, you're not going to get a math problem. I'm just telling you, when I fly my airplane,
simplifying it because that's the truth.
I could fly my airplane over a flat,
Look,
non-rotating Earth,
if you think that NASA is lying about the Earth being flat, you're wrong. Let's put it that way. Wrong.
I can't do this.
You guys are talking at the same time. Hold up. You guys are going at the same time.
Go to another channel, dude.
You guys got to go one at a time either way. So
it's hilarious. It's just crazy to me, Neo or Geo. I apologize. Look, man, it's nuts to me that people can't see that. Doesn't that make any sense to you, Gio? That people just don't see that.
It does. It does.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I mean, I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea that it's a simplification is not like a thing that these guys in here came up with. That's something that what was that one that Veach posted? It was like a response, basically, because people have been saying this. So it was like some article that was basically saying, and I don't know, Veach, if you have that, if you can repost, if you have it on hand. Oh yeah, NASA. Yeah, NASA put out a press statement. I just forget if it was NASA or if it was an article related to people that worked at NASA, but. Yeah, they put
Remember my big race that I wanted to put on? I wanted to put on a big race and see who could get around north to south the fastest. Well, they made an airplane flight, and they did it. NASA did it. I showed it to you. They made a movie out of it.
But the thing that you also would have to do if, let's say the Earth being a stationary, what do they say? The flat, non-rotating Earth. If you're evaluating equipment and doing tests and equations and so on, if just using the word if to be neutral for the room, if it is this, then you would have to calculate it as if it's a flat, non-rotating Earth. So that's the one thing that is consistent, that for developing equipment on a flat, non-rotating Earth, you have to do the equations and design the equipment as it is on a flat, non-rotating Earth. So those two things line up. To say that, the Earth's a globe and NASA's just putting this in their documentation to be simple is kind of just an ad hoc kind of write-off explanation for the fact that the technical side of things, they have to treat it as a flat, non-rotating Earth, as is reality for the actual engineering.
We all need to stand together as a man and just hold them to a contract and say, please, quit fooling, quit telling stories. I mean, let's be adults here. Those words, I can get a jury to agree beyond a preponderance of the evidence in a civil trial. I can get them all to agree that NASA are flat earthers just from those documents. So, I mean, for me, the globe, anybody who disagrees, they're lost in the sauce so far, I don't even know what to say. I think you guys should have the funding. This is what I want to do. I want to gather 25 and say, yeah, we don't think those stories are real. That's it. We can meet at McDonald's, by the way. We can just agree on a contract and the words are in there and you just read it. And no more funding for the CGI and cartoon show. No. They're the ones who believe the Earth is flat. And I can prove it to a jury beyond the preponderance of the evidence. That's a civil trial, not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, but I have a contract that says that the Earth is rotating and round, so that contract makes it true.
You got 25 men that are going to put their thumbprint on there and swear to God it's true, and then be able to prove it. You got to prove it to the jury. You're going to lose if you bring a case and you don't have one. I want to put a case number in, just register it to yourself. We'll just get the contract. All of us witness it. We register it to ourselves, and then we register it to the rest of the world. And they have to answer. Because NASA admits they're flat earthers, for fuck's sakes.
They don't.
Yes, they do.
I promise you, they don't.
I promise you, a jury of my peers are going to swear to God that that's true. There might be some Catholics on my jury. No, I'm sorry. There might not be any. There don't have to be either, by the way.
I mean, I don't think it's like any kind of like proof or evidence, or even really evidence or anything that NASA puts that in there. Ultimately, you know,
You don't think that's any evidence that they're flat earthers? You don't think that's evidence?
I would say look
Well,
at
I think I don't know.
Information.
That's another. I don't know. That's another thing. Whether they are quote unquote flat earthers. What I'm saying is that that's not like proof of what the Earth is. However, it is indicative that the equipment that they're testing has to be tested on what reality is, which is what they're saying, a flat non-rotating Earth. So it is a direct reflection of that. But I'm just saying it doesn't. You know, that information alone doesn't isolate what the shape of the Earth is, but it does show that their engineering is being done.
And show me that it can be done, assuming the Earth is a ball. Design the aircraft. Design that aircraft to fly over a ball instead. If you said you make it simpler, okay, I want to see the airplane that flies, assuming it's a ball.
How do reference frame play into that?
But look, it's just a simple experiment. It's nothing like reference frames. You're on the Earth, bud. I don't think you can get off of this place. I don't think NASA believes it either. By the way, I think they're flat earthers. 100%.
The meteor belt, I'll tell you that.
I mean,
the radiation belt, not the midstrap.
So that's it? You don't think it's evidence? Preponderance of the evidence. You don't think that's it? Gio?
What's that? What are you asking?
You don't think it's a preponderance of the evidence that NASA are flat earthers? You don't even think they're flat earthers, right? You didn't answer the question.
Well, I mean, I think that at the sort of behind the scenes level of NASA, yeah, they know what the Earth is.
Thank you. That's all I wished. That's it. Just being intellectually honest.
Not just the regular people who work there, though. That most of those are deceived.
Well, I mean, dude, people are easily taken advantage when they're given a big paycheck. You know, people do a lot of things for money. Yes, they will.
Shows that they're designing and establishing the engineering side of the equipment that they're stating that they're using a flat non-rotating Earth as the words they use for the actual mathematics and all the calculations for it, not incorporating Earth rotation or Earth curve, which both would be essential in any type of engineering design and calculations.
Would the reference frame play into that, Gio?
If they just believed they were in a religion, okay. This guy's talking about reference frame again, and that's a religion I don't want to get into. There's only one reference we're talking about.
What do you mean by
it? It's a flat non-rotating Earth reference. That's what we're talking about. What other reference is there?
Well, they would have to assume that because obviously,
hold on. What other reference are they assuming?
And you're gaining altitude, right?
What other reference frame are they assuming when they're doing their models of aircraft and flight controls and shooting rockets and shooting missiles long range to see if they can hit their targets? What other reference frames other than the Earth the flat, non-rotating Earth are they using?
Well, they're
They
leaving
say
that,
it
aren't
right in
they?
their documents.
They're gaining altitude.
These are technical manuals. They're not like, hey, some guy in the garage figuring out what's going on over the Earth. No, they get paid trillions of dollars to figure this stupid shit out.
So what are
They
you
assume
saying?
the Earth is flat and non-rotating.
Hold on, bro. We got to go one at a time. Logren, what were you saying again about the? You're saying that they're assuming a reference frame for the calculations, or
Yeah, something like that. Because when they obviously leaves Earth service, you're then in a different place, and I was wondering if that tied into any of that or played into that in any way.
Well, I assume I live on a plane, not a ball. And I see funny cartoons and CGI, and I don't believe none of it. And neither does NASA. They're just putting it out.
all right, hold on. Scott wrote a lot in the chat. He said he can't be on voice, so a bunch of it's
How come?
tagged to me. All right, well here I'll read
Where's
what he
Scott
said.
at?
Hold on, Explorer. I'll read what he said, and then if you want to respond or someone, okay. He says to make the math easier, they only do it for calcs that don't require that detail. Some questions that can't make the assumption, or Geo, but we know that many of those things in that paragraph aren't true. So why would you think the flat and stationary Earth one is true? So Scott, you're admitting that there's a bunch of things that are not true that NASA's typing in their documents? Is that what you're saying?
I think I should be able to talk for a little bit. Yeah, I'm saying that they make assumptions that they know are not true. That's the reason why they're assumptions. They have to assume them, because if they were just true, they wouldn't need to make the assumption. And we know for a fact that list of things they assume.
Hold on. Let me interrupt.
Explorer, no, you can't interrupt, man. We got to go one at a time for real, bro. You've been making the last. I love you, bro, but we got to really keep the audio clean, please, and let people respond and all that, because otherwise it just ends up being one person that just bowls over everyone. It's not fair. Please, I love you, bro. I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just trying to model a bit. Go ahead, Beach.
So I'll just do the one point, which is that we know that in that list of paragraph things, they list some things that they're assuming that we know everyone agrees is not true. Like planes are not point masses, planes are not rigid. Yet they make these assumptions. They do this to simplify the math, including this assumption they also make that's not true about the flat non-moving plane, however they phrase it. So this paragraph is full of things we know not to be true. I get this one you guys think is true, but there's no reason to think they're trying to say it's true when it's putting it in a paragraph along with all the other things that they know not to be true that they're assuming from easier math.
My turn? Okay. Assumption, the only way to come to assumption is by empirical evidence. You see what's taking place, and you make an assumption. It's the scientific method. Till you prove it wrong, the assumption is correct. And NASA or flat earthers, now go, it's your turn.
Well, no, my sense of the word assumption is that it's something you don't actually observe. You are fiating it to be true without evidence, without even necessarily having any reason to think it's true. But you start with it as a premise, whether fiating it into existence, and then go from there. So an assumption is something you don't necessarily have evidence for, you haven't observed, or isn't necessarily true.
My turn? Okay, militaries, NASA, all kinds of people. They design their aircraft to fly over a non-flat rotating Earth, and there ain't accidents happen anywhere. That's empirical evidence that, yeah, it's probably a non-flat rotating Earth. Because that's how they assume to fly over the Earth, not on a ball. Give me the equation. Hey, Scott, I want the long equation you got for refraction and judging whether or not you got to move the plane toward the Earth and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think it's also telling, though, that if you look at the papers, not all of them do say that. The ones that have calculations that actually will be impacted by something like the rotation of the planet, those use spherical math. In fact, there's papers in your list that you guys give. There's at least, I think, one of there that has in the beginning paragraph, it has that paragraph because he starts off making some simplified assumptions. In the middle, he switches over to using spherical math because he starts doing things that take place over a longer span of distance, and he has to start taking into account curvature and rotation. So he starts using basically spherical calculations. And by the way, you can see in that paper, I'm sure, how much more complicated it gets. So lots of papers don't say that.
So you just think the assumptions that were made by NASA are just a bunch of fucking lies?
That's just lies. They're assumptions to simplify the math. It is a very common practice in engineering. Like when the math is very complicated, you can do things that help you make it tractable.
But are you calling these things false?
We had to use
We know some
had
of
to
them are
use we had to use the FOIA requests in order to get those documents. They wouldn't just hand them over.
I'm not sure that's
Those
true.
were
To be honest
gotten
with
by
you.
a FOIA request. Hold on.
You may have put a FOIA request in, but
If you're going to say that NASA's lying, then I'm going to hand it over to Geo. Because if you think they're lying about those documents,
I think when you make assumptions that you are not claiming that that's true, you are. In fact, the reason why you say the statement, "I'm going to assume X, Y, and Z," is because you can't take those for granted because you're assuming things that aren't true. People aren't going to think you're making those assumptions. You have to call those out. You notice that they don't say all the things we know to be true. Like we're going to assume that math is valid, and we're going to assume that that when we say Earth, we mean our planet. I mean, all the things you take for granted, they don't have to call out as assumptions. They only call out assumptions that are things you would not expect them to be doing, like assuming that there's a
the
flat
stuff we empirically witness on a daily basis, planes taking off, flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth and landing again. You mean those ones, those assumptions?
Yes,
Are those the
assumptions about the
assumptions you
shape
keep
and
mentioning?
movement of the planet.
Are those the ones you keep mentioning? NASA believed the Earth is flat and non-rotating. I apologize, but
let me ask this question. I mean, this is the question I really am curious about, which is, but why do you think that they are also include in that same paragraph things that you know they don't believe to be true, that none of us believe to be true, things that are obviously false? Why would they have a false thing, a false thing, a false thing they're assuming, and then suddenly the secretly true thing they're assuming?
I know where you're going with that, but these are in their technical manuals. We had to FOIA request these. We had to actually get the public record in order to figure out what they actually believe, and turns out they're flat earthers.
I think that you'll find that
and
you can find that phrase.
You're still lost in the sauce in the cartoons and shit.
I think you can find that phrase in text and papers and technical manuals and publications all around the world from from the beginning of flight. Like these kinds of assumptions happen lots and lots and lots in engineering, not just at NASA, everywhere. And I don't think I'll have any trouble finding that all over the place. But where you won't find it is when you need to make the calculations. If the calculations are relevant to the sphere, like for example, there's one paper called Tensor Flight Dynamics. He uses that assumption for some simplified stuff at the beginning. When he gets to cruise missiles and the trajectory of cruise missiles, which are very long distance, he has to switch over to using spherical math for that.
Okay, we're going to do an experiment. You're going to build an airplane assuming the Earth is a ball. We're going to build one assuming we fly over a non-flat rotating Earth. And we're going to see who wins.
Okay, sure.
That's funny. Yeah,
that's a lot of work.
Hold on. I mean, I got a lot of intelligent men here. We can design an aircraft. I know I can do the metal work, and I got a buddy. He can shape it and rivet it. And I got the rivets. I'll put together an aircraft, and I'm going to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth. You got your guys. You got what? Say $80 million a day.
I don't have the same confidence you do. I think you have me outclassed.
$100 million aircraft.
Well, let me ask you this.
They don't want to smash those into the ground, ding dong.
All right, Scott. Let me ask you this. So, just to be neutral, like I always say, because just to use the if the Earth is indeed stationary and planar, etc., you would agree that that NASA and other military organizations like the military and Department of Defense and etc., that they would know this, and that in their actual usage of the Earth. Again, this is just to extend it to you, just using the if, that they would actually hold on, bro, that they would actually be using the Earth and calculating everything as a flat, non-rotating Earth, right? I'm saying if it's that at the level of, rail guns and equipment, all of that, GPS even, you would agree that is what it would be.
Yes. But I think I say absolutely yes, I agree with you. But also I would say that must give you a lot of pause, though, for the fact that they don't always do this. They do use spherical math for a lot of things that are very important. And why would they do that? If the situation is what you guys were sort of saying, why would they do that only on some things, but then on other things, switch over to using spherical math when they matter just as much?
I hear you.
That should be a really compelling question.
I never believed the cartoons. Ever. I never believed the cartoons. I tried to look for actual empirical evidence that, hey, they've got to say that they believe the truth somewhere. Turns out it's in all their stupid documents. It's like retarded to me. I mean, I'm an intelligent man. I'm forward 52, and I can figure out who's and what the Earth is, what they believe it is. And NASA are flat earthers. I'm sorry to tell you, Scott, but yeah, you're gonna have to come to grips with reality. Quit believing in the cartoons are real. Just use your talent. You got a talent of communication for sure. Well, I don't want criminal charges. I just want funding so we can really figure out what's going on here. That's it.
I appreciate that. I
We get
appreciate
the
that. No
80
criminal
million.
charges.
You don't. You don't get the 80 million no more. Now we do, and I get to hand it to Witsit and Geo and all my buddies.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And they can figure out what this place is. Shane gets a whopper. He gets a grant like you'll never seen before. He'll get a grant for like the size of the fucking moon.
You
And
know,
then you guys can go to him and say, "What did you figure out today, Shane? You're the scientist."
Okay, bro. Let me jump in. I wanted to respond to Scott, and then Buster was going to get into. Let me just say my thing real quick, and then Buster can go next because he was trying to get in as well. I just wanted to say, just kind of walk through what I was saying with you. Okay, so yeah, you would agree that at that level that they would actually be using a flat, non-rotating Earth for all the real stuff, and then etc. Now, I agree with you that there are documents that claim the spherical components of things. So that is true. It is one of those weird kind of contradictory things. Like it's like we see stars, we don't see stars, kind of a deal. There's a little bit of a polarity there. Like they're saying flat, non-rotating Earth, but then they're also saying the sphere. But I guess just my last kind of thing to say to you though is that if indeed in the background, as it were, or in the back, behind the curtain, they are using the flat, non-rotating, Earth as the actual, thing that they're actually doing. Would it then make sense to you that possibly that part of the technical wording and documentation has, kind of seeped through into these documents, as it were?
Sure. If they're let's say we didn't have the problem of the fact they use spherical math. Let's say this was sort of an assumption they make all the time. I would understand the argument, like, well, they have it in this paragraph that makes it look like it's one of these false things, but for that one, they've got to put that one always in because that's a true one, and they just sort of embed it in the paragraph with their other assumptions that are false because that helps them, like they have plausible deniability on their part or something. That's a reasonable stance I think to take. Is that right? Am I understanding you right?
What was the last thing you said?
Am I understanding you right? Is that basically what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's just somewhat in a speculation because obviously I don't know all of their systems and how they do things. But yeah, I think you kind of that. Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at. Yeah, I mean that.
Can I say one other little tiny detail? I claim if you this is hard work and maybe not worth doing, but but I do claim it's true. If we were to look at all the ones in which they've assumed a flat and non-rotating Earth, and then we look at all the ones in which they don't, we'll find that they're very different in flavor. The ones where they do will be things like pitch or yaw or things that only matter in the immediate moment, in the immediate space, because that's when they can do that. That's when they don't need to worry about the shape of the planet or the rotation. Because if they just need to figure out relative to the ground below you, when you turn the yoke this way, how much do you yaw? That question can be answered with very high accuracy, even though you don't take into account the fact that there's actually a little bit of incorrectness there because it's the planet's rotating and all that. It's only when you get to things that are going to be really needing to know that. Really, it's really going to make a difference for the outcome. Like, say, the location of the trajectory of a cruise missile that's going to hit a target. They can't do that unless they use spherical math. And so you'll find there's a very sharp line between when they do it and when they don't. It'll be safe times they do it, not safe times they use spherical.
Buster, were you gonna?
Oh, the only he said it like a couple dozen times. What is spherical math?
Math that takes into account the spherical nature of the planet and the fact that it rotates.
What is that math?
Well, it's like, so if you want to figure out, say, where if you throw something or if something is fired, right, where is it going to land? So you might want to figure out how fast is it going and what trajectory is it going and what direction is it going. You figure out how much air drag is on it and all that. Well, one of the things you also have to figure out is in flight, how much should the Earth rotate in what direction so that you can figure out exactly where it will land, right? That's what I mean by spherical math, is when you take into account that rotation to figure out that final answer.
So, like you're also assuming that it's rotating is in that math.
Right.
Yeah, well, yes, exactly. So sometimes they'll do that. If you look at the papers, you'll see they're using math that is both taking into account rotation and taking into account spherical shape. And then sometimes they use math that does not take that into account.
So spherical math is like just based on an assumption,
right?
Yeah, it's not like capital letters. It's not it's not like a category of math. When I say spherical math, I just mean when they do their math, they're including a lot of different variables, a lot of different factors. Some things they're including into this calculation is going to be shape of the planet and rotation, which they believe to be true. So that's when they are doing that. I'm calling that spherical math. And when they don't do that, that's when they put that caveat at the beginning, like we're assuming a flat and stationary Earth. That's when they're not using the quote unquote spherical math. Really just comes down to either using variables or not using variables. It's not like a category or something.
Yeah, just based off assumptions or not assumptions. That's
or belief. Yeah,
right on. That's all.
I mean, that's true both ways, right? It's like exactly. It's like they make this assumption here, they make this assumption there. Neither one of those things is actually claims about the truth of things. They're just the things they've assumed to be true for the calculation.
Can I give you an example? An analogy would be car manufacturers calculating the stopping distance for the brakes of certain cars. When you do that, you have to plug in the mass of the car, and they assume that the mass is constant, even though technically it's using a little bit of fuel during the whole time. On the other hand, if they need to do calculations about the distance and how far a car can go, then they would take into account the fact that fuel is being used. So sometimes they would assume that no fuel is used, and sometimes they would assume that fuel is used, and it just depends on the application, what assumptions they're going to make.
But what you're talking about, though, those things can all be known. Because it's a car you manufactured, it's a car you're driving, it's a car you're testing. Those are all known variables.
Right. But the point is that sometimes they assume that no fuel is used, and sometimes they assume that fuel is used.
And both of those can be known.
Go ahead.
Right?
Say that again?
And both of those things can also be known.
No, the point is what assumptions you're making. Are you assuming that a car uses fuel, or are you assuming that it doesn't? So just because they assume that it does not use fuel sometimes doesn't mean that they believe that it actually never doesn't use fuel. That's the point.
No, I got to point this out. Okay, you guys actually made me walk in here and point this out, so it's hard to listen to. Okay, so say you do that, you assume a certain mass because the fuel changes, right? Well, the reason that you would do that is because the complexity of the math actually is a suitable answer for that, right? Because, well, okay, there's 1% mass. Oh, there's 2% the mass of the fuel tank. Oh, there's 3%. Well, what are you going to put in one document? All these different amounts of fuel that it possibly could be, and then work out the math for each one? Of course not. That literally cannot be applied to the Earth being a ball at all whatsoever. There is a consistent rate of curvature that would be applied. It's super easy math. It's not complicated math at all.
Right. The point is that sometimes you make assumptions to make it simpler math, and sometimes you don't need to.
No. It's not complicated math. The fuel, the constant mass, that is complicated math, purely based on the different values of mass. It would make no sense whatsoever to account for it. You'd have to put out like tons of different equations in one piece of paper, one document. That makes no sense. You would never do that. But for the globe, it's very simple correction. It isn't complicated math. So why do you guys all just repeat that NASA has to do simpler math when a 5-year-old could be taught how to do the math?
Well, I don't
maybe
know
10.
Why make it more complicated?
I think you misunderstand what he meant about the fuel. It's not that they don't know how much fuel is in the car a priori. It's that as the process of the event happening occurs, fuel is being burned. So they start with a fixed amount. They know that amount. It's not like they need to put 1%, 2%, all that. That's not the case. It's that they have a fixed amount. Now, as the process of this thing they're modeling happens, you're burning fuel. They don't bother with figuring out the difference between the mass at the beginning of the event and the end of the event because it's so negligible it won't make a big difference to the final impact. That's the complication we're talking about.
No. Again, so in order to include the math for that in the document, it would be completely unnecessary complexity. It would make the document like 30% longer because you would have to put each different value of the fuel tank in there. And for the outcome to be so negligible, it would be insane. When it comes to applying the curvature of the Earth, that is not the case at all. It's one simple equation that would apply equally to all of it.
Well, that's what I just addressed is that it wouldn't be like that. It wouldn't be that you have to put for the amount of fuel, all the different amounts of fuel, because you start with a fixed amount, whatever that amount is, you assume that fixed amount. It's the thing you have to do that's hard is calculate how does that change over the event of the process.
That's right. And then the mass. Okay. So yeah, they use different types of fuel based on conditions. So they couldn't just say, oh, well, if I go this far, this much fuel is used, because that's not how it works. And then you would have to actually give a value for each different mass based on where you are within that. So yes, you would actually complete the mass, and then the person would have to apply that specific to their trips. That's overcomplication. But when it comes to the Earth being a ball, it is a very simple correction. It is not complicated math. Why does no baller ever address that point? You guys are
I'll
claiming
address that
NASA cannot do ninth grade math.
Well, I don't know if it's ninth grade, actually. It's different. I think it'll be differential equations in a lot of cases, but it's not like it's impossible to do. But if you're figuring out something like yaw, for example, if there's just no need, if I'm going to figure out what is the yaw that I'm going to get with this much force applied to the yoke, etc., and I need to calculate that out, there's just simply it would be asinine to add in the complexity of like, okay, well, how much will the Earth have rotated during the time that I do the yaw? I mean, it's not like it's impossible math, but why would you add that complexity to it when it has no bearing on the calculated answer you get? You know what I mean? You would just, it's very easy to say, okay, we're assuming this, because it has no bearing on this calculation.
No, it isn't just a paper or document on yaw. It is about the entire flight mechanics. Okay, and so like say it is true though.
Okay. I think you can find lots that that don't make that assumption about flight mechanics that are more complicated or over longer distances or involve.
No, you cannot. You cannot find one single document of flights that account for the curvature.
I can tell you the name of one right now. In fact, I think it's one on your list.
I don't know what list you're talking about, but feel free to drop it, because I know it's not. I know 100% that's not true. I know. I just talked to a pilot the other day. When they adjust for altitude, they don't adjust for it at all. When they use their attitude adjustment, they in no way account for the curve at all.
Yeah, and
they never do.
Sorry.
No, but I just want to understand, why can't NASA do ninth grade math?
Just because it's easy to put the math in is not a good argument for putting the math in. It is also easy to calculate the difference in mass for a car as its stopping distance, how much fuel it's using, but just because it's easy to do is not an argument to add that in.
No, but that's your argument. Your argument is that it's simpler math. Do you see how you just tried to shift it around? It's your argument that you guys all repeat ad nauseum. It's not my argument.
Okay, I thought you were saying, why doesn't NASA put it in? It should be a simple thing to put in. And I'm saying, well, just because it's simple isn't an argument to put it in.
But your whole argument was that they don't because it's simpler.
Well, but it is simpler. There's no doubt about that. I mean, even if you think it's not extra hard, it's still extra complications. Right?
Okay.
I mean, there is a difference between the two. You would say one's more complex than the other, even if you think they're both tractable or both doable.
Okay, let me help you guys out, because you guys all repeat the same scripts and you say it's just simpler math. Seriously, look, this is what you should say, is that the corrections specific to the curvature of the Earth are negligible. You can fly the plane like it's flat and stationary in all scenarios. Therefore, it doesn't need to be accounted for. You should say it that way. Not all repeat the script.
I think we have said that many times.
No, you have never said it. It's that easy. It's that concise. You guys always say the math is simpler. Literally a 10th grader can do the math. It isn't complicated. But
I think you overestimate 10th graders.
No. I went to a private school. 100%. You can apply like a constant rate of curvature to an equation. It isn't complicated. But the even funnier part of this is that excuse doesn't work for all the documents. So when they have an acoustic array for helicopter landing, and you 100% would account for the curvature over longer distances and the spin with the helicopter using the acoustic ray, because what you're doing is you're sending acoustic rays to the ground and then measuring based on the duration of the signal where it is you need to land in the future. Guess what they use when they do that? A flat Earth. So you would 100% account for the curvature of the Earth to send acoustic rays down to the ground and land a helicopter, and they don't. They assume the Earth is.
It is unclear about that though, because it would depend on a lot of factors. I don't know about these acoustic rays. Like, when do they start using them? How often do they use them? There's ways in which you could be using that system where you wouldn't need to worry about it.
Can you give one to me? Because if I'm 10,000 feet up and I send out acoustic rays, well, they're going to, of course, disperse and diverge. And so the ray that's that diverges and is, say, a fourth of a mile or a half of a mile away, every little millisecond changes the duration of the signal drastically.
Let's say you only kick that system in at, say, 200 feet or something, and it's constantly on, constantly pinging for you. Then it's helping guide you in. For that system right there, as you come in for the last 200 feet, and it's constantly acoustic and giving you basically a sonar image of the ground, you wouldn't need to know about the rotation and stuff like that. You could design it just fine. It'd be kind of like the camera on the back of a Tesla or something.
I don't know anything about this. I think you just kind of said 200 feet. I agree with you. If you're like real close to the ground, maybe not. But I don't think that's how the system works. The system sends acoustic rays over complicated terrains to determine where to land, to determine the most effective place to land. It's just like whenever they use bathymetry to map out the ocean floor, they send out sonar and they assume parallel horizontals. They send out the signal down, and then they measure that duration of signal, the bounce back, assuming that there's a plane beneath them, horizontally parallel. But of course, if the Earth's a ball, it would be a different duration, which means you wouldn't be able to map out the ocean floor. But guess what? We do accurately map out the ocean floor, assuming that there's a parallel horizontal based on the duration of the acoustic ray. So, just this, like, I'm just pointing out that this talking point of like it's simpler math is retarded. Be more specific with the argument, and also just bringing up that they don't account for mass is also not a good point. It's not a good point at all. It's not even comparable because that is way more complicated. It actually is significantly more complex as opposed to just a basic constant rate of curvature correction.
The point argument we're making though is in this paragraph of things that they've assumed, just because they make this assumption does not mean that they are saying that it's a true thing. And we know this is a fact because they are obviously assuming things in that same paragraph that we know not to be true. So you can't look at that paragraph and use that paragraph as a claim. NASA's telling us that they know it's a flat Earth. No, they're not telling us that it's a point mass either. They're not telling us it's a rigid body either. They're not telling us it's a flat Earth. Those are assumptions.
Well, yeah, I agree. I've never said that. And some flat earthers do say that. And that's the problem. It gives you guys the ability to say the script against really a straw man of the true argument, which is, hilariously enough, you have to treat the Earth like it's flat and stationary or you can't do it. And every time you guys say, no, you could do it, I say, okay, provide the math, and then no one responds. So you can't fly the plane unless you assume the Earth is flat, and that's just a fact. You can't even do attitude adjustment unless you treat the Earth as a plane.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a fact. If you have a proof of that or something, I'd love to take a look at it. But it seems intuitive that you should be able to. It should be either way. You should be able to.
Then why has no one ever been able to show me how to do it?
I don't know. Well,
because you have to. Everyone,
do you have a proof that you can't for some reason?
Yeah. Well, okay. The globe's position is that you fly the planes like the Earth is flat and stationary in all scenarios, and that the Earth is so big that for intended purposes it doesn't matter, and that gravity automatically accounts for it. The complexities of the math would be, what is the gravitational anomaly of this location? Oh, well, is it actually going to pull it the same way? What's the mass distribution relative to the gravitational anomaly of that local area underneath it? Because gravity is the globe's cop-out to pull it around. So Ball should be able to show me the gravitational anomaly charts and show me that it actually does account for it. It's always perfect so that the plane never has to worry about anything and it's just pulled around the ball. But no one's ever provided the math that you could for sure do, they all say. Because you have to fly the plane. I just talked to a pilot 2 days ago. You have to fly the plane like the Earth.
I feel like the reason why you don't need to worry about that stuff is because with the plane, all you have to do is react to the actual instrumentation. Like, so whatever's going on is going on. And whether it was caused by a gravitational anomaly, which I don't really know what they're talking about when they say that, or if it was caused by, a gust of wind, you're constantly getting this, updating data about where your plane is and what it's doing. And your reactions to that data don't need to know about the cause of these updates, right? It could be a gust of wind, it could be a change in gravity or something, because you're still going to react to it in the same way. I think that's kind of that. In my understanding, at least, is that that's what they're getting at when they say for the plane, you don't need to worry about these things.
Okay, so this is just the facts of the matter. When you fly a plane, you have to fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary. The globe position is that it's so big that it doesn't matter, and it's going to be identical to a flat Earth in all scenarios. and that gravity pulls the plane around the globe. You guys do realize that, right? That if you're not adjusting for dip, that means that gravity's pulling the plane around the globe.
Yeah, then I think yes. I think if you don't need to adjust for a dip in a conscious way because essentially the gravity is updating where you are anyway, and so it happens
Correct.
naturally, basically.
Okay, now this is where the gravitational anomalies come into play, right? So if you fly over the South Atlantic Ocean, for example, you should not be able to just assume that it's flat because there's a well-known huge anomalous zone of gravity in the South Atlantic Ocean. But guess what they do? They fly right there like the Earth is flat, and it works
But
every time.
that's because they just need to look at what's happening on the instrumentations. And when we say the gravity like pulls it around naturally, all they really need to do is check their altitude. If you constantly adjust your altitude to be correct, then whether you got knocked off your altitude by a gust of wind or knocked off your altitude by a gravitational anomaly, either way, you still need to adjust your altitude. And so I think that's the argument for why you don't need to worry about this stuff, is because all you really care about as a pilot is close your eyes, just look at instruments. What are my instruments telling me? I need to adjust those instruments to the correct numbers, and I'm good. I'm still flying, basically.
Okay. The number one thing, like I just talked to an Air Force pilot 2 days ago, he said, this is what if you want to shut up a pilot or anyone claiming to know that the Earth's a ball and mentioning planes, ask them, how does their attitude indicator realign itself to the curve of the Earth? Because it doesn't. Okay. And he said, I promise you'll never get a response. Second point, as to the curvature of the plane just magically going around it. Dude, the constant adjustment is irrelevant. That's a non sequitur. They adjust based on pressure zones. They go up and down horizontally. That has nothing to do with while you're going up and down horizontally, the Earth is pulling you around it, and it just so happens to match perfectly with the flat Earth.
It's
okay,
not
cool.
that.
That sounds good.
It's not that. It's that if you maintain your altitude, you'll be curving it. If you don't maintain your altitude, if you let yourself just drift and drift and drift, well, you got a problem. But if you maintain altitude by making adjustments, which they do, that will cause you to sort of automatically follow the curve of gravity. I'm curious. You said that you talked to an Air Force pilot who was a flat earther.
Yes, and he said, ask any pilot, how does your attitude indicator realign itself to the curve? Because it doesn't.
Is he publicly a flat earther, or is it like a secret thing?
He's in my Telegram. But look, this is what's so funny, dude, is like, I don't think you're getting the gravity part. If you're just going to adjust for the pressure and that's going to automatically account for the curve, then that requires a constant application of gravity.
Well, so right. I'm saying that if all you did was maintain your altitude, if your whole focus of your pilot experience is, I got an altimeter, I'm going to do what I do in order to adjust my altitude to make sure I stay at 10,000 feet. If you do that on a sphere, let's say it's a sphere, then you're automatically adjusting for gravity. I'm sorry, adjusting for the curve, because whatever you do that would not adjust for the curve is just going to change your altitude. And if you're watching your altitude and as it begins to change, you continue to adjust it, which is a practice that they do. You're basically resetting for the curve constantly.
That's only if there is a constant application of gravity. That's it. That's what the globe claims is, well, gravity is always doing the same thing based on the altitude of the plane. So if you go higher, it's a little bit less. If you go down, which that in of itself is hilarious, because it needs to curve more as you go higher, but there's supposedly less gravity there. Okay, you will never get a rebuttal to that. And even worse than that, if you're saying you can just go up and down in the pressure zones, then when I go over the South Atlantic Ocean where there's way less gravity, then I should have to adjust even within those pressure zones. I should have to adjust the trajectory of my plane because gravity's not pulling me around. So what that means is that I would constantly start going to higher altitudes over the South Atlantic Ocean, even though I should be maintaining level. I should be maintaining level, but going at higher pressure zones because gravity's way weaker over the South Atlantic Ocean. That does not happen in reality. 100% does not happen in reality. That debunks the globe. Officially debunks that. If I fly over the South Atlantic Ocean, I should maintain level. I should be increasing altitude every single time. And if I'm higher up, right, that means that gravity's weaker. I'm further away from the center of mass, but I need to curve more. Right?
True.
Or I guess you could say, well, the radius is going to be bigger, right? So you don't have to curve at a greater rate, but you have to cover a greater radius. So is the argument that it just perfectly matches, like the globe in its magical particles from the sun birth decided to create just the right gravity as a plane developed 4.5 billion years later by little insignificant apes. They made a plane, and just so happens that no matter what altitude you go to, gravity curves the plane at just the right rate, because it's going to have to go at a different radius as you change altitude. That's pretty convenient. Then when that gets into a really tricky problem is where we have gravitational anomalies. You can go read NASA themselves. They say over the South Atlantic Ocean, there's a huge anomaly. It's called the South Atlantic Anomaly. So again, just think about it. If I'm flying over a globe and gravity's magically, accounting for my need to go around the globe to effectively curve, all I have to do is go up and down and maintain altitude, and that means I'm maintaining a parallel zone, right, around the globe, because gravity is bending the atmosphere around the globe. So as I'm keeping my altitude, I'm automatically following the curve of the Earth around it because of gravity. If I go over a zone on the Earth that has way weaker gravity, what's going to happen is if I'm just going to think I'm maintaining level like I was right before I hit that zone, and I'm going to start increasing altitude every time because I'm thinking I'm maintaining level because gravity's just going to take care of it, but all of a sudden there's this anomalous region that's way weaker. So I'm going to start increasing altitude. I'm going to actually have to account for that because gravity's not strong enough to automatically account because now it's weaker. That means every plane that flies over the South Atlantic Ocean should have to account for the curvature slightly because now gravity's slightly weaker, but actually it's significantly weaker.
So planes just maintain the same barometric pressure. So the flight level is based on barometric pressure, and they just follow that instead.
See, you notice how like you guys just have talking points,
No,
and you don't respond. You don't listen. You wait to talk. So I just now articulated that position more specifically than you did. I said what's wrong with it, and then you just repeated that conclusion anyway.
Yeah, but what she said was irrelevant and false because airline pilots follow a constant barometric pressure. That's what a flight level is. That's how it actually works in reality. Talk to your pilot friend.
Okay, but you seem to be lost, Matthew. If I'm maintaining the different pressure zones over the globe, but gravity gets way weaker in a certain spot, then it's going to be different when it comes to the gravity pulling the plane around the globe because it's way weaker.
Right, so they just ignore all that and follow the same pressure gradient.
No, you can't just follow. Oh my God. If you maintain level,
just basic physics.
Basic physics is if you maintain level, then what's going to happen? If gravity's way weaker, I'm going to start going higher.
Right.
Okay, so that means every time a plane flies over the South Atlantic Ocean, they'd have to consistently know in advance they're going to have to drop more because gravity's weaker there.
That's what functionally is going to happen, but they don't have to plan for it. They just follow the pressure gradient.
So then you agree that if we go look at the flight records, right, and that planes aren't consistently dropping more over the South Atlantic Ocean, it debunks the globe.
The flight records will show the barometric pressure, and so it'll be consistent.
I also want to mention, guys, that the Earth is moving west. So if the gravity is weaker in that area, you're not going to be moving as west as you would be. So there's also, it's not just up and down, it's also left and right would also be different. So that pressure thing, if you're talking about, if your pressure thing you're talking about keeping you at the same height, well, it's not gonna defend you with the west rotation because that's just height. That's just another point. It's also left and right.
I do mean South Atlantic Anomaly. They even claim it affects the satellites so drastically that they can't control them very well over that part of the world, and that it also affects ships. So it goes all the way into the ocean, all the way up where quote-unquote satellites are. They claim the South Atlantic Anomaly is noticeably less gravity. which means if I no, and the flight logs and the records don't just show they maintained pressure, it shows the adjustments made to maintain pressure.
Yeah, so what do the
Shows
flight
the
logs show? The
well, that's
altitude, right?
no, so you agree that if we go look into it, every single time a plane flies over this area, they should have to adjust down every time more than other areas because there's less gravity, right?
I don't know what you mean by adjust down because it's just following a pressure gradient. And so autopilots just sort of automatically adjust up or down depending on the what flight level they're set at.
What about east to west? The Earth is rotating west, so do they slow a little bit more to the right in this area where they're not rotating with the Earth as well because of the gravity?
Yeah, I don't know how that would affect east to west, so I'm not sure.
Well, if the gravity is weaker, they aren't rotating with the Earth as well, so they're no longer traveling in a straight line.
I'm not sure how that's relevant. Planes fly in the atmosphere, so it's airspeed that matters more than like gravity east to west or whatever.
Well, when the planet rotates west, supposedly it stays with the planes stay with the Earth because of gravity. So if there's an area where gravity is weaker, then you won't be rotating with the Earth as well. So then the land is moving beneath you at a different rate than it would be in another part of the world.
Yeah, I don't know how that would affect it, but even if it does have an effect, I think that effect would be small enough that sort of wind speed and all that would have a bigger effect on the navigation left to right. So I'm not sure, I guess.
Also, Matthew, you were saying that that they would just keep the barometric pressure, but in that scenario that Whitsitt was laying out, though, there would still have to be like noticeable adjustment differences in the elevator and the ailerons and the actual trim tabs and the trim of the plane, and that would in theory that would show up as like, okay, yes, keeping it at that barometric pressure like you were saying, but if the gravity is different and if the Earth is curving and if it's the gravity that's related to the Earth to the plane kind of curving as it were around the globe, then if there's those anomalies, then there should be very there would be records of the actual trim of the airplane having to change significantly to account for that.
I don't know how significant it would be, though. As they're moving into this area, it might take a couple hours to get into that area. And so over the space of 2 hours, let's say...
They give them all away. I don't even care.
He was hot micing. Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah. So I was saying that over the space of 2 hours, these microscopic adjustments to the elevator, I don't know if that would show up in a consistent enough way. Maybe if you did statistical analysis, you might see it, but I doubt you'd see it in the data.
I was incorrect. The South Atlantic anomaly is the weakest part of the magnetic field in the Earth, and there's a place in the Indian Ocean that has the super weak gravity. So the question is, if we go look at that area in the Indian Ocean, when planes fly over it, are they consistently adjusting and dropping down more than anywhere else in the world? You agree that would have to be the case?
I agree that would have to be the case. The question is whether it would be big enough to be a noticeable thing, and over the space of 2 hours flying across that anomaly, it might be that those microscopic adjustments don't show up in a statistically significant way, but I don't know.
Doesn't make sense. You would have to either you would make much more drastic ones less frequently, or you would have a constant correction the entire time that would be anomalous to other areas. It would for sure show up in the data. I mean, I don't even know how easy.
It's not for sure. It's not for sure. It's based on how significant of an adjustment it is. So it does depend on how significant it is.
No. All the adjustments should be logged.
Right.
So like this should be a consistent drop or more drastic, less frequent corrections for the drop than anywhere else. Doesn't really. It's just about comparing it to the other place. It doesn't even matter how much it is, just that it's more. Right.
But the question is it within the measurement scale of the data that they're collecting, and that I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie, like I just came up with this argument, and this is hilarious to me. Like this is the glitch in your guys' excuse, because like, oh, just fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. It's identical to a flat Earth. That's incorrect. It is not identical to a flat Earth. It 100% is not, because the globe is claiming that gravity is making it look like it's identical to a flat Earth, right?
Right, there are these anomalies. The question is whether those anomalies are big enough to make a difference or to counteract the other anomalies like weather, barometric pressure, all these other things. But I mean, there's lots of complicating factors that make air flight, not a perfectly modelable or perfectly calculatable. And so the question is, which anomalies are big enough to see?
Dude, I can think of places that it gets crazy too. So, like, obviously, as you change altitudes, the radius of your path changes, right? So, like a plane that's higher, it's a greater radius, right? So, altitude or the radius increases proportionate to altitude.
Yeah,
obviously, right?
0.1%. 0.1%.
That doesn't. None of that matters. Like the fact is that it's going to be more or less. That's the point. So,
yeah, but the radius is 0.1% higher at flight level than at sea level. You think that's going to
okay,
show?
what's the gravitational difference at 40,000 feet compared to sea level?
I think probably 0.1% the same, because based on the radius.
Oh, it better be exactly the same then. It better be a proportional relationship.
No,
but
it's
here's where it gets
0.1%.
interesting. But here's where it gets interesting. So the Air Force, they do this thing. This is another Air Force pilot said that when he became a flat earther was when he realized that he's flying like, I don't want to missay the number, but I think it's like it's significantly faster than the speed of sound, right? Over the ocean, and they're like 10, 15 feet above the water, and they're going this crazy speed, and you just fly that plane like it's flat. You see what I'm saying? So if you flew that plane 1,000 miles per hour, 10 feet off the water, he was like, dude, I felt so stupid when I finally put it together. But anyway, like just imagine doing that on a ball. All right. So if I fly over this like Indian Ocean, I wouldn't be able to do that the same as I would over another part of the ocean. Right? Because like the gravity's weaker. So if I'm flying 1,000 miles per hour, my plane is being like adjusted for curvature constantly at a pretty significant rate, because I'm so close to the earth and I'm flying so fast. There is no real big difference in altitude going on. You're flying 10, 15 feet above the ocean. So if I fly over the Indian Ocean and there's less gravity, like I'm going to have to actually begin to adjust my plane when previously I wouldn't have to. There is no altitude adjustment at all. You're maintaining 10 to 15 feet above the ocean.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how much that anomaly, the percentages of how much different that anomaly is compared to other places in the world.
But you agree that we can't just say, oh, you just maintain different altitudes because, well, yeah, your altitude is 10 feet.
Yeah, so how much different is the gravity there versus other places? I don't know the answer to that.
I'll drop an article. They call it a major dip. I don't actually know the number. But I'm not gonna lie, like I'm pretty excited about this because I have a feeling that when I look into it, you can only protect a lie so long. And so they have to change their gravity claims so much because it just doesn't work. Right? Like the gravimeters they're just like, no, this is a lie. Right? So bro,
wait, if they were faking it, why wouldn't they just make a even gravity over the whole Earth? So I think
there's no they're faking it. A bunch of different universities go out with gravimeters.
Right.
What are you talking about? Now you've reverted to the straw man that we think that literally everyone in the world is in some conspiracy, including university students that bring grabometers out to places. Come on. Okay. Obviously, we don't think that.
So you agree that the evidence is real. That's good to hear.
The grabometers, yeah, your interpretation is retarded. The grabometers debunk the globe in like a million ways.
They do.
But anyway, yeah, they absolutely do. You can keep one in the same location with the same conditions, in the very same location, and the rate that the BB inside the grabometer and the vacuum chamber drops changes. So yeah, that debunks the. But anyway, this was so interesting to me. We've always kind of yielded to the Globers, where they're like, we intuitively know it's retarded that they claim that you can just fly a plane exactly like the Earth is flat and stationary. Like, oh yeah, how convenient. You know what I'm saying? And you 100% cannot fly it any other way. And if you in any way don't assume the Earth is flat and stationary, everyone would die. But this is funny when they say that. Well, the Earth's just so big, so you don't have to really account for the curvature, right?
Right. Yeah, you don't have to account for it.
Yeah. So, but really, what's being said is that gravity is pulling the plane around the globe in such a way that for you, it looks like you're flying over a flat Earth.
Right.
That's what has to be said. So, with that the case, that's the chink in the armor, because the corrections made have to specifically match the gravitational maps. They're not just this is bad for the globe. Oh my god. Like it can't just be the same everywhere, because gravity's not the same everywhere. But now on a flat Earth, guess what? It's flat everywhere. So it is the same everywhere. And guess how we fly planes? The same everywhere. But if it's gravity pulling the plane around it, it's not the same everywhere.
Yeah, you're right. It's not the same everywhere. The question is are the differences significant enough to make a difference in the way that you would have to fly a plane? And I think the answer is no.
If I'm going 1,000 miles per hour, 10 feet above the water, absolutely.
I don't
100%.
think that matters.
Okay.
Okay,
And then we're just like, we'll find a way to get
saying
the
that
numbers.
Anything is any little change is going to be significant enough to make a difference. Is that your claim, or is there some
I
threshold?
think if you're going 1,000 miles per hour, 10 feet above the water, absolutely. Absolutely.
So
Like you couldn't just keep flying exactly the same, that fast, that close to the ground over all the oceans with different forms of gravity. Like that you would start to get higher and higher. You would have to actually dip down to maintain 10 feet.
Okay, so to be clear, your claim is that the difference in gravity would be significant enough to require a different way of flying in those different places.
I'm going back and forth to this article. I'm claiming that you would not be able to just easily maintain the same 10-foot altitude, just maintaining level, if you're flying over different portions of the oceans with different gravity. I'm sure there is a number that could be so insignificant that you wouldn't really notice it, depending on how long you're flying,
right,
or how big the area is.
Yeah, I guess my belief is that these anomalies are so big and so like large and gradual that that the changes you would have to make are insignificant. I guess that's my claim.
But I mean, of course, you would concede that that's just an assumption you're making.
Right, and you would
Didn't
have
you
to
say
concede
something
that's
different
just
before?
assumptions you're making too.
I'm saying that I don't know.
Didn't you say before that they adjust for the pressure or whatever? That was how they did it?
For commercial flights, when they're told to maintain a flight level 35, which is 35,000 feet, they're specifically following a certain pressure gradient that equals 35,000 feet. But that can change based on temperature and pressure, like barometric pressure. So it's not exactly 35,000 feet above the ocean, for example. It sort of floats up and down based on barometric pressure. Flight level 35 means a certain pressure.
if the Earth was flat, would you still use that same system to maintain an altitude with using the winds?
Yeah, you could use the same exact situation. So you're right that the way that planes fly doesn't distinguish between the two. It's not a proof for one side or the other.
Dude, they claim that this makes the sea level like over 100 meters lower.
Right.
100 meters lower. That's it. Now, okay, just think about what that means.
300 feet.
Okay, so we are on a giant ball, and gravity is relative to the center of mass. And there's a part of the Earth where there's a hole in the gravity that actually causes the water to be 300 feet lower. And it's over the span of 2 million square kilometers.
Isn't that also in the Indian Ocean, which is the fatter part of the Earth? Like it would be more mass there.
Oh, it's 2 million square miles. Yes.
Because remember, oblate spheroid Earth, so that's the fatter part of Earth.
Yeah, and they claim that it's missing mass. It must be missing mass here.
Maybe underneath it, there's like a big open space.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna say. Is like in the crust, there's just like a huge, like 2 million square miles missing space. Like this is rough. So this is really just a direct refutation of what started me actually walking in here to say something. This whole like they just do to simplify the math, which I do think flat earthers need to sharpen their tact on. The Globers have the majority talking point, and the flat earthers checkmated here because they're like, look, they assume a rigid body and they assume a constant mass, and these are not true. They do that for simplification purposes. They're doing the same thing with flat Earth, and their argument they don't. The reason they don't say it so specifically is because that sounds like such a good win. And if the flat earthers just say you're stupid or I don't know what to tell you, blah blah blah, then like they win, right? So, but like because what they're actually saying though is that the Earth is a giant ball and gravity pulls the plane around it, so it's identical to it being on a flat Earth. You would know there would be no difference, and that's
Also,
why. But
east
they'll
and
never
west.
say that. They'll never say that in a debate because that doesn't sound good. So they say the other thing, and the flat earthers need to kind of rearrange the way they go about that. NASA's not admitting the Earth is flat in those documents. The point is that NASA knows they have to treat the Earth as if it's flat and stationary to fly successfully. You know, that's my opinion.
It's just not. It's also up and down, and east to west rotation is also perfect. The gravity is perfect. You can't detect it.
Dude, this is crazy. It's 2 million square miles. I can't even. What the?
Of missing mass, you mean?
Yeah. It's called an Indian Ocean geoid low. They call it this giant hole in the Earth's gravity because it's where they say it must be missing mass.
What if a satellite flies over that area? Would it lose
That's
orbit?
what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm trying to look at what they say the number is. Of course, they're not going to come out and say it. Like, you have to find it. Yeah, read this.
Yeah, that's what I said. There's a hole in the earth. Do they need to redo that? The diagram they give us? They need to put a hole on the Indian Ocean side.
This is the geoid heights. Do you see where it's just like negative 106 meters? Yeah.
So what do you think is actually causing that?
Well, I'm trying to look here because it looks like they may have actually just measured the gravitational acceleration and then done the math and said, oh, well, that would mean that the water would have to be this much lower, as opposed to the other way around, like supposedly measuring the sea level and knowing it was that much lower. It looks like they actually. I'm trying to figure out which way they gave. For me to be able to answer that question, I have to figure out what the actual evidence is that they're trying to explain away.
And wouldn't the sea level being lower say that the gravity is stronger? Like, how would the sea level being lower mean less gravity? Or is in like it can't hold as much in that area?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So what? When
So
the water
like,
goes there, it goes into space?
oh, it would disperse in the surrounding areas because there's more gravity there pulling the water.
But can we detect this in the water? Like that areas?
No, of course not, dude.
Should be able to, I think.
This is kind of tough to find the actual value.
You said 300 meters? It drops?
Yeah, like, well, no, like 106 meters,
water.
like 365 feet or something.
Oh, it's like a gradual drop?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's not like they measured. How would they measure sea? Like, you have to understand what sea level is. How do you measure it? They don't, like, dude, they just try to force sea level onto a globe. So sea level is just flat in reality. It's a horizontal. So it's not like things are higher and lower necessarily in reality. You see what I'm saying? They're just forcing it onto a globe. That's why their geoid model looks so retarded. It's all
So
lumpy and
they say it should be 100 meters down, but it's not really.
I don't know. I haven't got to the bottom of it yet. So okay, I think they're claiming that they measured it being that much lower. I have to read more about this. I don't know, man. But yeah, dude, just anytime that a baller starts defending planes on the globe, just ask how do the attitude indicators realign themselves to the curve of the Earth?
Did you say altitude indicators?
Attitude.
What does that mean? What's an attitude indicator?
It's just an instrument in the plane that basically tries to maintain level relative to the horizon, typically.
Oh, okay.
It's how they determine if the plane is like climbing or descending or whatever. Yep, there it is. Yeah, it's always relative to a horizontal, of course. It's up and down relative to horizontal. And the dude was like, just ask any pilot, how does your attitude indicator realign itself to the curve of the Earth? Because it doesn't. Think about it. Basically, you're flying constantly for hours, and it's just maintaining this level. It's not constantly readjusting based on your altitude and your position and how long you're traveling for the curvature of the Earth. How's it realigning and calibrating itself to then determine the descent or, deviation away from that? He's like, it doesn't do that. And none of them will be able to tell you how it does it because it doesn't do it. Pretty funny. I mean, that's straight from a pilot. Dude, what's so funny is I've had ballers tell me, like, if you ever find a gravitational reading that's like 9.7 something, now that would be a serious problem. And it's always like 9.8 within a couple of decimal places. And like I just saw they're trying to say this is like 9.7. I don't really have enough time to look. I'll have to look at this tomorrow.
The Wikipedia article on attitude indicators describes specifically how they're self-leveling and will point towards the direction of down.
They're self-leveling and they automatically readjust and realign to the curve of the Earth as they travel.
They realign to the direction of down as they travel. I specifically
wait, the direction of down. Wait. The direction of down.
Right.
Like, isn't down perpendicular to the horizontal indicator?
It is.
Okay, so that still leaves the same question on the table. How does it realign for the curve?
If the direction of down changes, or if there's small precession, which happens with gyroscopes, or if there's like a really slow bank, all of those situations are counteracted by this self-leveling mechanism. Clearly,
So his whole point is that they don't actually realign for the curve. He flies the planes professionally.
They do. This is what the clearly
the
describes
guy that
mechanism to do.
professionally flies the planes is wrong because you didn't even address it specifically.
I don't
Hey, you're gonna
expect.
get in a fucking plane. You're gonna pretend that the Earth is flat and you live on a non-rotating Earth. So you're gonna fly the plane like that. That's it. You're gonna fly the plane like we're flying over the Earth.
Right.
For fuck's sake.
Or you're gonna die. Or you're gonna die.
No,
Everyone's
you
gonna
can
die.
fly right into the Earth. You'd be smashed and killed. Those are $1 million airplanes. I mean, nobody's reckoned airplanes into the ground. This is so stupid to me. Dude, I only try to be a third grader around this place. Everybody pretends their robots want to live forever. They got graphene and all kinds of clones, and they're crazy. The father despises them. I mean, he hates them like you have no idea the hatred. He does not like that kind of stuff. He's righteous. He's a good man. He doesn't want to hurt nobody. He loves his children like you'll never imagine. They're all going to be destroyed from a lack of knowledge. That's it. And I mean, you guys, NASA being flat earthers, that's like retarded to me. That's so stupid. I don't even know how that you can't figure that one out. Shit, I'd manage a Radio Shack for fuck's sakes. I can figure that out.
All right, I need to go back to sleep. I'm gonna research this. Don't worry, Matthew. I'll happily.
Okay, yeah. Start with the paragraph I posted at 42.
No, I'm talking about. No, I'm talking about this gravitational anomaly, dude. I'll come
Okay.
back and I'll teach you about your belief tomorrow, bro. You can research it, and maybe you can teach me tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't understand why the ocean is lower there if gravity is weaker. That's the one thing. And just glancing at it, that it seems like it'd be the opposite.
Well,
No, I already
then I
helped you.
actually thought
helped you.
about it.
I helped you out with
Yeah,
that.
if there's
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, if there's less gravity there, less water is being held there on the Earth.
Correct.
Okay.
So the stronger gravity in the surrounding areas is going to pull that water to it more. But I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Take it easy. Good night.
Peace, man.
Nice chatting as always.
Just the truth. Truth is scary, brother. Scary. It's how you know the wheat and the tares among you in a hurry. But I think you're one of the wheat, so I ain't got no problem with Geo. I just trying to figure out your angle, brother. I know you guys listen to me. You're all going to have meetings about Robert Lee Pine Jr., I already know. Because I just believe the word, and I know how to punish you with it. That's all I do on a regular basis, just punish you with the word. Your own stupid beliefs. And I'll punish you really good. And I know you're all listening because no one's talking. You're all in the squad. You're trying to figure out. There might be one man who believes the truth. The rest of you are just putting on a show, a performance. You're all a bunch of actors. I get it. I'm just here to tell all of you. You better wake up and be a man and be a witness, or I'm going to expose you. It's so easy to tell. I can expose them so easy. I just give them everything, and if they don't want it, and it's so stupid. that any man could figure this shit out. If a man could figure this shit out, they would just go and do it. That's how I expose the man who doesn't want to do it. And that's how I know. Oh, I get to talk now, everybody's silent. Did you hear what I said? No. Nobody heard. Geo didn't allow it. He didn't allow me to go on and retort for a couple of minutes. It's fucking retarded. I should be able to speak like 2 minutes a fucking week or something. Right?
Matthew, how much is for you the globe Earth related to your religious viewpoints? Would you say?
I think that all truth is God's truth, so everything matches. I wouldn't say there's a close correlation between specific doctrines and theology and specific scientific ideas, but I think that truth can go both ways. So science can teach us about theology and vice versa.
So how much know what's coming? Do you guys really understand?
Hold on, bro. How much would it change for you then if the Earth, is not the sphere? Would you feel like you were deceived by your religion, or vice versa, or like what would that change for you, spiritually or religiously?
Spiritually, I don't think it would change anything. Yeah, I don't like. I like the phrase, if theology marries science today, tomorrow she'll be a widow, right? So I don't think there's that you should like tie them together too closely.
But don't you currently feel like that the globe is what the creator created? That's what your viewpoint is?
Right.
So I'm saying if that's wrong, then who deceived you? Like, was it, you know what I'm saying? Like, how would that change?
Yeah. I wouldn't say that it was God who deceived me. I would say, I was mistaken about the shape of the earth, the nature of the earth, and nature of the realm. And I wouldn't feel, I might feel like a little chagrined that I had it wrong all this time, but I wouldn't feel betrayed in my faith at all.
Do you think it would be any actual strengthening of it, considering like Genesis and a lot of the terminology that seems to indicate, the foundational cosmology in terms of the Earth being stationary and the firmament and greater and lesser light of the sun and the moon and all of the separating the waters from the waters? Like, would it actually potentially bring things together in terms of that for the Bible?
Yeah, I think it might convince me to read those things more literally than I do now. Now I see them more figuratively and talking about spiritual truths. But if I were to come to believe that the earth is flat, I think I would see them as more literal.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, do you go by the word of those, in terms of that particular tradition to the T? So if that's the case, why wouldn't you already be going with it, like a lot of folks are, in terms of that?
Right, because I believe Scripture tells us truths, but sometimes it gives things allegorically or figuratively, and so I don't read everything in Scripture as a pure 100% literal. I think that God speaks in many ways and not just literally. And there's lots of examples where it's clearly not literal. I mean, the Bible says the earth shall not move, but it also says the righteous shall not be moved. So clearly it's not talking about righteous people sort of being stuck and they can't like walk anywhere. So if you're gonna interpret one verse as figurative and the other as literal, then the question is, why do you make that choice? And the answer is context.
Okay, so then what context allows you to see that part as allegorical then? Is that what you're saying? Or
Yeah,
symbolic?
so the verse that says the righteous shall not be moved, that's clearly talking about the standing in the eyes of God and his foundation and place in the great chain of being, or something like that, like figuratively. And so based on the context, we read that as figurative. And then same thing if it says the earth shall not be moved, based on my preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe and is moving, I would read that figuratively also.
What about separating the waters from the waters? How would that fit on a heliocentric model?
Yeah, I don't know what the waters above are, but maybe that's just talking about separating the sea from the atmosphere. So, separating and making the water go down, and then the water in the atmosphere goes up. And the allegory for that, a reason for doing that, is that happens on the second day, and the parallel, that's the setting up the foundation. And then the parallel passage in day 5, day 5, it talks about the creation of the fish and the birds. And so the fish go in the sea and the birds go in the air. So it lines up nicely that way, if you want to see it as kind of God claiming authority over the entirety of both the structure of creation and the filling of creation.
And what about the firmament?
Firmament is just means sky. There's nothing magical about that word. I think some people are confused by the English translation that the word firmament happens to have firm as the first 4 letters of that word, but that's just an accident of how English is set up. I don't think that firmament necessarily means something firm.
Well, doesn't it? I mean, it comes from Latin firmamentum, which means fixed.
Right, but the Hebrew word can mean sky. It was written in Hebrew originally.
Okay, so you think that maybe the Old French came from the Hebrew, you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the original language that verse was written in, or even like the heavens declare the glory of God and the firmament shows his handiwork, I think a more modern English translation of that Hebrew would be the heavens declare the glory of God and the sky shows his handiwork. So I think we should just translate firmament as sky in modern English. In 1611, firmament was probably a good word to use, but now sky is a better word.
But what about the other? Like, what about? Okay, then how is that connected to the Old French and the Greek that are like firm or solid structure, strong, steadfast? That concept of like.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The English word firmament does have some relation to the idea of firm, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I'm on. It says used in late Latin in the Vulgate to translate Greek steromia, firm or solid structure, which translated Hebrew rakia, a word of both the vault of the sky and the floor of the earth in the Old Testament, probably literally expands from raka to spread out to make, and then it says, but in Syriac meaning to make firm or solid.
Yeah, so I would say that expanse would be another good translation. The expanse, you just look up there and see the expanse of the sky. I think it's just clearly talking about the sky. It's not saying anything about the structure of it. It's just talking about, it's a word describing what we see.
And what about the 4 corners of the earth?
Yeah, that's another good example. I don't think that those are literal 4 corners. Just because, like, wait, what corners? We haven't found any corners. I think it's just a colloquial way of saying the entire earth, or all the way to the end of the earth, the whole thing, 4 directions, northeast, southwest, or whatever.
And what about pressed firm, like like what is that in
like the clay on a seal? Yeah. I think that is probably describing what it looks like from our perspective, because God puts things in terms that we can understand. And so if you're standing out in the desert and looking around, it looks flat and it looks like it's kind of upturned on the edges. I think it may be describing what our experience of the earth is. I wouldn't take that literally to be answering a 21st century question of what is the actual shape of the earth. God is describing what we experience, and it's accurate in that sense.
Wait, how is it pressed? The Earth takes a shape like a clay under seal. Its features stand out like those of a garment. Job 38.
Yeah, I would say that's describing what it looks like, our experience of what the Earth looks like. I don't think it's describing the actual big picture shape of the planet. I think it's talking about, poetically and figuratively talking about what it looks like to us.
That it looks like that if you're standing in like the way the land is pressed down, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Even though that's on a globe, which is not how you would press a seal.
Right.
Okay, so all of that would change though for you if you came to the resolution that it is stationary and planar in terms of the geometry. You would just change the views on all of that into thinking that it was more literal versus symbolic.
Yeah, but probably so. I would say, oh, look, this happens to be more literal than I thought. This is true in different ways than I used to think. I would still think that the spiritual truths are the same and that the basic ideas are the same, but maybe it has had more literal description than I thought.
So then what do you think of Christians and other biblical oriented folks who have a very strong thought, and viewpoint that the Bible does describe, a stationary type of a earth system, and that those are the word of God, as it were? Like why do you think they're coming to that conclusion so strongly and that truth?
I think that they come to that conclusion because they want to read the Bible very literally. But I think it's based on their notion ahead of time that they think the Earth is flat, and so that they are casting about to find an authoritative way to back up what they're saying. And what better authority to grab onto than these verses in the Bible, God's word, and say, look, God agrees with me, you're wrong.
Well, that's why I was asking what it would represent to you for your spirituality, since I know you teach at a Christian school, right?
Right. And nobody at my school are flat earthers, none of the other teachers.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying. Like, what would this represent for your spirituality in that, or your religion in that sense? Like that's what I was asking originally. Like, how would it change it, or what would? But I guess you have it. Yeah, you've answered.
Yeah,
it.
no, it's a great question, and I have changed my mind about different things here and there. I used to be more of a young Earth creationist, but over the space of a couple of years, I slowly changed my mind and decided that the Earth is old, and that didn't change my spirituality. It, and so I think it changed the way that I look at certain verses in Genesis and that kind of thing. But overall, it didn't affect my spiritual life that much.
Well, then, what about this part then? Okay, so I always have to kind of preface, because when I say, because my viewpoint, I'm not on the fence to where it's like an if thing for myself, but I'm just saying it to be, neutral. So I'm saying if the Earth, in your viewpoint, if it is indeed, flat, stationary, etc., what would you then see the globe Earth as like a, demonic or satanic kind of deception then at that point?
I think that'd be overstating it. I would say that it would just be a mistake, because most of the Globers I know aren't like convinced, they aren't kind of like marching around doing the will of Satan or something like this. I would say, oh, they're just wrong about it. And I don't think this idea that the globe is a deception to lead people away from God is a good way of characterizing it. I do think that there are much clearer examples of that in science. Specifically, scientists put on their white lab coats and say, look, science proves God doesn't exist because we don't need God for the origin of life or the origin of the universe. And I think those are much more explicit examples of scientists claiming something directly against God. And I think the globe by itself doesn't necessarily, just by the main fact that there are plenty of people who believe in the globe who are theists. So I don't see it as a very effective deception from Satan. If Satan's going around trying to convince people that it's a globe, it's not leading anybody away from God just from that.
But isn't it leading them away from the truth of creation?
If the Earth is flat and the globe is false, it's not very effective. Then, in that case, it would be leading people away from the truth of creation, but it wouldn't be leading people away from God necessarily, because just by believing in the globe, that doesn't necessarily mean God doesn't exist.
But what about all? Yeah, I got you on that. But what about all the people that are atheists and who have been taken away from, a spiritual or religious life?
What about them? You're saying that because they believe in the globe, that takes them away from God somehow?
Yeah. Well, just that the atheist kind of Big Bang evolution story, has a potential to take people away from.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. It is true that if you're going to be an atheist, you must believe in a naturalistic account for the origin of the universe, and the only option out there is Big Bang and gravity, heliocentrism, and all that. And so that is true. However, I don't think the converse is true, that if you're a heliocentrist, then you are going, on a slippery slope to become an atheist any minute. So I think it goes one way, but not the other, in that sense.
Yeah. Well, okay, so back to if the Earth is a globe, you were saying that they just made a mistake. Okay, did you mean that maybe if that's the case, that you and others have made the mistake by believing it or whatever, and that you're not satanic, or were you saying the people that are pushing the globe made a mistake? Because is that what you were saying, the latter, or
you were yeah. So you were saying if I came to believe the Earth is flat, how would it change? I would consider people who believe in the globe to be mistaken, not necessarily under some satanic influence.
Okay, so that's what. So if they're mistaken, that's understandable that they were deceived. Let's say, right, in some way.
I guess deceived still sounds pretty strong to me, but yeah, you could say deceived.
Okay, well, but what I was more saying, but in your viewpoint, would you say that deception is in the guise of Satan, as it were? Is that how you would use the wording, or?
Yeah, I guess I would I would say that deception involves a active intention to say false things, whereas being mistaken could be sort of an accidental misunderstanding of the way things are. So I don't see as much intention and active deception going on as some people do.
Well, but if the globe, just again using if the globe is absolutely false, then wouldn't would that? I mean, okay, you would agree that if it's false, there have to be deceivers behind it, right?
Okay, yeah, I guess so, because then there would be people who would be making up stuff and that are in the know, but somehow for some reason trying to deceive everybody.
Yeah, because I mean they're taking pictures of it, and it's obviously not
right. Yeah, they'd be faking the pictures, right?
Yeah, and then if the space thing isn't real, then the astronauts are all liars and faking it or whatever. So that's what I was saying. From that perspective, would it not be seen as a sort of a satanic deception thing?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Anybody who's deceiving on purpose for some reason, that would be sort of ultimately motivated from satanic sources. And so those people who are pushing it intentionally, knowing the truth that the earth is flat, those people would be deceptive liars.
Yeah, and I understand that people who believe it may not necessarily be in some case, in that way per se. Although we were talking the other day about how, the word liar and all that, like, the word liar is like, one who lies, basically one who tells lies. So let's just say in this case, the globe is a lie. If you were to go tell people, hey, the earth's a globe, would you not then be defined as a liar?
No, because lying and deception implies intention to deceive and intention to tell something false. So if you are mistaken about something, then I think that that's different than being intentionally deceitful.
No, and I understand that distinction, but I mean, the word liar, for example, like the definition is a person who tells lies.
Yeah, so, and lie means something that is intended to deceive, right?
Well, I mean, a lie is there's a couple definitions. A false statement made with the deliberate intent to deceive, an unintentional untruth. But it also, let's see.
I think intention has to be part of it.
As a verb, well, see, it's both. So as a verb, for example, one of them is to speak falsely or utter untruth knowingly, as with intent to deceive. So yeah, that would be knowing. But the other definition of a verb is to express what is false, convey a false impression. So technically, it could be defined that way, right?
If you want to use that second definition and not include the intention part of it, I suppose so, but I think intention is tied up into. I mean, I think that's the whole reason why we have a separate word, to lie and deceive versus just being mistaken. I think that's the whole point of that distinction, is whether it's intentional or not.
It seems like in the definitions of lie and liar, it's kind of both. Because like another definition of lie is an inaccurate or untrue statement, falsehood. You know what I mean? Technically. So, but I know what you're saying. I mean, if somebody believes the Earth's a globe, and if the globe and it's a lie, and then they're teaching kids that, are they just some blatant hardcore liar? You know, I mean, I understand what you're saying because it would involve more the intent rather than just believing it and repeating it. But I mean, I think for myself, I'm trying to think if there's anything that would even categorize if something I believe that could be a lie, etc. I'm just trying to think of an example. I'm saying, and I was thinking, would I be a liar in that sense? Like, what would be? I'm just trying to think of some.
Well, I don't think it's possible. Another way to put this is, I don't think it's possible to accidentally lie.
Well, okay, how about I'll just use kind of a ridiculous example. Let's say I take my car to the mechanic and he says, okay, I'm going to do an oil change for you. But he doesn't actually change the oil. He totally doesn't do it. He lies. He totally just, okay, you're all set, buddy. You changed your oil, but he really didn't at all. It's just a scam. And then I drive away and I go home and I say to, a friend or a family member, whoever it may, hey, I got my oil changed today. Am I a liar? Am I lying because I'm repeating a lie or something that's false because the oil did not get changed because I was lied to? I mean, I know what you mean. It is a stretch to then say that I am some hardcore liar because I'm out there saying, hey, I got my oil changed today, even though the dude didn't change my oil at all. But right. I would still be willing to, in a sense, concede and say, yeah, I mean, technically, I am speaking lies. I am one who's telling lies. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's just a subtlety of the definition of it.
Yeah, I would say the mechanic lied for sure, and I would say that you didn't lie, and I would even say that repeating somebody else's lie is an unintentional. You're being deceived, and you're saying something that's not true. But I still think intention is key to deceit and lies.
Yeah, to knowingly.
From it. But yeah, that makes sense.
To knowingly, I feel like, I mean, this gets thrown around a lot in these, sometimes these discussions. Someone says, you're a liar. And it's like, well, do they have proof that person is doing it, knowingly versus maybe they just have false information or, and I know some people will claim, no, I know they're lying because they said this other thing yesterday and now they're saying something different, but I still think that's a leap to do that. And what's funny about that? In some cases, if that person is, especially if that person's wrong about calling that other person a liar, what's funny is it makes them a liar because they're actually,
you're right.
Because they know that they don't have truth. In some cases, they know that they don't know for sure if that person's lying. Right. So then that makes them a liar.
No, that is ironic. That's I think you're exactly right about that. That's pretty funny.
But of course, they might think that. Well, yeah, they could still say that they might.
Well, yeah, and to be intellectually honest and have like a charitable debate or charitable conversation, I think that almost all the time that somebody says you're lying or you're a liar, they should instead say you're mistaken or that's not true.
Yeah, I've never called anyone an outright liar in terms of that. In that way.
Yeah, I don't think I have either, but yeah, I don't think I have.
Actually, I think I did somewhat jokingly once with Left Lane because he was in the chat and the text chat and he was saying, who was it? a YouTuber, he was saying he's a liar, and I was just like, no, left lane, you're a liar. But it was kind of more of a just kind of turning it back at him in that sense, just sort of playing around, but because he just kept saying it, and I was just like, all right, well, if you're gonna call that guy a liar, then you're a liar for calling him a liar. But yeah, that's the only time I can think of that I've ever, and it was in a somewhat kind of just banter style. It wasn't like actually doing it in that way.
Right, and you were using it rhetorically, and I think probably everybody understood what you were saying, so it's not actual deception.
But I mean, yeah. So in terms of like what was going on with the globe? Oh, with the globe, I was trying to say, yeah. Well, because I would just think in terms of just back on that in terms of the idea of like a Satan or demonic, within the kind of biblical Christian kind of framework. That's what I was saying is that that's what I meant by if the globe is a lie on the highest level of the people actually or the entities that are portraying it as such, that they would be either Satan, because that a lot of folks that think the Earth is stationary, etc., and planar, flat Earth, and all of that, do think that the globe is a total satanic, demonic deception. I mean, that you've heard that said a million times.
Yes, of course. I would say like, even if they're right about the shape of the Earth, I would say that that's pushing it a bit. I don't think it's quite that bad.
But I mean, is it pushing it if you were agreeing that if the people at the top or whatever are, doing it, then it is that?
For the people at the top, it would definitely be a satanic lie for some reason, yeah.
And then that's what I guess the kind of what I was trying to conclude to, I guess, with that, or the idea is that, okay, if that's the case, if it is the case that way, I'm saying, then in your current spiritual or religious, however you define it, viewpoints on things, if that's the case, wouldn't you currently be under, in a sense, a control of Satan or demonic, and therefore not in the kind of righteousness of the word and so on, if you're currently believing it, and even if you're, I don't know what the word would be, just telling it to others,
yeah, but
quote unquote defending it, repping for it, all of that.
Yeah, but I sort of see it in terms of being mistaken rather than kind of having a whole lot of spiritual significance. Because what spiritual significance would it have that the Earth is a globe versus flat? I don't attach as much spiritual significance to those questions of science as a lot of people do. But I hear you what you're saying. Well, definitely a lot of people have great weight to that question, but I have less, I guess I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. So you wouldn't really. Okay. You would just see it more as being mistaken and like not that you necessarily are like a minion of Satan out there spreading the lies in some way, but more that you were just mistaken. But wouldn't it still be kind of spiritually, problematic?
Yeah, there's some weight to it. But let me see if I can turn it around and ask you sort of what believers would say, the opposite question. I am actually a little bit concerned that flat Earth is a deception, and that as people are saying that the Bible says the Earth is flat and sort of tying those together too closely, that at some point they will realize that the Earth is not flat, and then I would be concerned for them that they would throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, oh, wait a second, the only reason I believed the Earth was flat was because the Bible said so, and now that I discovered it's not flat, therefore the Bible must not be true, therefore God doesn't exist, and
no, it was
and that would be my
back.
concern.
It was flat back then, and then the DLC came out, and it became round. Everyone knows this.
Right. I was just saying. I was turning it around, saying, there's sort of a parallel concern on the other side of what Gio was saying.
Yeah, but could that quite be defined that way? Because I mean, the Bible was written within a absolute flat Earth environment, as it were. I mean, they may not have called it flat Earth because that's kind of a modern day sort of term, but I'm just saying it was the entire thing was, written and founded upon that cosmology. So
I'm not 100% sure of that, but even if it were true, it would be a radically different cosmology in flat Earth. Specifically, when the sun goes down, it goes under the earth and comes back around the other side and then rises on the east. And so that is flat Earth, but it's a radically different flat Earth than the sun going around the North Pole, for example. They didn't even know the North Pole existed back then.
Well, I'm not too sure about any of that. I've never seen any. I know people say that, but I mean, there's some certain mythologies that talk about the sun, like going into the underworld and then rising again or whatever. But I haven't seen any documentation that they actually thought the sun in any way actually went under. I mean, you look at all of their cosmological, sort of, art and even cave paintings, and all of those show, like a little domed world, like the Vedas and the Vedic and they call it Bhumandala and the whole Vedic tradition. And it's a planar stationary surface, with the heavens above and the layers of the heavens. So I've never seen any cosmological, structure or framework from any ancients that actually show the sun going under a flat earth.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with all of them, but even the word set and rise implies that it goes below and comes above. And so even those words suggest that people thought that the sun was literally going below the earth.
No, but it just does that visually, though. It doesn't mean
Yeah,
that
but they did. The words weren't like going away and coming back. They were setting and rising.
Well, it does set and rise due to perspective, though, just like anything does. You could throw a football to someone and it's gonna. Well, it's not a good example. Well, it kind of is, though. I mean, perspective does that, though. Like it does set and rise in terms of of perspective.
Yeah, and I don't want to get into the whole discussion about perspective. My point was just like the words seem to imply that the ancients thought that the sun went down below somewhere.
Okay, but on a heliocentric model, the sun isn't going down below. The Earth is spinning. So
Right.
when they say sun setting, that actually would fit that the sun is doing the thing, not the, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
Because if you were to really say on a globe, you would say it's Earth turn, sun disappear, or whatever.
Right.
It's of different.
Yeah, it's obviously from the perspective of where we're standing, we use terms that are convenient, and the sun looks like it's setting, and so we say the sun set. But yeah, you're right. We're not being like 100% literal about all the mechanics of how it works on either side.
And I wouldn't say that saying the sun sets or rises is literal necessarily meaning that it's going under the ground. I mean, who would think the sun really went under, into the ground? I mean, the thing is too, even the ancients would look at Polaris and see all of the stars rotating around the North Pole. So, I mean, and they have a lot of maps that show the North Pole region. So, I mean, there's no reason to think that they wouldn't have thought that it circled around. I mean, you can go to the 24-hour sun in the north and watch it circle around. So why would it go under the ground if you can just watch it circle? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it depends. I suppose it depends on the ancient cultures, what their latitude is. I think in the northern places they would see it as more circling, just because that's what they saw in the summer. Whereas maybe near the equator they would describe it slightly differently. But that would require like looking into the details of ancient cosmologies that somebody else is a better expert than me.
I mean, can you find any? I mean, you've seen all these, I'm sure. I mean, Greek, Navajo, Babylonian, Indian, Viking, all of these. None of them show the sun going underneath. So I mean, I don't know. I don't see any actual, other than a couple mythological stories of the sun going into the underworld and coming like rebirth and all that. I've never seen any actual ancient cosmology that actually had it laid out that way.
Well, I mean, that one you just mentioned, going into the underworld, that implies it's going under something, right?
Yeah, but they weren't, well, okay, first of all, that's Egyptian. And we were talking earlier about how much the Egypt story could be a deception related to the Greeks, and whether that's even true, that even historical narrative is even true or not. And it's that Egyptian one that does, but their cosmology is not one that has the sun actually going under the earth in terms of that. But they do have like a symbolical kind of allegory of because the sun represents the self, so it's like going into the underworld and then rebirthing and all that. But I've never seen any documentation or anything of them saying that they actually thought the sun physically did that.
I'm not a full believer of the Egyptian culture, but I had an experience where I did see the Eye of Horus or Eye of Ra within the sun. It was like a darker outline of it within the center of the sun. actual symbol of the Eye of Ra or Eye of Horus. So I mean, there's something to it. They were studying something.
Yeah. Well, so Matthew, just back on what we were saying. So, okay, you were saying that you were saying if the flat Earth is a deception, and then you're worried that if people who are currently biblically related, that they would then throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Right. Once they discover that the Earth is not actually flat, then they would say, "Wait a minute! If the Earth is not flat, then the Bible is wrong," and they would lose their faith and lose their religion and stop believing in God. That's a concern I have.
But don't you already? Okay, then do you think there's a lot of individuals, or do you think there's a lot of numbers then, or because don't sometimes you guys say, "Oh, there's not very big numbers," so in that case, why would that matter compared to all the other atheists or, in your viewpoint, Hindus or Buddhists or other traditions that already don't believe in the Christian God?
Oh yeah, I mean it's just every individual matters to God, and so I'm concerned for all of them, I guess.
Okay, so then how could the flat Earth, as it were, be a deception? Meaning, like if it, in your viewpoint, if it's incorrect, it's incorrect. But is there any like one group, or because with the globe, there's kind of like a, well, you've got these kind of figures. It's Copernicus and Pythagoras, and it's like a couple dudes. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's like the globe is like down to some dudes. It's like literally Pythagoras, Copernicus, Newton, Galileo. Like we've got the names, we've got the bag 'em, tag 'em kind of thing. And then even in the modern world, you've got the sort of governments and the Jesuits. It's like it's in that sense. Whereas a flat Earth is like there isn't like one group pushing it. Like it's such a wide, broad-ranging cosmological understanding of things in that way. When you look at the Mayans and the Inca and all these different traditions, the Vedics have a very complex system. Like I said, they call it Bhumandala, and it's this whole, plane of existence, the planar surface, and all of the layouts of it, and the Norse cosmology, etc. So how could it be a deception? Meaning, like, who would have concocted that when all these traditions through all these wide ranges have that? And then lastly, as well, it is what we directly experience. So how would that be a deception in your mind?
I guess I would see it maybe more as a mistake than a deception. I'm not convinced that all those ancient cultures actually saw the Earth as flat. I don't know. And as far as deception, yeah, I get your point. Maybe I'd say it's more of a mistake than a deception in that case.
Or maybe, like, I guess some people would want to ridicule and say, "Oh, it's like a primitive sort of overly simplistic, thing or something." Meaning, that's kind of how they, in a way, try to sell the Copernican revolution, quote unquote. Like, "Oh, the Earth is really a globe, and we discovered it, and Copernicus, and all this mathematics, and whoop-de-doo, we figured it out for you guys after all these years." And then, oh, like the flat Earth is sort of this old, outdated thing that just people, kind of wandering around the desert just kind of assumed, "Oh yeah, it must just be flat because it looks flat locally." And then they've got to stay on the globe.
The Bible was written by people that lived 2,000 years ago, and their perspective of the world was that it was flat. It's kind of what the narrative was. So put two and two together, it makes sense. Just like I think how the flood was, they thought the whole world was flooding, but if you look at the region, the Sahara Desert got flooded pretty heavily. So if you lived in the Sahara, you would think the whole world's flooded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another analogy would be that sometimes religious people claim to know the date of the second coming, like that book 88 Reasons It'll Be in 88, or it's going to be 2012. Some preacher was saying, and I'm also concerned for those people because they're like, bringing scriptures to say something that it doesn't say, and lo and behold, 2012 came and went. And then I'm concerned about the people who were so convinced that the Bible said the second coming is in 2012 that when it didn't happen, I would be afraid that they lose their faith because of that. And so in that case, I would say that maybe they're being deceived intentionally by some people or not intentionally by others, or they're at least mistaken. And I'm concerned in the same way for flat earthers who later discovered the earth is not a globe. I mean, is not flat.
All right. Well, from your viewpoint, I can understand why you're saying that, which I guess you would say the same for, I mean, in your viewpoint, I mean, do you think a Buddhist is supposed to be on your religion or whatever, on your God thing? Or is that like, do you think they need to be saved and brought onto your thing, or?
Yeah, I think that there's one way to God through Jesus Christ, but there's many ways to Christ. And so I would say God made a way to find him, and that everybody should look to God's way for doing that. So I would say the same thing about Buddhists, that they also need Jesus.
It seems presumptive, but
I mean, yes, maybe complain to God about it. It is very presumptive of God to claim that there's a way to find him, but that's his prerogative, I would say.
Well, then why would God create Buddhism?
I don't think God created Buddhism. I think man.
Didn't God create everything?
Not. He
that's
didn't. He
such
didn't
a-
create lies.
Such
God
a
didn't
dumb
create.
way to look at it. That's a dumb way to look at it, because there's a cause and effects. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that he created the situation 100% because we have the ability of free will. So you have to add that factor of the man's ability, the things we do, the evil, the sins, leads to situations that we have gone through in history.
Yeah, I mean, that does get into a whole discussion on what one defines as God.
If a sin, I'm not saying all sin, but
Aren't they singing from the same hymn sheet?
Well, if we're going to move on to something else, we can. But I just maybe one last thing, Matthew, because just with what we were talking about, there was what was the last part? Okay, you were saying. Okay, maybe I was just going to ask you though. Okay, this is what I was going to ask. In terms of what you were saying, like, is the globe a deception, or you were saying you're worried the flat Earth, that other people, that it's gonna take them away from God or something if they come to the globe thing at some point, and vice versa. But I guess what I was going to ask you, like, do you have any gut feeling at all that the globe is false?
0%. I've
Okay.
never felt that way a single moment in all these discussions. I've been very confident.
Okay, then let me then ask you this. Okay, again, using the if the globe is absolutely false, then how would you analyze your own ability to discern truth?
I would question it. I would wonder about it. The human mind is actually very good at sort of self-justification. I'd probably find ways of justifying, like, oh, this is why I believed it, and here's why I was wrong, and it was okay, like all that type of stuff. I would probably, because you're asking a psychological question, and that's my psychological answer. Or I would just say, oh, well, I was wrong, and here's my new belief.
Do you think
it's hard to answer?
Do you think the truth is psychological?
No, of course not. I'm saying my self-justification and how I'd end up interpreting my previously false belief.
Yeah,
but I mean, do you feel like you have a good sense of, like if somebody's scamming you or lying to you, or a girlfriend's cheating on you, or whatever it may be? Do you, in your life, do you feel like you have that, like a really good gut sense in that way to just to
I do. Yeah. In fact, I answer spam calls all the time, just and actually talk to the scammers just to hear what their thing is. But I've never actually been scammed by them. But in general, I think I do have a good sense. I think that every person has the ability to be deceived or to be incorrect about something. But
So if I were to
hope
tell
I have
you-
a high level.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if I were to tell you that for me, the globe Earth, literally ever since I was a child, even before, I began researching it more in my adult years, even as a child, it never sat right with me. My gut intuition was always, the alarm bells were always going off. And I won't go into all the details of the experiences I had as a child that were related to that, but there were many, many. related to that. And then, as I actually began researching it and thinking about it more, the alarm bells have only increased. So I'm just saying, for me, from my being a child and then into adult life, the globe has been like, I would say, like, if you want to use the alarm bell analogy, when I was a child, it was like, kind of quiet, little alarm, just a little beep, beep, something's wrong here. And then as I began researching more as an adult, it's like, turned into loud sirens, beep, beep, really going. And at this point, it's just like alarm bells everywhere of not only problems with the globe Earth on multiple levels, like, intuitively, logically, scientifically, all of those factors. Like the whole thing is just, and I look at those pictures, quote unquote, pictures of the globe, and to me, they are just so absurdly false. It does blow my mind that somebody could look at that and be like, that's where I live. Like, it does. And I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. I'm just saying, like, it literally looks to me like just so fake on so many levels when you really look at the whole thing. The one blue marble one or whatever from 72 is kind of the best one. It's like one of their better ones that it does. So I can kind of get being like, all right, yeah, there's that one. And there might be one or two others that look decent, but like 80 to 90% of the pictures are so bad. And then everything else, all the other problems and stuff. Now, I'm not trying to do like a debate thing, but I'm just more trying to say, like, and then you're saying for your experience, if you said you've never once even had any gut feeling, any intuition, anything in any way that anything's wrong, logically, scientifically, like, it sounds like the exact opposite. And if I were to say this, it probably would be true that maybe as a child you did not have any alarm bells. So I'm saying, if for you the alarm bells that the globe is false are just non-existent, like absolute white noise, and you fully are into it, and even to the point of wanting to assert it to others and tell others that it's a globe or whatever, even in these communities of, tons of people that don't think it is, etc. And then from my perspective, it's just like alarm bells, bonanza. What in your mind, like, would denote that difference? Like, who's between us, who's right and who's wrong, and then what does that mean for, you know what I mean? Like, what are the implications of that?
Yeah, I guess it just shows that somebody's personal conviction and like gut feeling is not necessarily a guide to truth, because my gut feeling is, oh, it's definitely a globe, and your gut feeling is, oh, it's definitely not. And so therefore one of us is wrong, and gut feelings are not the best guide to truth.
Well, I don't necessarily agree. Well, I don't necessarily agree that.
Could I say something? Could I?
I don't know.
think, like, I'm in the middle.
Hold on, was Matthew done?
Middle of these 2 points. Okay,
Matthew,
sure.
Let's just see if Matthew's done first. Were you done? Sorry.
No, I was in. Go ahead.
I jumped in too quick, probably.
I'll just say something quickly, because I was in another channel last night, and well, the first thing that I want to say 2 things. The first thing I want to say is that, we build upon ideas, right, or feelings or implications, effects of certain reactions to something that we see. And we do that all the time with everything, whether it is like, and we make importance out of it, right? And we build, that story gets built up, and that can get more and more off on its own, right? It creates a meaning for itself, and that meaning that has been created from the first thing that it dealt with can be a distortion, right? It can get further and further from the truth. And just quickly, like, I heard somebody tell a story about a person picking up a beautiful stick on the beach, right? And to him, it was just so beautiful, right, that he put it on his mantelpiece, and every day he went to the mantelpiece and he placed a flower on that stick for years, right? And we do that with a lot of things in life, but at the end of a year or 2 years, if you told him to throw that stick away, he would not be able to, because it has been, he's created something out of it that is more than just the stick, right? That it was. He's put a lot of his energy, a lot of his like feeling, emotion into that object, and that's a very real thing. So we do that, we create that, and then at the end of the day, we can also become disillusioned and call that the truth. Now that's one point, and I'm just saying we do that with everything, just understanding myself as a human being, right? And we all do that, not flat earth topics, okay? But back onto the flat Earth topic, I was in another Discord the other day, and we were talking about Pluto, right, and the face of the planet Pluto. And I'm not a flat earther, right? I don't believe that the Earth is flat, but to me, looking at the picture of Pluto, right, which obviously has something that has been doctored on it, in my opinion, which is, you know, the Disney cartoon character Pluto there. And talking to somebody who was an amateur astronomer, very passionate about like all the objects that he looks at in the sky, right? I brought this up to him. And he admitted that, you know, things from NASA are photoshopped. And I felt that is just incredibly, he was okay with that point, right? But I felt that is incredibly wrong, you know, that what we're seeing, what information that we're given from a probe that's gone to Pluto, you know, that's telling us, you know, what this celestial object looks like in the heavens, you know, for you to actually be passionate about these things that you look at, and for them to be to accept them to be doctored, is just, I don't know how it can sit well with you. But things like that, you know, are telling to me, right? It's like you guys were talking about, you know, kind of gauging, you know, what's going on, right? Getting reading people, right? Reading between the lines.
Keep the flow going back and forth, like, because we got it, you know.
Sure. That's all I have to say. Yeah.
All right, cheers. Yeah, well, I was gonna. Okay, the one thing I would respond real quick. The first thing you said with the stick, yeah, there was a study that was done. I'll just brief it real quick. Where they had like a group of like 10 people, and they all you know, sat in chairs in a circle, and somebody had a sheet of paper, and they drew like a little smiley face on it, and they put it in the middle of the room, and they, you know, the facilitator was like, you know, this piece of paper, you know, this is Johnny. And, you know, Johnny likes, you know, football, and Johnny likes, and they kind of built this whole kind of character out of this sheet of paper on the ground with a stick figure on it, and et cetera. And they kind of got, you know, they did all these little exercises to kind of, you know, personalize that sheet of paper, as it were, as a real thing. And then after they do that for quite some time, and there's all the exercise, the facilitator walks up and walks to the middle of the circle and steps on the sheet of paper. And then they, you know, and then they like record all the reactions of people, you know, and people were like, no, Johnny, you know, kind of thing. So that could be said for, you know, the idea that the globe is false. It could be said that people have kind of, you know, characterized it in that way, like, no, my globe kind of thing. You could characterize it that way. I guess if somebody wanted to flip it and say that somebody has done that with a kind of flat earth idea as well. So yeah, I wanted to respond to that. But also, okay, well, I know, but that's the one thing. And then, and I just want to say with Matthew, because Matthew, when you responded, when you were, sorry, it's two things at once here, but Matthew, when you would respond, because we were in that combo real quick, I just want to say, yeah, I was not saying that it was like only the gut feeling that gets one to truth, although that's an interesting discussion in and of itself, how much our intuition can do that. And that's a whole topic in and of itself. But I was just saying that it wasn't just that, although that was a factor, because I did ask you about your gut feeling, and then I mentioned mine as a child and everything else. But there's also, I mean, you know, I know that you and I both use, you know, our logical minds and analytical and scientific, all kinds of components to come to our conclusions. But I guess with that, I mean, if you and I have had such opposite, let's just say, experiences and come to such opposite conclusions, then I guess would it be fair to say one of us is right and on point and on fire, and then the other one is whatever word you want to use. Yeah, I guess just has a inaccurate truth detector, you know, I'm trying to be nice, you know, whatever that would mean, you know, we're mistaken, you know, whether it's deceived or whether it's just a poor ability to discern truth, maybe, or, I mean, is that what?
Well, and there's a third possibility that we're both wrong, right?
Well,
yeah,
and that Mark Sargent is right, and it's all just a big simulation or something like that.
Yeah, concave Earth. Where's concave Earth are at?
Yeah.
I think instead, like when you say your intuition, you know, picks up on something, when there's synchronicity that happens in life, right? You don't immediately call it the truth, right? But I think that you're using that word, and I think a better word for it would be mystery, right? That, you know, there is a mystery in this, whatever we're living in, right? Whether it's a simulation or not. But that mystery, you know, you either, respect the mystery and follow it, in a good way, or you call it truth and follow it in your own way, right? Which does away with any mystery. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? So like once you've made a determination on something, once you're like sure about something, I think you're at a loss. And I think that goes down all of physics as well, all of measurement, knowledge, and all that. It's never the complete truth, and fooling yourself, that I don't know, that you can stake your ground there, right? In time, that ground will get shaken, and that's the continued mystery, that like we're all learning from. But regardless, like flat Earth discussions, they're just, or arguments or debates or whatever, they're about 2 points, flat or round, and whatnot. But yeah.
Well, I think this is a good point for me to take off. I need to go, but these are all interesting things. It's been fun chatting about it.
Yeah, cheers, Matthew. Yeah, have a good night.
All right, good night.
Gio, could I ask personally, like what convinced you, I guess, that the Earth is flat, other than I don't know, intuition?
I actually have to. I'm kind of not quite at my mic. I just jumped back over to because I'm. If someone else wants to maybe respond, I could in maybe in a little bit, but I'm just not able to.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I gotta end it here also.
All right, yeah, man, we can pick it up. I'm just not going to be at my mic for a few minutes here, but yeah, cheers.
Correct. Anything like that.
pretty quiet.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Guys, just chilling.
I can hear you.